You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune in to The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Colts. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Hope everybody's having a good Wednesday. Here is your slate for Major League Baseball. You got one early game, Marlins and Reds. We'll keep you up to date on that as the show rolls along. 7:05 Eastern, your Atlanta Braves. Game number 3 of a 4-game series in Pittsburgh. Max Fried versus Quinn Priester. Max Fried comes in with 3-1 with a 1.69 ERA. Second start after the injury. Priester 2-1 with an 8.69. We'll get you ready here on the pregame show on Braves Country today, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE. Make sure to like and subscribe our YouTube channel. Pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all season long. Look for Braves Country HD on YouTube. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. 6:40 Eastern, Cardinals are at the Rays, Hudson versus Beeks. Phillies host the Nationals. They split the doubleheader yesterday. It'll be Michael Lorenzen, second start after coming over in the trade from Detroit. He'll go head-to-head versus Mackenzie Gore. Astros and Orioles back at it. Christian Javier versus Jack Flaherty. Flaherty acquired in the trade from St. Louis. O's trying to bounce back after giving up a grand slam last night in the comeback win for the Stros. Red Sox host the Royals, Pavetta versus Lyles. Cubs and Mets, 7:10 Eastern. Peterson versus Hendricks. Dodgers at the D-backs at 9:40. Miller versus Kelly. While the Giants and Angels, Ohtani Day in Los Angeles versus a bullpen game. Walker will open. Padres and Mariners finish it off. Yu Darvish on the mound with the Friars. Former Las Vegas wide receiver Henry Ruggs was sentenced Wednesday to 3 to 10 years in prison for a November 21st drunken driving crash that killed a Las Vegas woman and her dog. Ruggs could be eligible for parole in 3 years. Josh Hart is finalizing a 4-year, $81 million contract extension with the New York Knicks. The sides are working on the final details. Once fully complete, Hart will continue his participation with Team USA on its way to the FIBA World Cup. And Ohio State Athletic Director Gene Smith is retiring at the end of the 2023-2024 academic year. He announced on Wednesday morning. Smith, who led the Buckeyes athletic department since March of 2005, will step down effective June 30th, 2024. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? Try to save the pump. Really, this is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
To Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. If you are looking for love, find someone who looks at you the way McCurl Hardman looks at Aaron Rodgers.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. Yeah, the armchair.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope you are having a fantastic day. We've got game number 3 of Braves versus Pirates tonight, 7:05 first pitch. It's Max Fried Day, so excited for that, obviously. Maybe we'll actually get a good start from a starting pitcher. We got the W last night for folks who may have missed it. Braves came back, rallied in the 9th inning, and we've got some clips we're going to play for that here in a second on a Braves Country. But before then, we are going to go into what is crack-a-lackin' in the world of sports. And there's a couple of things that you're going to be looking at here in the world of sports. A couple of shows. One, I guess, realistically was a movie that came out. And it's on, so the movie's on Netflix. The show is on HBO, if you're trying to find where they're at. And the movie on Netflix, or it's really a docu-drama. It's about an hour. I watched it this afternoon right before we got ready. I watched some of the other, but it's about an hour long. It's not terribly bad. It's also not terribly great. People were making this big deal about how good it is, and it was done pretty well. And then you get towards the end, and you realize, man, this is the Johnny Manziel. I think it's called Johnny Football on Netflix. But you then get to it, you get the end, and you're like, man, Johnny Manziel is just made of glass. That's all it is. He's made of glass. And so it goes through his entire career, starting very beginning high school football, takes you to what happened at Texas A&M. And what you see about Johnny Manziel, what you realize about Johnny Manziel, is that everything was handed to him. He had incredible talent. He didn't work as hard as he should have. And a lot of people gave up on him at the end, and rightfully so. And the way they did it, they want you to feel bad for him. But I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to watch at the end, and unless you're just something wildly wrong with your judgment, you're going to think to yourself, "What a goof! What a waste! What a waste of talent!" Is basically what he was. But it is entertaining in the fact leading up to it. Talks about all the partying he did, all the stupid stuff that I could see a lot of kids his age doing at the time. But when you have a chance to make millions, to not straighten up for a few weeks, you really wonder what the hell is going on in his head. So Johnny Manziel, Johnny Football, I believe is what it's called. It's on Netflix. That's item number one. You get a chance to watch it this weekend. Like I said, it's about an hour. I think it's just a little over an hour. And they interview his agents. They interview a couple other people in his life. And so there's that. And a couple of wild stories leading up to it. But what got me, I guess what turned me off at the end, all in all, it's pretty good. I'd say it's pretty good. But what turned me off in the end is that they then started playing the heartstrings. It's almost like one of these terrible ESPN shorts that you'll see that they'll throw on you on college football Saturdays, or they'll just do them randomly. Jeremy Schaap is telling you how whatever athlete he has chosen to spotlight that week has just had a much harder life than any of us, which we all know is false. It felt like that corny, that phony. All right, man, he spit the bit, he screwed up, but that doesn't mean I have to feel sorry for him, right? The other one, the Netflix, HBO, you can find that there. I started watching a little bit of it, but there's no way I could cram both of them into one day. When I got off work today, I raced home here to the studio, and I was able to just cram in the Johnny Manziel. I watched the intro of the Netflix, and this, I keep saying Netflix, excuse me, HBO, of the Hard Knocks with Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets. So far, so good. It's pretty entertaining. I don't know if I'm going to be locked in if it's like appointment viewing for me, but I also don't live in the New York area, so I think folks in the New York area will really be engaged into it. The only thing I got out of it was towards the very beginning, McCall Hardman was just gushing over the fact that he was playing with Aaron Rodgers, and I'm sure you'll start seeing the clip quite a bit on social media, but he's basically saying that he can't believe he's playing with him. He can't wait to tell his kid. And Aaron Rodgers keeps looking at him, and I would love to know what's going on in his head, but I believe in the back of Rodgers' mind is like, you haven't made the team yet. So you haven't played with me yet. You might be in training camp with me, but you haven't made the team yet. McCall Hardman's got some talent, and I've always liked McCall Hardman, and I thought he was underutilized in Kansas City. But that is a loaded wide receiver room in New York, and I hope he gets to play with them, and I hope that the Jets utilize his speed. But all in all, it feels like it's a big boy crush for everybody there at the Jets with Aaron Rodgers right now. Now, it's early on. One of the things that you see that they were not used to was when they go walk out onto the practice field, they start chanting Aaron Rodgers, and it's a very raucous type of atmosphere. And Rodgers, I forget who he's standing next to. It might have been Zach Wilson, but I don't remember who he's standing next to. And he said something to the effect of, "You're not used to this, are you?" And just kind of chuckling. I really believe playing behind Rodgers the next couple of seasons is going to do wonders for Zach Wilson. I don't think he's going to become some Hall of Fame quarterback, don't get me wrong, but someone's going to get something out of Zach Wilson down the road, because there's no way with his talent you can't play behind Aaron Rodgers and get something out of him. And I would say I think it's different circumstances, but I would say to Zach Wilson, the first thing you need to do is go watch the Johnny Manziel movie, because it kind of gives you a different idea of what was going through Manziel's head. And he realizes now that he spit the bit, but there's still talk about how he doesn't do anything, that it's basically a pity party. And so, and what is Manziel? He's got to be like maybe 30 years old. So there you have that. I think he's a little more coddled than what they let on in the documentary. But regardless, it's entertaining if you're a football fan. If you're an SEC fan, it's very entertaining. If you're an NFL fan, it's very entertaining. If you're a Browns fan, obviously, if you're an A&M fan, you got to see it. But the average sports fan will probably enjoy it. I'd say the football heads are going to enjoy it a little more because you kind of go behind the scenes a little bit. I don't know if a fan who's just has to have a passing fancy with football is going to care that much about the Manziel. I know they won't care about Hard Knocks. So if you're like, I only have time to watch one, which one do I watch? I'd say watch the Manziel. I think you're going to get a little more out of it because I feel like that the Hard Knocks, they're really just going to be absolutely tongue bathing Aaron Rodgers the entire. The first episode came out last night, and I believe they'll have maybe two to three more episodes. It goes through preseason. So there you have that. Let's go ahead and take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to reset. It's Braves country, Braves, Max Fried. We got some stuff to get into. Just got to take a real quick break. We'll be back in about 90 seconds. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country HD, youtube.com/@Braves Country, and 99.1 FM WQEE.
Now there's a steal by Bird. Underneath the DJ, lays it in. Right up, one second left. What a play by Bird.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Out of the shotgun, third down and about 10. Ward getting some pressure, getting more, gets it away. He's got Fryer wide open. Touchdown, Florida State. That's what Ward will do to you.
Georgia Tech 45, Nebraska 21. It's now up to the voters. They look like the number one, don't they?
All right, 6 seconds to go. Maurer throws it up for grabs. There's 5 defenders back there. Game runs out. And Clemson wins the national championship of college football.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
Incomplete. And for Miami, an absolutely miracle year. The dream season as they come back from a bad loss opening day to go to 11 straight wins, and in all probability, when the votes are in, a first ever national championship for the Hurricane.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE.
You're in Braves country.
All right, Braves Country, let's get it. Atlanta Braves, we're looking for a winning streak, right? Come on, let's get a winning streak. We will be looking at the lineups here in a minute, but let's go ahead and get into last night. Last night, the Atlanta Braves win the game in a just heart-stopping fashion. If you missed the game last night, what a game you missed. The Braves go out there last night, and immediately we fall behind after getting the solo shot by Ronald Acuna Jr. More on him in a moment with the injury. Ronald Acuna Jr., if you missed that, he was hit by a pitch. He was hit in the elbow. X-rays came back negative, but he did come out of the game. So there you have that. And last night, the Braves go into this game. We've got Yanni Chirinos, or Cheerios as he's affectionately being called. And we know that it's going to be a high-scoring game if we're going to win one, right? And thankfully, they did get to Mitch Keller. Now, all in all, Mitch Keller pitched okay, 5 runs, 3 earned. 5 innings, 3 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, gave up the 1 home run. But all in all, was pretty good. What the Braves did is they got to the bullpen. They got 2 off Baruki, which was a big deal. And then they got the 3 off of Bednar, who's been one of the better closers in baseball this year. they got 3 earned runs off of him. So also tallying up 3 hits. He did strike out 1. We gave the game ball to Orlando Arcia, who went 3 for 5, had the home run, had the 3 RBIs, had the game-winning RBIs. But I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for all that, the guy that really came up big for the Braves last night, that you're kind of, you almost want to give it to him because he plays so little. Here is Kevin Pillar last night right after the game as he got the game-tying RBI. And then, of course, what led next was Orlando Arcia's double that cleared the bases. But here's Kevin Pillar talking about the game.
I mean, it was a tough decision. I was going to say fastball or curveball, went with my strength, and just try to be confident. I mean, this game's so much about confidence. Things haven't been going well for me. It's been a big adjustment for me, not getting consistent at bats. Baseball is so much about timing. Never make excuses. I want to be up in those situations. I walked up with a lot of confidence, and I was just very happy I came through.
That was a big moment for you?
Yeah, it was a big moment. This game's tough. It's extremely tough when you don't get opportunities to play every day. Like I said, baseball is so much about timing. I never make excuses for myself. I try to stay ready for these situations. Yeah, I mean, the first 2 at-bats weren't great. I feel like, I don't know. I'm just happy. Guys believe in me, and it makes me feel good.
Well, you come through in that moment and allows Orlando Arcia then to step up and do what he did. What did you think of that at-bat?
He's been doing it all year. That's why he was starting shortstop for the National League. That guy's been through a lot too. Never made excuses for himself. Was in a similar position that I was in right now. Continued to work, made the best of his opportunity. So happy for him.
3-game skid, but to bounce back like this, how big is it?
It's huge. Going back to confidence. Baseball is so much about confidence. It's why we play the game. On paper, we're a better team than them, but they come out and play hard. I know the manager over there. He gets these guys going every day. They got a lot of young guys, trying to prove themselves in the league. Those are dangerous teams to play. They don't care who they're playing. And we know we're the alpha in the National League. Everyone's going to give us their best game, and they showed that over the last 2 days. So it definitely feels good to come in, get a win, steal a win, and it gives us a little momentum going into tomorrow.
So that's Kevin Pillar. By the way, our magic number is now 40 to win the NL East, 49 for best record in baseball. So obviously a long way to go for best record in baseball, but 40 NL East. If we get on a little bit of a roll and the Phillies stumble a little bit, you can collect those pretty quickly. So you like where that at. Thankfully, if you missed it last night, Houston came back, had a grand slam in the top of the 9th inning in Baltimore to beat the Orioles. So that helped us a little bit, give us a little bit of breathing room between us and the Orioles. By the way, I had never heard this before. When we played Baltimore, the game was down in Atlanta, right? And though I'll watch a lot of Baltimore games because they're just a fun team to pay attention to, it's usually on mute. And obviously, they play a lot of games when Atlanta plays, so I'm not locked in. I'm just kind of scanning, looking at it, big inning, that kind of thing. But I always am drawn to watch Baltimore. There's a really fun young team to watch, and I always tend to pull for those underdogs, right? Those fan bases that have had it rough for a while, and now they're starting to turn around. I saw a video last night of the closer, Felix Bautista. And I think this may be the coolest entrance song in the history of Major League Baseball for a closer. Now, you have to be a fan of The Wire to agree with this. If you're not a fan of The Wire, I can't help you. And that is just what it is. But I was a fan of The Wire. I thought The Wire was one of the better shows that's ever been made. So if you get where I'm going with this, he walks out to the whistle that Omar, if you remember Omar, which I think is one of the greatest characters in the history of television, where he's whistling. I think it's Farmer in the Dell, whatever the hell it is, but he's whistling. It's that whistle like kind of echoes through the alley, kind of eerie. Now, he gave up the grand slam and everyone's poking fun of it last night, but that's a really cool entrance song for a guy who's playing in Baltimore, which is where The Wire was, right? He's playing in Baltimore. He's a closer and he's throwing 100 miles an hour. I thought that was one of the coolest things ever. But anyways, back to the rest of the story, as they say. If you like The Wire, you'll get it. And now Felix Bautista has become one of my new favorite players. I'm like, that's awesome. I don't care if he sucks the rest of the way. It's the greatest entrance song. Now, there's been some good ones. Enter Sandman was good. Rivera, blah, blah, blah. That one was cool. I heard that. I heard the whistling. And I'm just saying, you got to be a fan of The Wire. If you're not a fan of The Wire, you're like, what the hell is he talking about? But it would be the equivalent of New Jersey. I guess it'd have to be the Mets or Yankees. But for a closer to be coming out to the theme song of The Sopranos. So anyways, really cool. Really cool. Really cool. Here is Brian Snicker on the game and a couple other things, and we'll talk about Acuna here in 1 second.
How they battled. I mean, we put ourselves in a position. We'd lost 3 in a row, and we put ourselves into position really to win all 3 of those. Didn't happen. And tonight, you're going up against one of the better closers in the game, and it was great. Had some great at-bats and big hits, and, bullpen did a good job.
Orlando, he'll be the hero tonight, but what did you think of Kevin Pillar being able to extend it so he could get up there?
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, he's a pro. I mean, he's done a good job like that for us all year, and he's a perfect guy to have in that role.
You see him get the big hit there, but also just the way he ran the base, it just seemed like he was the right guy to be.
No, he is. Yeah, no, he's a pro. I mean, he's a ball player, and he, like I said, he's done a really, really good job for us, in that role.
Is there an update on Acuna?
Yeah, there's they had him X-rayed, and I guess it was good. So we'll just see what he feels like in the morning.
Was there? It looked like it hit his guard. Is there just?
I think
part
he
of
said
the
it went in between the guard.
Okay.
I think that's what I thought. It hit the guard, but I guess it went, where the crease is on that thing, and I'm sure it stung him pretty good, and probably lost feeling in the arm, and so I'm just glad nothing showed up. So,
how about it? At that moment, you've already, switched one outfielder. You're having to think, what am I going to do here? Did you have to think about that as that was happening?
No, I mean, yeah, and Nicky's played. I went to him. It's like if he had played the outfield, figuring being an infielder he had, and he said he had. So, that's why we got Forrest too, and yeah. So I mean, like I say, you can thin the herd pretty quick if you're not careful in these games. But you know what? We're just trying to go after it and win it.
At that point, was there any thought to him seeing if it wore off on the bases, running the bases, or you just kind of leave it up?
It stung him too bad for probably even to suffer through the bases. I mean, there's some injuries you can do that and see, but I guarantee you he had no feeling in that arm. So, I mean that, like I say, it caught right in between that guard. So, and I'd rather not take any chances, even if he could, and just get up and get treatment on it, and we'll see if he's ready to go tomorrow.
Last 4 days, you guys have had a chance to win these games. You did tonight, but what does that say about the bullpen keeping you there in the job?
It's good. They did a great job. And which is what you need. I'd like, obviously, for the starters to go deeper into the game, so we didn't have to use so many guys. But I think we did a really good job of the only Iggy was the only guy that got doubled up tonight. So, we're still got everybody available tomorrow, probably, just depending on Iggy or not.
About for Chirinos, I mean, I know 2 or 3 of those pitches, the home runs were center cut, maybe.
Yeah.
Is it just location?
Yeah, it's location, keeping the ball down. I think he got the ball up, and in the first inning it was the walks. He's a contact guy, and the 2 walks is what hurt him because he may never even got to Hayes in that inning. But yeah, and but I'll tell you what, the kid, he's a battler, man. I can tell that. He keeps competing, never gives in. So that was, that part of it was really good.
So there's Brian Snicker for that. And the thing about Acuna, and he's going to be a game time decision, it's going to be one of those situations where you could see him jotted down on the starting lineup, and then it's still going to be a game time decision. I mean, I look at it as this. I'd rather err on the side of caution, but he is chasing down an MVP. This is a team that likes to play every day. But here's the other problem that you have. Assuming the games get played, because they are calling for some bad weather in Pittsburgh tomorrow. Haven't checked it this afternoon, but I was looking at it late last night, but let me look at it one more time. But here's the thing. If he doesn't play today and the game gets rained out tomorrow, then you're talking about giving him until Friday to get right. And I'm just, why not give some of these other guys a chance to play? We got Fried on the mound. What you really want is good defense, right? So with Priester going for the Pirates, he's got an 8 ERA. Max Fried should be able to dominate this lineup and keep the score down. And if that happens, I'm not saying that you take anything for granted, you don't run your best team out there, et cetera, but is it worth going out there and sending Acuna out there? And it's not just does he re-injure himself. By the way, the weather tonight looks good. So unless that drastically changes, looks like we're good to go tonight, because there were some folks calling for rain for this game yesterday, and I was like, I don't see it. I saw a little bit of a threat. It looks like the rain is going to come in tonight, late tonight into Pittsburgh at 2 a.m. And geez. So the game is supposed to start at 12:35. There's going to be clear skies according to this, and hopefully it moves faster, but according to weather.com, which is pretty reliable, it's going to start clearing out around the 4 or 5 o'clock area. So if the Braves willing to play a later game, get into New York late, et cetera, that's for a different argument for tomorrow, because they'll wait to make that decision later on. Right now, it's supposed to be 12:35. We are planning on bringing you the game, 12:35 first pitch. But if there's a long rain delay, et cetera, I do have some things that I have to do with my other gig tomorrow. So we'll play that by ear. I anticipate being able to bring you the entire game. But regardless, if I have to jet out, we will leave the chat up. But hopefully, Mother Nature prevails. So let's just go with the idea that there may not be a game tomorrow. There's not a game tomorrow. Then you're talking about giving him Wednesday and Thursday off going into Friday, because we don't have another day off until next Thursday. And just looking at the wear and tear of them, but I know how this team is. They are constantly, and I mean constantly, in the belief that they have to play every day. And you love that to a degree. But I also believe if you listen to the Kevin Pillar interview again, and maybe it resonated more when you could see him face to face. But there was some emotion in him where I think essentially, without him saying it, he was getting down on himself because he hadn't hit very well his last few starts. But he's basically saying, look, it's really hard to go out there. And I've been saying this all damn spring and summer. It is extremely hard to go out and produce Major League Baseball level if you never get to play. So the downside of always starting your guys is that your core, your backups are going to come in with a lot of rust. And you can't overreact when one of them doesn't perform, because you have to give a guy reps in any sport, but especially baseball. An everyday sport, you've got to give the guy reps. I also don't think it's the worst thing in the world to go out and say, all right, how about we give some of these guys a day off, because when we go to the postseason, we don't play every single day. In fact, there's going to be a lull in between the final game of the season and our first game. Let's have them ready and know how to deal with that, because they didn't deal with it last year. Last year, we had 5-6 days off along with the final game of the season. Hardly anybody played in because we had just clinched. What happened? Go out there. We couldn't hit. We couldn't pitch. We spit the bit. The season was over. You're like, oh, God, what happened? And it was frustrating. So I'd like to see some guys get some days off down the stretch. I'm sure a lot of y'all are thinking, can they please wait until at least after fantasy baseball season? But the point is, give some guys some days off. So I'd be a huge fan. If he ends up starting and staying in the game, that's the other question. Does he stay in the game? If Acuna ends up starting and staying in the game, great. But what's the long-term effects if he's still sore? Does he go out there and hurt himself because he's favoring that elbow? So, you could always pinch hit him if you really wanted to. You could always pinch run him if you need him. But I would like to see a little more from Pilar. I'd like to get him a start. Quinn Priester's on the mound tonight, so it is a righty. And that's going to equate into they're not going to want to bench Rosario. And I get that. But maybe get Pilar some at-bats tonight. So I'll tell you what, though, that was a little scary, because when he got hit with the elbow, at first I thought he was fine because he hit the plastic part, and he seemed fine, because we've seen this before from Acuna. And they took about 3 steps towards down the first base line and kind of went down on it. Uh-oh. So whoever's designing that Iron Man pad needs to put some reinforcements in there, because they said that they got him right in the crevice, right? Well, God dog it, put a pillow in there or something. Do something. We got to bubble wrap this team and get into the playoffs, because we get a major injury like that in August. He could be out. What's the typical timetable? They'll say 6 to 8 weeks. That's like right at the finish line. That's right at the beginning of the postseason. Can't afford that. And you don't have the trade deadline anymore, and the Braves didn't do anything. So if we had a major injury, let's say Ronald Acuna Jr., let's say the x-rays were positive and not negative last night, what do you do then? You're going to be forced to play guys that you don't want in those positions. Pilar would have to go to right field, I would assume. And you'd probably have to start putting Ozuna in left field against left-handers, which honestly, everyone kills him. He can't. He's not much worse than Rosario out there. He really isn't. Rosario's got a little more speed, but Rosario lets balls fall in front of him all the time. I will say one thing for Ozuna. He hustles. I know that one that he stared at that got him benched, but in his defense, he thought it was gone, and a lot of guys do that. How many times have we seen Acuna blast one and start, celebrating right there, pumping his fists and everything? So we were disappointed at the time when Ozuna hit that deep ball, and I understood why they benched him. But the blame goes around to a lot of folks that do that. And the thing about Ozuna, if you get him, if we ever had to go to that situation, I would feel just as comfortable him in left field as Rosario, because Rosario is not a good left fielder. They tried to paint that to us. They try to blame everything. Because remember, 2021, it was, we caught him at the tail end. We rushed in the playoffs. He got hot. He had a couple of very fortunate, we look at it now, they were lucky catches in left field. We go to 2022. He has the issue with the eye, has the eye surgery, never quite himself. Okay, 2023, we really see a full season what Eddie Rosario is. And he's a very streaky batter, but he's also a very subpar fielder. So if that were to happen, I'm going to throw something out here because since we held on to him, we're not trading any of our parts. Evidently, we're holding on to our prospects like they're a stock option. They're waiting for it to take off in about 6 years. But Vaughn Grissom's tearing up AAA. He's smacking the hell out of the ball. With that being said, is there an avenue there? He's primarily played second base, but is there an avenue there to where when the rosters expand in September to get him some ABs at DH, also give Ozzie some days off too. But I'm talking about looking towards October. I'm no longer like, oh, we've got it. We can't put Ozuna in left field. He's not any worse defensively than Rosario. And he's a hell of a lot better hitter. He works the count. He doesn't just swing at stuff. And when they throw cheese at him, hard cheese, his bat catches up. Eddie Rosario tends to hit the balls hard that are slow pitches right in his wheelhouse. We talked about it the other day, but just stating that again, you look at Eddie Rosario's swing, he doesn't get a lot of fastballs, doesn't get around on a lot of fastballs unless they're just right in his wheelhouse. But typically what they're getting him out on now is the hard stuff on the outside because he's not getting the bat around. So by no means am I trying to say take Eddie Rosario out and make him a bench player and don't ever. No, I'm saying, but we're long past the platooning part. And at least they finally brought Pilar in when a lefty came in last night. And it ended up paying dividends later. And who knows what they would have done if Acuna would have been healthy and someone like Forrest Wall from the left side of the plate would have been available. The way that they don't go for the feel of the game anymore. They go all about this, all the stat sheets, and they're going to say, oh, you got to have a lefty in there. You got to have a lefty in. But Forrest Wall looks outmatched at the plate. I still love the idea of having him on the playoff roster because you're going to put him in there in a playoff series when you're going to, let's say the first series, 5 games, you're going to play 2, you're going to have a day off, et cetera, et cetera. He's literally going to be on the roster for base running. And I do think that it's very much worth having a guy on your roster that you cannot slow down. Yes, we already have Acuna, but I'm talking about in a spot, especially that big chunk of our lineup, we're on a nightly basis. We have Riley, Olsen, Darnold or Murphy, and Ozuna, who runs a little better. It's more that he hustles as opposed to him having great speed. You have that clogging up, and you're trying to make a comeback, or you're trying to tie the game, or you're trying to win the game. Let's say it's a tie game, or you're trying to get some insurance runs. It's a great ace to have in the hole to have Forrest Wall ready to rock and roll. Sam Hilliard should be back soon as well. So those are going to be some options. And it was good to see that they finally brought in Nicky Lopez and let Nicky Lopez go out there and pinch run. But when you look at the big picture for this team, it really is at this point, to me, it is absolutely, it's World Series or bust for this team. If we don't at least win the National League pennant, we're going to be very disappointed. Just is what it is. We won the World Series in 2021. We had a 100-win season last year, and we have been the best team in baseball all season long. If we don't win the pennant, we're all going to go, what the hell? And it's all going to fall on Anthopoulos, as much as we all love him, and we've all said that, he's done a great job. There was an eerie silence in Braves country at 6:01, 6:31, whatever time it finally sunk into you Eastern time on August 1st. I mean, we didn't do anything. I mean, we had a couple of relievers, but they're front of the bullpen relievers, not back end relievers slamming the door. It's all going to fall on him if this doesn't work out. If Kyle Wright doesn't come in, doesn't come back, Fried looks great so far. We hope we get a great start out of him tonight. But if Kyle Wright doesn't do his thing, and we go into the postseason with Fried, Strider, and question mark as the number 3, we don't want to hear how well it didn't have. He couldn't get healthy. Blah blah blah. We'll get him next year. You had an opportunity to go get somebody. You also had an opportunity to go get somebody that may not even been this big difference in the postseason, but it would be a cumulative effect if you could have went and gotten somebody to eat some innings now and go to what would essentially be a 6-man rotation. Because some of these guys look like they've hit in the wall, and you knew looking at your schedule, you're going to have these long road trips. We've got this one. We've got another one later on this month going into September where we go out west, a 3-city road trip that's going to be brutal. San Francisco, Colorado, which always tears up a bullpen, and then the Dodgers for 4. So you can't just sit there and it's also not in a situation either that or at least I don't believe that we're going to be cruising and you're just going to be able to rest everybody. Because you still have to look at the best record in baseball. We go out there to LA to play the Dodgers. Let's say we got a huge lead in the NL East still. We're going to want to at least split that series in LA so that the Dodgers don't get closer, because when we face off in October, if we make it to the NLCS, and this team should, very good chance we're going to be facing the Dodgers on the other side. And you want that extra game in Atlanta. It paid off in 2021. You want that extra game in Atlanta. Remember, we went out to LA in 2021 and the Dodgers ended up taking a couple of them out there. Well, what happens if there was 4 of those games were in LA, not 3? Everyone kind of forgets that our pitching staff fell apart in that series. And then we had guys like Dylan Lee, Kyle Wright come in and save the day in Atlanta, and it got us to the World Series. Charlie Morton breaks his leg. Then it turns into an absolute, we're talking about duct taping a pitching staff together, and the rest is history. Somehow Ian Anderson was much, much better in 2021 than he was in 22 or the beginning of this year. Looking at tonight's game, the Atlanta Braves are going to be taking on Priester. They're taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game for Atlanta. I think their bats are going to click. I'm seeing a high-scoring game. I almost went a little higher, but I'm gonna rein it in a little bit. I think the Braves win this thing. We'll say 9-3. Max Fried goes out there and gives us 6 very good innings, and then you might see some guys get into the game to kind of massage the bullpen a little bit to keep them available, not just for tomorrow, but then also the series in New York this weekend, where we're going to play 4 games in 3 days, and that's going to be a rough one. I know the Mets are not playing very well, but anytime you play anyone in Major League Baseball 4 times in 3 days, that is going to be a tough one. And we play Sunday Night Baseball, so even though we come back on Monday to face the Yankees, and thankfully it's a night game, they're going to get in super late into Atlanta on what will essentially be Monday morning. So when we get past next Wednesday, if we have had, I'll just say, a winning record on this road trip, I'll be thrilled. Because this could really be difficult for the Braves. You like their pitching matchups, but at some point they are human and tired does kick in. And so there you have that. All right. Going to fade out of this real quick and go into the next topic as the Sarge is on the way. We're going to be talking some Major League Baseball when he gets here. We're going to talk the American League, National League wild card, the best records and what the Braves are looking at and who's trying to hunt them down. I've got a lot of stuff going on. But before all that goes down, I did want to touch on something else.
You're in Braves country.
All right, so a couple of days ago, this came out. We really haven't had a chance. We've been so busy with the Braves and a couple of other things. But the coaches poll has come out in college football. And we'll probably talk more about this later in the week, but I felt like I need to address it. We haven't talked about it at all. And our college football show begins, September 9th? So a month from today, although it'll be on a Saturday. The college football show, Armchair Quarterback tailgating show. That's going to go Saturday mornings, and we're actually going to wrap it all the way to 2 p.m. on Saturday, most Saturdays, assuming that it doesn't conflict with Braves baseball. But we're going to get you ready for the show. Ready for the games. They kick off at noon. And then Brian Snow, who is here live at 5 on WQEE, he's going to take over, and they're going to kind of react to the games and get you ready for the next set that we all know the big games come on at 3:30. So that'll be kind of your kickoff show for that as well and reacting to the games. I'll try to pop in from time to time on those, but it's going to be tough because I'm going to be getting ready for the Braves broadcast of that day. So it'll be a balancing act, but I'm looking forward to that. We're adding a few new guys to the show, so it should be a lot of fun. But the coaches poll is out, college football, and the Georgia Bulldogs are number 1. So I don't think that shocks anybody, but the Georgia Bulldogs are number 1. 2-time defending national champions. Look, you have a problem with that, then beat them. That's all I'm saying. If you got a problem with the Georgia Bulldogs being the number 1 team in the country, then you got to go out and beat them. What's the old saying? To be the man, you got to beat the man. Ain't nobody beat the man in a couple of years. Not when it counts. So Georgia's number 1. I'll get it pulled up here in 1 second on the screen. Georgia's number 1. Number 2, I thought this was the most interesting one because of all the teams that would be number 2, and let me try to blow this up a little bit for those of y'all watching us on Braves Country HD on YouTube. So Georgia's number 1. Michigan is number 2. That surprises me because what you're saying is they've got a better chance to make the playoffs than Alabama and Ohio State. It's also saying that you believe that Michigan, and don't get me wrong, Michigan's going to be good this year. Very good. You know what they haven't been? They haven't been the hunted yet, and they're going to be the hunted this year. But Alabama will be number 3. Ohio State is number 4. LSU rounds out your top 5. You got Southern Cal 6, Penn State 7, Florida State 8. And why is that a big deal for week 1? Because number 5 LSU faces off with number 8 Florida State, and they will be in Orlando in the in the kickoff. I don't think they call it the Kickoff Classic, but I call all of these the Kickoff Classic because when I was a kid growing up, that they were all called Kickoff Classics, right? But we're gonna have Florida State LSU. That's the big game that weekend. Check out my crazy schedule that weekend. So every Labor Day weekend, we do all the guys get together. It's kind of my pre-birthday thing where all the guys get together. My birthday is actually like the week later, but I celebrate it that weekend because it works out much better. I basically do nothing on my birthday. I usually work. But it's basically, my wife's always like, well, what do you want to do for your birthday? I tell her every year. Me and the guys, we're going to get together. First weekend of the season, college football. We're going to do our fantasy football drafts on that Saturday. And we're going to watch college football. The Braves are playing the Dodgers that weekend, so it kind of works out because it's a late night game anyways. I probably wouldn't have ended up being able to do it regardless. I think 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Because the next day I got some stuff I got to get done. So it kind of works out well this year. It's really strange. On this weekend, we go out west a lot. We did it a couple of years ago because I remember us playing Colorado. But anyways, back to the rest of the story is, what was his name? Back to the rest of the story. Drawing a blank. Used to hear him every morning. Paul Harvey, that's his name. But I'm going to come off of that, and the Braves are in LA playing the Dodgers. So that Sunday afternoon, it's either 4 or 4:30. I think it's 4. They're playing the Dodgers, going to do that game. And then Florida State plays LSU at 7:30. And somehow, I don't know how I'm going to do it. Hopefully it's a quick game in LA. I've got an appearance I have to make on a radio show that's covering the Florida State LSU game because we've been on their station from time to time down in Florida. And so they know that my dad graduated from Florida State. So I follow Florida State football, et cetera, et cetera. And somehow I got to thread the needle and get the Braves Dodgers out of the way to do this interview. Hopefully it'll work out. Usually there's not rain issues out in Los Angeles. So hopefully it'll work out. And then the game will kick off at 7:30. And at halftime, I got to do something too. But I mean, that's going to be a wild, wild ride. But looking at the coaches poll, the writers poll, I think comes out in 2 weeks, I believe. Normally it's 2 weeks from now. But Georgia, Michigan, Alabama, Ohio State, LSU, Southern Cal, Penn State, Florida State, Clemson, and Tennessee. That's your top 10. No other teams of interest here in Braves country. You do have Texas at number 12. And I know Braves country is worldwide, but I'm talking about basically east of the Mississippi-ish, south of the Mason-Dixon-ish is typically Braves country. I know Texas is technically not in there, but they are. Texas, Notre Dame is number 13, by the way. And then the rest of it looks like this as far as teams of interest. North Carolina, number 20. Oklahoma Sooners, by the way, are 19. Wisconsin, Ole Miss. Ole Miss is 22, just behind the Badgers at 21. And Tulane, the Green Wave. How about that? They're number 23. Texas A&M is number 25. Texas Tech, 24. Teams that just missed, they're on the outside looking in: Florida, South Carolina, that Big Ten school, UCLA in the future, Kentucky, Arkansas. All those teams just missed getting in. So there you have that. I know some people hate the preseason polls. I think they're fantastic. I think they're a necessity because it gives you something to talk about. Because when you have 133 teams without some kind of barometer to know what the hell, who's good and who's not good, because it all works itself out in the end, right? If I'll just take a random team. If for some reason Southern Cal is extremely overrated. It'll come out in the wash. If for some reason the Florida Gators put it together and go on a run this year, you think they're not going to start clubbing people, knocking them down and jumping over them in the polls? Of course they are. So it used to be a bigger deal. People get a little more ticked off when there were only 2 teams making the playoffs. Now that there's 4, not so much. But I'll tell you this, when there's 12, literally no one's going to give a crap because they're going to say, look, it's a good barometer to know who's good and who's not good, but 12 get in. If you're not one of the 12 that get in, do we really need to waste our breath on you to begin with? All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, I believe the Sarge will be with us. He's heading into the bullpen as we speak, and Braves country. We're going to talk a little more baseball. I know that's a shocker, and probably get into some football talk as well, as the Sarge is a Gator, and we'll give him a hard time about that. And also got some news on some programming here about Alabama sports and I believe Georgia State as well. So we'll update you that on the other side of the break. See, that's how you tease something, you podcast putzes. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Hope everybody's having a good Wednesday. Here is your slate for Major League Baseball. You got one early game, Marlins and Reds. We'll keep you up to date on that as the show rolls along. 7:05 Eastern, your Atlanta Braves. Game number 3 of a 4-game series in Pittsburgh. Max Fried versus Quinn Priester. Max Fried comes in with 3-1 with a 1.69 ERA. Second start after the injury. Priester 2-1 with an 8.69. We'll get you ready here on the pregame show on Braves Country today, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE. Make sure to like and subscribe our YouTube channel, Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play of your Atlanta Braves all season long. Look for Braves Country HD on YouTube, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. 6:40 Eastern, Cardinals are at the Rays, Hudson versus Beeks. Phillies host the Nationals. They split the doubleheader yesterday. It'll be Michael Lorenzen, second start after coming over in the trade from Detroit. He'll go head-to-head versus Mackenzie Gore. Astros and Orioles back at it. Christian Javier versus Jack Flaherty. Flaherty acquired in the trade from St. Louis. O's trying to bounce back after giving up a grand slam last night in the comeback win for the Stros. Red Sox host the Royals, Pavetta versus Lyles. Cubs and Mets, 7:10 Eastern. Peterson versus Hendricks. Dodgers at the D-backs at 9:40. Miller versus Kelly. While the Giants and Angels, Ohtani Day in Los Angeles versus a bullpen game. Walker will open. Padres and Mariners finish it off. Yu Darvish on the mound for the Friars. Former Las Vegas wide receiver Henry Ruggs was sentenced Wednesday to 3 to 10 years in prison for a November 21st drunken driving crash that killed a Las Vegas woman and her dog. Ruggs could be eligible for parole in 3 years. Josh Hart is finalizing a 4-year, $81 million contract extension with the New York Knicks. The sides are working on the final details. Once fully complete, Hart will continue his participation with Team USA on its way to the FIBA World Cup. And Ohio State Athletic Director Gene Smith is retiring at the end of the 2023-2024 academic year. He announced on Wednesday morning. Smith, who led the Buckeyes athletic department since March of 2005, will step down effective June 30th, 2024. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com/Braves Country.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall, talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, does any of y'all know when the employee Christmas party is for the self-checkout at Walmart?
Welcome back. WQEE will be carrying Alabama sports, and yesterday we got it confirmed Georgia State Panthers. We'll be carrying that as well. We'll know a little more about all the details closer to September when we get to September, but you got that to look forward to. And also we are going to be carrying Thursday night and Monday night football here on Braves Country. Starting in November after baseball season, because we are going to do the NLCS and the World Series no matter who makes it. And welcoming on to the show is Sergeant Teamus Wooten, the U.S. Army, who hopes he will be in the ALCS with his Boston Red Stockings. How are you, sir?
Oh, what a difference a week makes, huh? I was better last week than I am this, with the Sox just dropping the ball left and right. We got people can't show up at the ballpark on time. We're losing to the Royals. Get swept by the Blue Jays. We're in last place again. I don't know if I mentioned that yet. Good times. Good times.
Well, we're not going to feel too sorry for you because we lost 3 games in a row to the Cubs and the Pirates. So, I mean, it's called baseball, man. Like, you know, you go through ebbs and flows. To give you some good news, have you seen the coaches poll in college football?
I have not.
We were just going over it last. The Sarge is a Gator fan. You'll be happy to know Georgia is number 1. Sure. Florida State is number 8 in the country, and see if we can find Florida. See if
I highly doubt you're going to see them in the top 20.
So right here where I don't know if you can zoom into that and see that other receiving votes, they are just behind Iowa and South Carolina. So they're 28th in the country. So, good times to be a Gator fan.
Yeah, that's about right, though. Honestly, I mean, we don't belong in the top. We're not that.
I'm going to take a page out of Jerry Seinfeld's book and say that's a shame. That's a shame.
It is, but that's about right.
That's a shame.
We can't get a quarterback, and so I mean,
I know you're not as in tune with your Gators as you are the Red Sox, but the quarterback that Florida got, who transferred in from Wisconsin, the nicest thing I could say about him is I believe he has graduated. I think he's got a degree.
Well, he'll
need it because he's not heading to the NFL. I'll just go ahead and throw that out there.
No, and that other child porn guy we had, that Kitna guy.
Oh, by the way, somehow that got kicked.
Yeah.
I don't know how he got out of it other than the fact that his dad was Kitna and probably had some really good lawyers.
Yep.
Because when they came out with those charges, man, it sounded like they had him dead to rights, and somehow he's getting out of it and is going to get a slap on the wrist. And I'm like, I know kids make mistakes. Whatever the hell he was doing seems beyond creepy, right?
Yeah, it's child porn, man.
I don't know exactly what his role in it was, because there's certain things I just won't read into because I don't want to know anything about it, right? I won't bury my head in the sand about that. By the way, have you seen what is it called? Sound of Freedom.
I have not.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Excellent movie. It's a little difficult to watch.
Yeah,
it's also difficult to find because they've shadow banned it out of theaters because the big studios don't want you watching that movie because that movie was not made by them because they declined that movie for years. Why? You can draw your own conclusions, but we had to go see it. Basically, we had to go see it at one of the dumpiest theaters around here. It was still a really good movie, and I would say it's worth going to the theater for because I don't know who's going to pick it up streaming. I think it's going to be difficult to find it streaming, right? But the other thing is, it's a movie that you don't want distractions in. You don't want your phone buzzing. You don't want checking a score for the game. Like, this is a movie you want to be just all locked into. So,
yeah. If I watch it, I'll be honest with you. I got 2 teenage kids, man.
Then you absolutely need to watch it. You should have already seen it.
I saw Oppenheimer.
That's fine, but you need to see. I'm telling you, Sound of Freedom. Don't bury your head in the sand on that one. That is a very good movie, and folks need to see it. Anywho, back to the rest of the story. Gators suck. Red Sox suck. What do you want to talk about?
I got nothing.
The Dolphins might be okay.
I don't know what to say about the Sox. Honestly, I mean, we did nothing at the trade deadline. We discussed that, and it kind of feels like the wheels just come off in the clubhouse. Story's back. He went 0 for 4.
What do you expect him to do, right? I mean, how long has he been out? Like a year almost?
No, he got well, I don't know.
Because he hasn't played at all this year.
Yeah, so it's hugging. Yeah, he's like Yeah, it's almost about 8 months now. 8-9 months.
Yeah, so I mean, look, it's great if he comes out hot, but honestly, I would expect him to be probably take him 7 to 10 games to really get in the thick of it. Now, looking at the AL wild card, I'll go ahead and pull this down and get back to the MLB. But looking at by the way, score update in the Miami game, it should be over. It is. Miami came back and beat Cincinnati 5-4. So you don't like that, but they are 11 games back in the win column from the Atlanta Braves. Looking at the actual standings for Major League Baseball and the wild card standings. I mean, look, I get that they're going through a rough stretch, but all in all, you're still right in it. And there's a lot of baseball left to play. You're 5 games out of the wild card?
Yeah.
You know what's kind of funny? Is that, folks, about a week ago, when the trade deadline was happening, everybody had put a fork in Seattle. And lo and behold, they've won 8 of their last 10 and are 2 out of the wild card. How wild is that?
Well, the Sox have won 2 of their last 10, so we got that going for us. And that play the other day, we lose the game to the Blue Jays on that ridiculous base running error.
Yeah, I was watching that, and I couldn't wait to talk to you about this. What the heck was that kid doing? What was his name? Schneider or something like that?
Okay. And it may have been Cora just protecting his guy. But he's like, yeah, we all thought it was on. But Euclid was in the booth.
When he swung, by the way, real quick update. Give me 1 second here. The Braves lineup is out, and it appears that Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to be in the lineup tonight. Doesn't mean he stays in there, but he is going to be in there. I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. Ronald Acuna Jr. should not be playing tonight. They should give him the damn day off, give him some rest, and get him ready for the weekend. We play 4 games and 3 games on the weekend, but that's snitty ball for you. So there you have that. Back to your story. He can sit there and say we all thought the ball was going out. Doesn't matter if you think the ball's going out, then you don't have to run from second. You'll be able to crawl home if you want to.
Well, that's what Uke said. He was like, look, you're already in scoring position. Just wait. He's like, you just take, 4 or 5 steps. Second, third. If it hits off the wall, you can crawl home.
He didn't. Okay, here's the other thing. It's not like he was busting it to the plate. He was Cadillacing.
Well, he threw his arm up.
He was Cadillacing. So it's not like he was getting I could even almost let him off with he was hustling. If he was gunning it and saying, I need to get going because when that ball comes off the wall, they could get me if I'm just goofing off. No, he was Cadillacing. And by the way, third base coach, what's his name?
I can't call it right off the top.
That's as much on him as it is on Schneider. That's as much on him.
Yeah, and Cora said, "Look, we all dropped the ball here," and I don't understand where is your head
It was up his rear end.
I mean, we scored a run, hit within 1. You make the comeback. I mean, and that's the second game of 3. We could have, if we had taken that game.
By the way, your third base coach is Carlos Feebles. Y'all obviously don't have the same rapport with our coaches as we do because everybody knows who our third base coach is because we're just constantly going, "What are you doing?" But Carlos Feebles. It's probably pronounced faiblesse, but consider how feeble-minded he was to not stop the runner. I mean, you got to trip him going around third. Whoops, daisy! Now get your butt back into the freak. For people who didn't see it, there was 2 outs, 9th inning.
Oh, one out.
No, I'm sorry, 1 out. 9th inning, Red Sox trailed by 2 is what I meant to say. The ball was hit high and pretty deep in Fenway. The runner, Schneider, on second, starts Cadillacing with his hand in the air because he thinks the ball's gone. They've got something called the Green Monster out there. Evidently, this was his first game ever in Major League Baseball and his first game ever in Boston, because even if that ball goes another 5 or 10, 20 feet, 30 feet, it's going to smack up against that wall, right? But he thinks that he can just Cadillac at home because that ball's gone. It is not gone. It gets caught, and he is about halfway from third to home when the ball gets caught. Egg on his face. They throw it back in. Doubled off. Loses the game. And I don't care what they say. Oh, it was all team effort. No. Schneider and Carlos feeble-minded loses the game. And they end up getting swept at home by the Toronto Blue Jays, who had not won back-to-back games in the AL East against AL East opponents since like May 3rd or May 4th.
We were 7-1 against them until they came to town. We were 7-0 until they came to town this time. Now we're 7-3. It was.
Yeah, so
it's been a rough week. And then Verdugo, he gets benched, and you talk about egg on your face. The way they handled this was, I don't know. I mean, the wheels have just come off, man. If we've got a GM who couldn't find his elbow with a compass, and our manager, and I love Cora. I'm a big Cora fan, but Cora is a.
I get that he was that he was shielding his player. I get that part of it, right?
Yeah.
I still say something ain't right there. Like, I'm not saying you got to rake him over the coals, but you can't tell the Boston sports fan that you can't give him some phony excuse. You have to kind of more own it, as opposed to saying, well, we thought the ball was going out. We all did. No. You have to say something to the effect of, you got to stay there. You probably need to be ready to tag up. If the ball goes off the wall, you're probably going to have enough time to come around and score. But you can't get doubled off. Who was it that was in the studio that day? Oh, it was Dontrell Willis and the guy that played for the Cardinals and the Cubs, outfielder. His name's escaping me. But basically what they said, and it was right on point, said, you can't get thrown out there. You can't end the game there. This is a divisional game. It's going to be you might lose the wild card by 1 game, and you can always point to that one.
Yeah, they're not wrong. One, that's a little league mistake. These are professional baseball.
Little league, Schneider, and I'm going to go and throw him in there. I'm going to go and say it. Or it looks like something Orlando Arcia would do. I've seen him do some stupid things. But yes, all in all, that's something we should be seeing on ESPN today at 11 a.m. when you're watching the Little League playoffs. Remember when they used to do the Little League World Series, and you just saw the World Series?
Yeah.
And now they're like doing the prelims. Their ESPN is like all in on this Little League World Series because they figure that people are going to watch it. It's brutal. Like, every time I go to flip over there, I'm like, we've got another, like, these aren't even the regionals. I mean, the next thing you know, they're going to be showing the the minor league system to get there. Well, here in T-ball, ESPN has absolutely given up. They've absolutely given up. Well, we're not drawing any viewers with our NBA 24/7 NBA talk show, so we might as well go ahead and put Little League Baseball on 24/7.
And later this evening, we have cornhole. And
yeah. The other day, there was literally, you hit the nail on the head. The other day, there literally was cornhole in the morning, and in the afternoon, it was Little League World Series. And at night, it was some I don't know what it was. I want to say it was UFC, but I think it was minor leagues of it.
Yeah. During the pandemic, okay, that they get a pass. But the pandemic's over. What are we doing?
We watched during the pandemic, we watched them play horse on ESPN. That's how starved we were for sports. And I remember even watching it going, I feel like I'm going to regret wasting this time, even though that's all you had was time.
Yeah.
We watched them play horse off of an iPhone, a shaky one at that. Wasn't even like you had a real camera crew out there and you're actually getting good angles. There were some of them that they would flip to, and like the guy handed the phone to his kid, and the kid's like shaking it, and next thing you know, he's holding the ball and holding the phone, trying to. I'm like, what are we watching?
They're vomiting because they're motion sickness.
But yeah, I don't care how Cora tries to spin that. That could lose you. Look, if nothing else, it kills some momentum. It's like you said, they were 7-1 going in. So it would have tied the series up, and you don't know how Sunday would have played out.
It probably wouldn't have been 13-1.
Right. What's the deal with Chris Sale? Anything?
They're saying he's likely back Friday.
Like back or?
They said, yeah, Story's back Tuesday, Sale likely Friday.
Okay, so he's expected to be in a Boston Red Sox uniform, not like Paul Tuckett or something, right?
Correct. I just don't know. I mean, what do you expect from him? And then with the way the season's going, we got to play him because, we're still within 5, but we're not making the playoffs. So
Well, what's the other option? Don't play him?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea what they're doing anymore. I'm listening to all these Boston podcasts, sports pod guys and everything that used to work for Nesson or still do or whatever. And they don't know what's happening. They're like, we have never experienced this before. At least before we knew going into the season, okay, this is who the Sox are. This is what we expect. We were one.
You've got him under contract for one more year.
He's gonna get they're saying all over Boston, all the analysts and everything, they're like, yeah, all we're here that Bloom is getting an extension. And if he gets an extension, Cora is out. Bloom didn't want Cora.
Okay.
Ownership.
Well, good for Cora, I guess.
No. What's good for him, but it's bad for us.
But I'm talking about Chris Sale. Sale.
I'm sorry. I thought you said. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's got one more.
And then he's got a club option in 25, which I don't think they'll pick up unless he's just outstanding. If he's outstanding next year, the club option is $20 million. He would have to be outstanding for it to look like, well,
yeah,
we could do worse. But he's also going to be 36 years old in 2025, so he's going to have to be outstanding in 24 at the age of 35 for you to go, all right, we'll go one more year with you.
Right, and he has to stay healthy, which...
Right, that's what... Well, that kind of goes with being outstanding.
Yeah, and another team...
I'm not talking about Jacob deGrom outstanding, where we know you're good, but you never play. I'm talking about outstanding where like you're actually participating in this thing we call baseball.
Right. And it's not like other teams are going to jump on that $20 million. Be like, oh, we get Chris Sale for $20 million if he goes out and he's mediocre or okay. You know, he needs to go out and be like White Sox Chris Sale, you know, for the next.
Well, even when 2018, he definitely was one of the reasons why you won the.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 2018,
I think Chris Sale, if he really wants to pitch long term, I think what he really needs to think about and think about it pretty seriously is going into the bullpen.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he would be a nasty closer, man. A lefty coming out with that weird hitch in his get. It's funny. 2015, 2016, 7-8 years ago, I remember there was a guy in one of my fantasy leagues, and it was one of these keeper deals, right? So when you draft a guy, you're going to keep him. And after our draft, I said, man, I'm a little surprised that you passed on Chris Sale because this is at the height of his. He said, man, I don't like his delivery. He goes, his delivery just looks like a Tommy John waiting to happen. And I was like, yeah, but you can't go off of that. And then a couple of years later, it's been one after another injury. But if he was a reliever, I think he'd be less likely to get those long-term injuries.
Yeah, because the stress would be so much less. And I'm with you. I think knowing we have the lead going into the 9th and that lanky Polk County redneck comes running out there and you know he's a freaking head case. And if his velo is up to where it has been, I would not want to. I mean, I'd be like, I'd feel pretty good about my chances.
And it's not like he's ever been this pitcher that righties dominated and he could only get lefties. Like you could put him as a closer. He's not a lefty specialist.
No.
If I'm Sale and I know the money's more if you're a starter usually, but I feel like that you could go year to year. By that time, we'll say 2 years from now, you could go year to year as a closer in this game from age 36 to he can probably go out there till about 39. So four more years and probably command somewhere between 15 to 20 a year. Whereas if he goes in as a starter, now I'm talking about starting next year, he needs to be the closer because you got to build that resume.
Yeah.
But if he goes in as a starter, people are going to go, yeah, we'll give you a 2-year deal, probably 12 a year. And he's going, well, I want more. Well, you can't give you more. You're old and you're hurt all the time.
Yeah. I mean, and it's been done, you know. I mean, look how awesome Glavine was.
Yeah.
Smoltz. I'm sorry. It was Smoltz. Sorry. But yeah, Smoltz switched from pitcher to, starter to.
Glavine was awesome too, man. So was Greg Maddux.
They were pretty good. That Maddux guy, he was pretty good. But yeah, it's not unheard of. Would Sale's ego allow him to do it? And it's not like, I'm not overly impressed with Jansen right now. It's not like we.
No, man, he's going to constantly keep you updated on your Tums.
Yeah.
Like he'll get a lot of saves, but he'll also have a lot of ducks on the pond during it.
Yeah, he doesn't make it easy. And
it's because it really comes down to, so he idolized Rivera. So he lives on that cutter, but only Rivera had that cutter that ate up right-handers and left-handers. The thing about Jansen's, and I saw this a lot when he was in Atlanta, he gets a lot of like essentially broken bat singles, right? Where you're like, God dog it. But they're always being placed right in front of the right fielder or left fielder. And then he'll lose control. He'll walk a guy. He'll either have a clean inning, but then the other three will be, there's ducks all over the pond and he's going to blow at least one of them. It's just, it's maddening.
And would we have him for another season as well? But make him a setup guy or something. I don't know. I miss the days where it was like, we knew who our Polk, Applebaum, Koji.
Well, that's before you started clipping coupons. Welcome to what we call Braveland.
Yeah. And you know what?
We had the best record in Major League Baseball at the trade deadline. And what do we bring in? Brad Hand?
Well, I can tell you right now, every Red Sox analyst that I've listened to are all saying the same thing. We need to start patterning ourselves after the Atlanta Braves. That is the way to run a ball club. And they were talking about how there was more Braves fans at Fenway than Red Sox fans when the Braves were in town. And
I'd agree with that.
That franchise is,
I don't know if I'd say more, but it was 50-50-ish.
Yeah, they're like, that's the franchise to model yourself after. They talk about it 2-3 times a week.
See, and the thing is, and one thing that you have to give the Red Sox a break in on that is this. You're a Red Sox fan living in Boston, you can go see them any day you want. If you're a Braves fan who, for whatever reason, you live in Boston, you only got those 2 games to go see them. And with the Braves starting in Boston, because I talked to a lot of Braves fans that were from the area, and I asked them, I said, well, why Braves? And I expected more of them to tell me it was because of TBS and you could see it anywhere, right? But most of them were like, well, because my grandfather was a Braves fan back when they were in Boston. So my dad was a Braves fan, so, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's still a big Braves country is in Boston. I'll just put it that way. I was surprised how many Boston Braves, not a lot of people you meet that watch the Boston Braves, but they're fans because they were the Boston Braves.
Yeah.
And a lot of them pull for both, but they're like, today I'm pulling for the Braves because I wanted to wear my Brave stuff, et cetera, right?
Right. And a lot of the seats that are sold there, Fenway is a novelty. And so, it's a landmark. People come in. They were trying to figure out how many actual people from Boston were going to Fenway this year. And they're like, at least 30%, probably a little more, is out-of-towners coming in. And they're like, if they stop going to games, then maybe, John Henry would be like, hey, I'm not making any money now. Let's kick High and Bloom out and start building our team back up again. But Fenway's going to sell tickets. So here where the money comes from, it's just as green and, but there was there's several games this year. The Giants, Cubs, Braves, that you hear louder responses in Fenway than, when has that ever happened?
Well, but Giants, New York Giants, right?
The Rangers, though, Texas outweighed the Red Sox at Fenway. The Texas Rangers, when has this ever happened?
Okay, that one I'll give you. But once again, don't you think it's because Boston is a tourist area and they're all coming in to see Boston and they want to see the Rangers while they're in Boston?
Sure. But before, it wasn't even an option because Sox fans were coming in droves when we had something to watch.
Right.
That didn't leave us.
That's where bandwagons work. Right now, it's very, very difficult to get a ticket for your Atlanta Braves, right? But I can tell you this, it wasn't too damn difficult in the 80s. They were playing the launching pad, and they were giving the damn tickets away. We got to take a quick break. We're way past 4:20, so you probably smoked them, but smoke them if you got them. We'll be back in a flash to wrap this puppy up. Going to talk about some of the games tonight, and We'll talk about where the Florida Gators and Miami Hurricanes are not in the coaches poll. Huh? We'll be back in a flash.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. Well, thank God. Going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey Antones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Armchair.
Welcome back. Said Lionel Messi's MLS debut is supposed to be his rain. All right, I understand why you can't play baseball in the rain, but soccer? I feel like my entire 20s was me playing some version of soccer in the rain. like sliding from bar to bar, right? Really? You can't play soccer in the rain? Come on.
Probably more action watching you slide from bar to bar than there is in soccer. It's just men exercising to me, but whatever. People love it.
That clip I was playing as we came back from the break. Are you familiar with this Kevin Brown thing with the Baltimore Orioles?
No.
So that was a clip last night from the Baltimore Oriole fan base that have been chanting free Kevin Brown last night because in a series, and I still contend there's something else behind the scenes, they're using it as an excuse to suspend a guy. In a series versus the Tampa Bay Rays in about 2 weeks ago, it was, I want to say July 25th-ish, give or take. He came onto the Gamecast and laid out that the Tampa Bay Rays had dominated the Baltimore Orioles in recent years in Tropicana Field. And they came out yesterday or the day before, whenever it was the last couple of days, and said he was suspended for. Now they're saying, thing is, it's awful announcing that reported that that's why. Baltimore just says for actions. Awful announcing saying that's what it is. Problem with awful announcing, and that I've tried to explain to people, awful announcing has awful reporting. So you got to take it with a grain of salt on whether it's true or not. But if it's true, when he came in onto the show to say, hey, welcome to Baltimore Orioles baseball and all that kind of stuff, right? There was a graphic showing how many games they had lost, how many series they had lost since 2017 or 18 in Tropicana Field. And he was laying out how they had lost all these games. And they had a chance to win the series. Because I believe it was a 3-game series, and this was the second game, and they had won the first game.
Yeah,
That's what I said. There was nothing, what a terrible organization. Nothing like that.
Yeah, he didn't make racial slurs or something. He
just stated facts.
He said he read it, and yeah, I did read that article because I was like, I mean, I know of Kevin Brown, and I was like, that guy, they're suspending him. I was like, that's weird. And so I went and
By the way, I've heard him because he also does some, I believe it's college baseball for ESPN. I know I've seen him on ESPN. I've catch a couple of games before. Me being a play-by-play guy, I'm always kind of like paying attention. He's very good. I like him.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? If I'm him, I use this as an opportunity to give the big middle finger to the Orioles and go elsewhere. Because it's not the Orioles brass, it was the owners. Evidently, Angelos and his son are mental patients. And according to them, that's why.
That can't be. For stating a fact, like a legitimate fact that you can look up on your phone, he didn't talk about ownership. I mean, it's one thing you go out there and you start, like, Papelbon's about to be fired from Nesson. Have you heard that lunatic? Oh my God.
Papelbon works for Nesson?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Not for much longer. He may not.
I still have my Papelbon jersey, right? Jersey.
I know.
And I waited till waited for me to find the one when he played for the Red Sox, because I didn't want one when he was playing with the Nationals but I got it for when he played with the Nationals. I didn't want a National shirt, but I wanted Papelbon for when he choked out Bryce Harper in the dugout.
He is just at every turn. I mean, you could be talking about there was a fire like down the road from Fenway. So they saw a little bit of smoke on the top of Fenway, like far out. And Papelbon just stops talking. And, hey, just so everybody knows, Fenway's not on fire, but we did nothing at the trade deadline. Chaim Bloom's not on fire, though. He should be. Okay, you can't do that. But this guy, all he did was read a fact. And he didn't cut.
Papelbon actually said that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, YouTube it. It's
they had do it, Nesson.
Who was sitting there
is he like the studio host, or is he, what does he do? Or is he at the game or what?
Game. He does like pregame and postgame now.
Okay.
And
he's essentially the studio type host.
I think Jim Rice, if I'm not mistaken, was there. He's wanting to swallow his tongue. And then I can't remember, there's some other person in the middle. And finally they're like, okay, Pap, let's move on. At every turn. Hey, did we do anything at the trade deadline? I mean, he just keeps, we did nothing. We did nothing at trade deadline. Yeah. We're going to commercial now. Yeah.
It sounds like to me that he's the one burning it down.
I mean, YouTube, you're gonna love it because the guy's he's a mental head case. We all knew that. Why they put him on a platform with a microphone?
I mean, it sounds like he's entertaining.
Oh yeah,
I might actually check him out.
But so are figure eights at the races, but it doesn't go so well for the drivers. I mean, it's okay. I understand that.
Because I'll be honest with you, when I found out that Dennis Eckersley was out of the Red Sox, I quit listening to their broadcast. If it's a national game now, I watch the national broadcast, and if it's a local, if it's not a national broadcast, it really depends. But a lot of times I'll listen to their opponent, because without Dennis Eckersley, it's kind of a dull broadcast.
OB is good, but Uke's in there now, and Uke's learning. Is he? I
honestly don't know who I've caught. I just know I'm like,
yeah. Is he Remy? Of course not. But Remy wasn't Remy when he first started out 30-something years ago before he passed. It took Remy a while to get. He was just.
I just feel like you either got it or you don't, and they don't have. It's just like I've talked about with the Braves television broadcast. Not the biggest fan. It's not terrible. It's fine, but it really lets you know what we had with Chip Carey, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, I used to tell people all the time, I was like, man, be careful what you wish for. I mean,
Well,
it's kind of a good thing for us because a lot of people have been tuning in this year because they're sick of what the current television broadcast is, and they just sync us up. But all in all, I mean, it's okay.
You got to give Uke a little bit of slack. One, because he's going in, he's following Remy and Remy was in there, 30 years, and beloved. And so, yeah, he's going to get compared to Remy, but he's not. And it's not fair to do that.
No, well, maybe I'm a little more in tune with it, but I feel like you listen to a guy, you're either entertained or you're not entertained.
Yeah.
And that goes with everything. It goes for like a podcast or a YouTube channel. If I tune in to a guy and he just feels like he's droning on and reading stuff off, he doesn't have to be animated. Not everybody's got to be freaking like Stephen A. Smith, right?
Right. Thank
But
God.
You can't lull me to sleep either. And you can't be monotoned, and you can't, not everybody can do this, and there's a reason for that. But the point is, why the hell are we'll just say, why are the Red Sox hiring the guy, right? So I think your play-by-play TV guy's okay.
Oh, Brian?
He's solid. I don't have a problem with him.
Yeah.
It's like whenever I tune in, their color guys always seem to be kind of duds.
Well, they were trying different ones and everything. You got the steady one now, and I like him. I always liked Uke anyway. But I would think for people who aren't Red Sox fans, if you don't like him before he goes in the booth, he's probably not going to win you over. You know what I'm saying? I just like him because he's Uke, and he tells great stories. He's funny, but not every game, if that makes sense.
By the way, Russell's talking about how he'd like to have Shohei Ohtani added to the Braves, but not at that price. There's no shot in hell. We have zero chance. And you can't compare Ken Griffey almost coming to the Braves, which he never really did, but it is a little closer than what you're going to get with Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani is going to be a Los Angeles Dodgers. Deal with it. I mean, it just is what it is. You're going to waste a lot of energy caring about where Shohei Ohtani goes because first of all, he's not going to go to the dumpster fire that is the Mets now. He's not going to the National League East. I'll put it that way. He's not going to be a Met. He's not going to be a Brave. Philly's way over upside down in with the Trey Turner and Bryce Harper deals. And he wants to stay on the left coast. The only team on the East Coast that I will give a sliver of a chance of signing him. But their recent transactions tell me they're not going to sign a big name is the Boston Red Sox.
Right.
Because he's not going to go to New York and deal with the crazy press there with the Yankees. The Mets are in a full-blown rebuild, and the Mets never had a chance anyways. He's going to be a Dodger.
Orioles can't pay that kind of money.
And if you want to live in Baltimore, that's why Kevin Brown needs to get out of there. They need to – everybody needs to realize he's going to be on the left coast, unfortunately probably in the National League, but I guess that's cool because we'll get to see him more. He's going to be a Dodger. He's going to be a Giant. Seattle's got a small chance of signing him. And the only reason why Seattle is because it's very close to Japan. So, but it's not that much further away where you're like, oh yeah, let's go suck for the next.
And if you're making $500 million, plane tickets aren't really something.
No, it's not that. It's more the fact of the comfort of home. He wants to. I'm telling you, there's not much of a chance of him going to the East Coast. But what I saw in Boston, and the Asian population in Boston, and they were all in on Ohtani. They were watching his games at the casino, and everybody was ignoring the Yankee and the Red Sox games.
Yeah, there's a big Asian thing. I mean,
that tells me they have a slight chance, but it's going to be a West Coast team.
Yeah, it's going to be a National League blue colored. It's the Dodgers.
Yeah, Dodgers, maybe Giants, because the Giants have fallen short, so they'll try to push the envelope back. But if he wants to look, the Dodgers didn't sign anybody in the offseason. And that's not by accident. They did the math and go, well, we went and we signed Freddie. We signed Mookie. We got some big contracts. The Dodgers can usually add one more big contract a year. You know what? We're going to skip this year, and we're going to basically make it 2 contracts when we sign Shohei Ohtani. You're going to give him $700 million or more for 10 years or more, and that'll be it. We'll have to deal with it, and it sucks, but we're going to have to deal with it.
It would be nice not to have him in the AL. I mean,
what would be great about it is, what if they just start calling it the Shohei Ohtani effect? Yes, you have this great player, this unicorn, but you can't afford to do anything else. So he hamstrings you, and you're going to be all Michael Trout about it, where you never make the playoffs, but you win MVPs.
Well, that's not really the case in the Dodgers franchise, though, because, I mean, look, they still have Mookie. They still have, I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
I know, but those guys are getting older, and
Mookie's still number 2 or 3.
Well, what are they going to be able to put towards their pitching? If you've got Shohei and you've got Freddie and Mookie, that's what, $1 billion in 3 guys? Over $1 billion. It'll be over $1 billion.
It's pretty close if it's not. Yeah.
It'll be over because Mookie signed a deal of over 300. Shohei's getting 700 plus. I've been saying 750 for the longest time, but let's just say he falls short. Those two will have $1 billion. And then Freddie, making his chump change, will be out there taking it over 1.1, 1.2 billion. 3 guys. What happens on the day when the 3 of them collide?
The owners of the Dodgers ramen noodles taste like.
It's a pop-up can of corn in the infield, in between first base, second base, and the pitcher mound. The 3 of them just collide, tear their ACLs. It's over.
Oh.
And then you're going to go full-blown Major League. When I say Major League, I'm talking about the Cleveland Indian movie. Early 90s. Oh, my God, what are we going to do?
They're gonna sign Roger Dorn. And
what would be even more phenomenal is if they sign him, and because they sign him, they start playing like half their games in Japan, which would take a huge hit on their team. The travel would just drain everybody. I'm all on board for the Los Angeles Dodgers to become the new Los Angeles Angels in every stretch of the imagination.
I bet you are. I mean,
because you're not going to sign anybody else.
Nobody.
There's a point where they're like, dude, we can't have everybody.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I don't think they think that at all. I think they say we want everybody.
They haven't had the largest payroll in a few years. So there's going to come a point when you're paying Shohei, Freddie, Mookie.
Then you will.
Not to mention you got other guys that are going to be coming up. They're eventually got to pay this Walker Buehler guy. I mean, that's a lot of money that's going to keep putting in the kitty. But there's a reason why they didn't go in on the Justin Verlander free agency this past offseason. Everyone's like, oh, Justin's just going to go to the Dodgers because his wife's an actress and blah, 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 blah. They didn't even kick the tires. Like, no, we good. Every mate, Dansby Swanson, they said, oh, he could be a Dodger. No. We're going to make a trade for some.
They're pulling right now. It's all for money. I mean, somebody you don't even have to be a baseball fan.
They're literally pushing their chips in on Shohei Ohtani, and it's not just to win, it's financial. Because he becomes a Dodger, everybody out there is going to want a brand new jersey that says Shohei Ohtani on it.
The merchandise alone is going to pay for a chunk of that guy's contract.
Exactly.
Yeah. Plus, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's gonna put butts in the seats, man. People want to see that guy.
Well, they have literally put us in hell if you're tuning into ESPN or ESPN2 today. So I don't even know what this is, but it's some kind of, okay. So we were laughing earlier about how his kids World Series preliminaries all over the place. That's still going on the mothership. On the Deuce, it's some kind of minor league softball from Greensville, South Carolina, where they have like a Team Romero and Team Davidson, and in parentheses that'll let you know what color jerseys they are. That's how nobody knows. Wow.
Is it a church league or something?
Georgia Tech fans, I'll tell you right now, you've got the best thing on the ESPN family right now. Georgia Tech white and gold spring game. I believe it's Georgia Tech Day on the ACC network. Of all the channels, I'm tuning into that. Wow. You talking about giving up. You're putting minor league softball on one channel and kids baseball on the other channel. What's next? Pickleball? What's your walk-off? We got a jam.
My walk-off is, please don't lose the series to the Royals. Please, guys, give us something. A glimmer of hope. We're dying out here.
My walk-off 7:05 first pitch. Max Fried, let's get it. See y'all in a couple of hours. We'll keep the feet up. Sarge, we'll see you next week. We're back tomorrow. Should be pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, depending on weather. Y'all have a good day.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey Antones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, no.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh.
Braves country.
Come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey, Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? You're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, Braves Country, let's get it. Atlanta Braves, we're looking for a winning streak, right? Come on, let's get a winning streak. We will be looking at the lineups here in a minute, but by the way, real quick update. Give me 1 second here. The Braves lineup is out, and it appears that Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to be in the lineup tonight. Doesn't mean he stays in there, but he is going to be in there. I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. Ronald Acuna Jr. should not be playing tonight. They should give him the damn day off, give him some rest, and get him ready for the weekend. We play 4 games and 3 games on the weekend, but that's snitty ball for you. let's go ahead and get into last night. Last night, the Atlanta Braves win the game in a just heart-stopping fashion. If you missed the game last night, what a game you missed. The Braves go out there last night, and immediately we fall behind after getting the solo shot by Ronald Acuna Jr. More on him in a moment with the injury. Ronald Acuna Jr., if you missed that, he was hit by a pitch. He was hit in the elbow. X-rays came back negative, but he did come out of the game. So there you have that. And last night, the Braves go into this game. We've got Yanni Chirinos, or Cheerios as he's affectionately being called. And we know that it's going to be a high-scoring game if we're going to win one, right? And thankfully, they did get to Mitch Keller. Now, all in all, Mitch Keller pitched okay, 5 runs, 3 earned. 5 innings, 3 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, gave up the 1 home run. But all in all, was pretty good. What the Braves did is they got to the bullpen. They got 2 off Baruki, which was a big deal. And then they got the 3 off of Bednar, who's been one of the better closers in baseball this year. They got 3 earned runs off of him. So also tallying up, 3 hits? He did strike out 1. We gave the game ball to Orlando Arcia, who went 3 for 5, had the home run, had the 3 RBIs, had the game-winning RBIs. But I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for all that, the guy that really came up big for the Braves last night, that you're kind of, you almost want to give it to him because he plays so little. Here is Kevin Pillar last night right after the game, as he got the game-tying RBI. And then, of course, what led next was Orlando Arcia's double that cleared the bases. But here's Kevin Pillar talking about the game.
I mean, it was a tough decision. I was going to sit fastball or curveball, went with my strength, and just try to be confident. I mean, this game's so much about confidence. Things haven't been going well for me. It's been a big adjustment for me, not getting consistent at bats. Baseball is so much about timing. Never make excuses. I want to be up in those situations. I walked up with a lot of confidence, and I was just very happy I came through.
That was a big moment for you?
Yeah, it was a big moment. This game's tough. It's extremely tough when you don't get opportunities to play every day. Like I said, baseball is so much about timing. I never make excuses for myself. I try to stay ready for these situations. Yeah, I mean, the first 2 at-bats weren't great. I feel like, I don't know. I'm just happy. Guys believe in me, and it makes me feel good.
Well, you come through in that moment and allows Orlando Arcia then to step up and do what he did. What did you think of that at-bat?
He's been doing it all year. That's why he was starting shortstop for the National League. That guy's been through a lot too. Never made excuses for himself. Was in a similar position that I was in right now. Continued to work, made the best of his opportunity. So happy for him.
3-game skid, but to bounce back like this, how big is it?
It's huge. Going back to confidence. Baseball is so much about confidence. It's why we play the game. On paper, we're a better team than them, but they come out and play hard. I know the manager over there. He gets these guys going every day. They got a lot of young guys, trying to prove themselves in the league. Those are dangerous teams to play. They don't care who they're playing. And we know we're the alpha in the National League. Everyone's going to give us their best game, and they showed that over the last 2 days. So it definitely feels good to come in, get a win, steal a win, and it gives us a little momentum going into tomorrow.
So that's Kevin Pillar. By the way, our magic number is now 40 to win the NL East, 49 for best record in baseball. So obviously a long way to go for best record in baseball, but 40 NL East. If we get on a little bit of a roll and the Phillies stumble a little bit, you can collect those pretty quickly. So you like where that at. Thankfully, if you missed it last night, Houston came back, had a grand slam in the top of the 9th inning in Baltimore to beat the Orioles. So that helped us a little bit, give us a little bit of breathing room between us and the Orioles. By the way, I had never heard this before. When we played Baltimore, the game was down in Atlanta, right? And though I'll watch a lot of Baltimore games because they're just a fun team to pay attention to, it's usually on mute. And obviously, they play a lot of games when Atlanta plays, so I'm not locked in. I'm just kind of scanning, looking at it, big inning, that kind of thing. But I always am drawn to watch Baltimore. There's a really fun young team to watch, and I always tend to pull for those underdogs, right? Those fan bases that have had it rough for a while, and now they're starting to turn around. I saw a video last night of the closer, Felix Bautista. And I think this may be the coolest entrance song in the history of Major League Baseball for a closer. Now, you have to be a fan of The Wire to agree with this. If you're not a fan of The Wire, I can't help you. And that is just what it is. But I was a fan of The Wire. I thought The Wire was one of the better shows that's ever been made. So if you get where I'm going with this, he walks out to the whistle that Omar, if you remember Omar, which I think is one of the greatest characters in the history of television, where he's whistling. I think it's Farmer in the Dell, whatever the hell it is, but he's whistling. It's that whistle like kind of echoes through the alley, kind of eerie. Now, he gave up the grand slam and everyone's poking fun of it last night, but that's a really cool entrance song for a guy who's playing in Baltimore, which is where The Wire was, right? He's playing in Baltimore. He's a closer and he's throwing 100 miles an hour. I thought that was one of the coolest things ever. But anyways, back to the rest of the story, as I say. If you like The Wire, you'll get it. And now Felix Bautista has become one of my new favorite players. I'm like, that's awesome. I don't care if he sucks the rest of the way. It's the greatest entrance song. Now, there's been some good ones. Enter Sandman was good. Rivera, blah, blah, blah. That one was cool. I heard that. I heard the whistling. And I'm just saying, you got to be a fan of The Wire. If you're not a fan of The Wire, you're like, what the hell is he talking about? But it would be the equivalent of New Jersey. I guess it'd have to be the Mets or Yankees. But, for a closer to be coming out to the theme song of The Sopranos. So anyways, really cool, really cool, really cool. Here is Brian Snicker on the game and a couple other things, and we'll talk about Acuna here in 1 second.
How they battled. I mean, we put ourselves in a position, we'd lost 3 in a row, and we put ourselves into position really to win all 3 of those. Didn't happen, and tonight, you're going up against one of the better closers in the game, and it was great. Had some great at-bats and big hits, and, bullpen did a good job.
Orlando, he'll be the hero tonight, but what did you think of Kevin Pillar being able to extend it so he could get up there?
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, he's a pro. I mean, he's done a good job like that for us all year, and he's a perfect guy to have in that role.
You see him get the big hit there, but also just the way he ran the base, it just seemed like he was the right guy to be.
No,
there.
he is. Yeah, no, he's a pro. I mean, he's a ball player, and he, like I said, he's done a really, really good job for us, in that role.
Is there an update on Acuna?
Yeah, there's they had him X-rayed, and I guess it was good. So we'll just see how what he feels like in the morning.
Was there? It looked like his guard. Is there just?
I think
part
he
of
said
the guard?
it went in between the guard. Okay. I think that's what I thought. It hit the guard, but I guess it went, where the crease is on that thing, and I'm sure it stung him pretty good, and probably lost feeling in the arm, and so I'm just glad nothing showed up. So,
how about it? At that moment, you've already, switched one outfielder. You're having to think, what am I going to do here? Did you have to think about that as that was happening?
No, I mean, yeah, and Nicky's played. I went to him. It's like if you had played the outfield, figure being an infielder he had, and he said he had. So, that's why we got Forrest too, and yeah. So I mean, like I say, you can thin the herd pretty quick if you're not careful in these games. But you know what? We're just trying to go after it and win it.
At that point, was there any thought to him seeing if it wore off on the bases, running the bases, or you just kind of leave it up?
It stung him too bad for probably even to suffer through the bases. I mean, There are some injuries you can do that and see, but I guarantee you he had no feeling in that arm. So, I mean that, like I say, it caught right in between that guard. So, and I'd rather not take any chances, even if we could, and just get up and get treatment on it, and we'll see if he's ready to go tomorrow.
Last 4 days, you guys have had a chance to win these games. You did tonight, but what does that say about the bullpen keeping you there in the job?
It's good. They did a great job. And which is what you need. I'd like, obviously, for the starters to go deeper into the game, so we didn't have to use so many guys. But I think we did a really good job of Iggy was the only guy that got doubled up tonight. So, we're still got everybody available tomorrow, probably, just depending on Iggy or not.
About for Chirinos, I mean, I know 2 or 3 of those pitches, the home runs were center cut, maybe.
Yeah.
Is it just location?
Yeah, it's location, keeping the ball down. I think he got the ball up, and in the first inning it was the walks. He's a contact guy, and the 2 walks is what hurt him, because he may never even got to Hayes in that inning. But yeah, and but I'll tell you what, the kid, he's a battler, man. I can tell that. He keeps competing, never gives in. So that was, that part of it was really good.
So there's Brian Snicker for that. And the thing about Acuna, and he's going to be a game time decision, it's going to be one of those situations where you could see him jotted down on the starting lineup, and then it's still going to be a game time decision. I mean, I look at it as this. I'd rather err on the side of caution, but he is chasing down an MVP. This is a team that likes to play every day. But here's the other problem that you have. Assuming the games get played, because they are calling for some bad weather in Pittsburgh tomorrow. Haven't checked it this afternoon, but I was looking at it late last night, but let me look at it one more time. But here's the thing. If he doesn't play today and the game gets rained out tomorrow, then you're talking about giving him until Friday to get right. And I'm just, why not give some of these other guys a chance to play? We got Fried on the mound. What you really want is good defense, right? So with Priester going for the Pirates, he's got an 8 ERA. Max Fried should be able to dominate this lineup and keep the score down. And if that happens, I'm not saying that you take anything for granted, you don't run your best team out there, et cetera, but is it worth going out there and sending Acuna out there? And it's not just does he re-injure himself. By the way, the weather tonight looks good. So unless that drastically changes, looks like we're good to go tonight, because there were some folks calling for rain for this game yesterday, and I was like, I don't see it. I saw a little bit of a threat. It looks like the rain is going to come in tonight, late tonight into Pittsburgh at 2 a.m. And, geez. So the game is supposed to start at 12:35. There's going to be clear skies, according to this, and hopefully it moves faster. But according to weather.com, which is pretty reliable, it's going to start clearing out around the 4 or 5 o'clock area. So if the Braves willing to play a later game, get into New York late, et cetera, that's for a different argument for tomorrow, because they'll wait to make that decision later on. Right now, it's supposed to be 12:35. We are planning on bringing you the game, 12:35 first pitch. But if there's a long rain delay, et cetera, I do have some things that I have to do with my other gig tomorrow. So we'll play that by ear. I anticipate being able to bring you the entire game. But regardless, if I have to jet out, we will leave the chat up. But hopefully Mother Nature prevails. So let's just go with the idea that there may not be a game tomorrow. There's not a game tomorrow. Then you're talking about giving him Wednesday and Thursday off going into Friday because we don't have another day off until next Thursday. And just looking at the wear and tear of them, but I know how this team is. They are constantly, and I mean constantly, in the belief that they have to play every day. And you love that to a degree. But I also believe if you listen to the Kevin Pillar interview again, and maybe it resonated more when you could see him face to face. But there was some emotion in him where he was getting, I think essentially without him saying it, he was getting down on himself because he hadn't hit very well his last few starts. But he's basically saying, look, it's really hard to go out there. And I've been saying this all damn spring and summer. It is extremely hard to go out and produce Major League Baseball level if you never get to play. So the downside of always starting your guys is that your core, your backups are going to come in with a lot of rust. And you can't overreact when one of them doesn't perform, because you have to give a guy reps in any sport, but especially baseball. An everyday sport, you've got to give the guy reps. I also don't think it's the worst thing in the world to go out and say, all right, how about we give some of these guys a day off, because when we go to the postseason, we don't play every single day. In fact, there's going to be a lull in between the final game of the season and our first game. Let's have them ready and know how to deal with that, because they didn't deal with it last year. Last year, we had 5-6 days off along with the final game of the season. Hardly anybody played in because we had just clinched. What happened? Go out there, we couldn't hit, we couldn't pitch, we spit the bit, the season was over. You're like, oh God, what happened? And it was frustrating. So I'd like to see some guys get some days off down the stretch. I'm sure a lot of y'all are thinking, can they please wait until at least after fantasy baseball season? But the point is, give some guys some days off. So I'd be a huge fan. If he ends up starting and staying in the game, that's the other question. Does he stay in the game? If Acuna ends up starting and staying in the game, great. But what's the long-term effects if he's still sore? Does he go out there and hurt himself because he's favoring that elbow? So, you could always pinch hit him if you really wanted to. You could always pinch run him if you need him. But I would like to see a little more from Pillar. I'd like to get him a start. Quinn Priester's on the mound tonight, so it is a righty. And that's going to equate into they're not going to want to bench Rosario. And I get that. But maybe get Pillar some at-bats tonight. So I'll tell you what, though, that was a little scary because when he got hit with the elbow, at first I thought he was fine because he hit the plastic part, and he seemed fine because we've seen this before from Acuna. And they took about 3 steps towards down the first base line and kind of went down on it. Uh-oh. So whoever's designing that Iron Man pad needs to put some reinforcements in there, because they said that they got him right in the crevice, right? Well, God dog it, put a pillow in there or something. Do something. We got to bubble wrap this team and get into the playoffs, because we get a major injury like that in August. He could be out. What's the typical timetable? They'll say 6 to 8 weeks. That's like right at the finish line. That's right at the beginning of the postseason. Can't afford that. And you don't have the trade deadline anymore, and the Braves didn't do anything. So if we had a major injury, let's say Ronald Acuna Jr., let's say the X-rays were positive and not negative last night, what do you do then? you're going to be forced to play guys that you don't want in those positions. Pilar would have to go to right field, I would assume. And you'd probably have to start putting Ozuna in left field against left-handers, which honestly, everyone kills him. He can't, he's not much worse than Rosario out there. He really isn't. Rosario's got a little more speed, but Rosario lets balls fall in front of him all the time. I will say one thing for Ozuna. He hustles. I know that one that he stared at that got him benched, but in his defense, he thought it was gone, and a lot of guys do that. How many times have we seen Acuna blast one and start, celebrating right there, pumping his fists and everything? So we were disappointed at the time when Ozuna hit that deep ball, and I understood why they benched him. But the blame goes around to a lot of folks that do that. And the thing about Ozuna, if you get him, if we ever had to go to that situation, I would feel just as comfortable him in left field as Rosario, because Rosario is not a good left fielder. They tried to paint that to us. They tried to blame everything. Because remember, 2021, it was, we caught him at the tail end. We rushed into the playoffs. He got hot. He had a couple of very fortunate, we look at it now, they were lucky catches in left field. We go to 2022. He has the issue with the eye, has the eye surgery, never quite himself. Okay, 2023, we really see a full season what Eddie Rosario is. And he's a very streaky batter, but he's also a very subpar fielder. So if that were to happen, I'm going to throw something out here, because since we held on to him, we're not trading any of our parts. Evidently, we're holding on to our prospects like they're a stock option. They're waiting for it to take off in about 6 years. But Vaughn Grissom's tearing up AAA. He's smacking the hell out of the ball. With that being said, is there an avenue there? He's primarily played second base, but is there an avenue there to where when the rosters expand in September to get him some ABs at DH, also give Ozzy some days off too? But I'm talking about looking towards October. I'm no longer like, oh, we've got it. We can't put Ozuna in left field. He's not any worse defensively than Rosario. And he's a hell of a lot better hitter. He works the count. He doesn't just swing at stuff. And when they throw cheese at him, hard cheese, his bat catches up. Eddie Rosario tends to hit the balls hard that are slow pitches right in his wheelhouse. We talked about it the other day, but just stating that again, you look at Eddie Rosario's swing, he doesn't get a lot of fastballs, doesn't get around on a lot of fastballs unless they're just right in his wheelhouse. But typically what they're getting him out on now is the hard stuff on the outside, because he's not getting the bat around. So by no means am I trying to say take Eddie Rosario out and make him a bench player and don't ever. No, I'm saying, but we're long past the platooning part. And at least they finally brought Pilar in when a lefty came in last night, and it ended up paying dividends later. And who knows what they would have done if Acuna would have been healthy and someone like Forrest Wall from the left side of the plate would have been available. The way that they don't go for the feel of the game anymore. They go all about all the stat sheets, and they're going to say, oh, you got to have a lefty in there. You got to have a lefty in. But Forrest Wall looks outmatched at the plate. I still love the idea of having him on the playoff roster, because you're going to put him in there in a playoff series when you're going to, let's say the first series, 5 games, you're going to play 2, you're going to have a day off, et cetera, et cetera. He's literally going to be on the roster for base running. And I do think that it's very much worth having a guy on your roster that you cannot slow down. Yes, we already have Acuna, but I'm talking about in a spot, especially that big chunk of our lineup, we're on a nightly basis. We have Riley, Olsen, Darnold or Murphy, and Ozuna, who runs a little better. It's more that he hustles as opposed to him having great speed. You have that clogging up, and you're trying to make a comeback, or you're trying to tie the game, or you're trying to win the game. Let's say it's a tie game, or you're trying to get some insurance runs. It's a great ace to have in the hole to have Forrest Wall ready to rock and roll. Sam Hilliard should be back soon as well. So those are going to be some options. And it was good to see that they finally brought in Nicky Lopez and let Nicky Lopez go out there and pinch run. But when you look at the big picture for this team, it really is, at this point, to me, it is absolutely, it's World Series or bust for this team. If we don't at least win the National League pennant, we're going to be very disappointed. Just is what it is. We won the World Series in 2021. We had a 100-win season last year. And we have been the best team in baseball all season long. If we don't win the pennant, we're all going to go, what the hell? And it's all going to fall on Anthopoulos, as much as we all love him, and we've all said that, he's done a great job. There was an eerie silence in Braves country at 6:01, 6:31, whatever time it finally sunk into you Eastern time on August 1st. We didn't do anything? We had a couple of relievers, but they're front of the bullpen relievers, that back end relievers slamming the door. It's all going to fall on him if this doesn't work out. If Kyle Wright doesn't come in, doesn't come back, Fried looks great so far. We hope we get a great start out of him tonight. But if Kyle Wright doesn't do his thing, and we go into the postseason with Fried, Strider, and question mark as the number 3, we don't want to hear how well it didn't have. He couldn't get healthy, blah, blah, blah. We'll get him next year. You had an opportunity to go get somebody. You also had an opportunity to go get somebody that may not even been this big difference in the postseason, but it would be a cumulative effect if you could have went and gotten somebody to eat some innings now and go to what would essentially be a 6-man rotation. Because some of these guys look like they've hit the wall, and you knew looking at your schedule, you're going to have these long road trips. We've got this one. We've got another one later on this month going into September where we go out west, a 3-city road trip that's going to be brutal. San Francisco, Colorado, which always tears up a bullpen, and then the Dodgers for 4. So you can't just sit there and it's also not in a situation either that or at least I don't believe, that we're going to be cruising and you're just going to be able to rest everybody. Because you still have to look at the best record in baseball. We go out there to LA to play the Dodgers. Let's say we got a huge lead in the NL East still. We're going to want to at least split that series in LA so that the Dodgers don't get closer, because when we face off in October, if we make it to the NLCS, and this team should, very good chance we're going to be facing the Dodgers on the other side. And you want that extra game in Atlanta. It paid off in 2021. You want that extra game in Atlanta. Remember, we went out to LA in 2021 and the Dodgers ended up taking a couple of them out there. Well, what happens if there was 4 of those games were in LA, not 3? Everyone kind of forgets that our pitching staff fell apart in that series. And then we had guys like Dylan Lee, Kyle Wright come in and save the day in Atlanta, and it got us to the World Series. Charlie Morton breaks his leg. Then it turns into an absolute, we're talking about duct taping a pitching staff together, and the rest is history. somehow Ian Anderson was much, much better in 2021 than he was in 22 or the beginning of this year. Looking at tonight's game, the Atlanta Braves are going to be taking on Priester. They're taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game for Atlanta. I think their bats are going to click. I'm seeing a high-scoring game. I almost went a little higher, but I'm gonna rein it in a little bit. I think the Braves win this thing. We'll say 9-3. Max Fried goes out there and gives us 6 very good innings, and then you might see some guys get into the game to kind of massage the bullpen a little bit to keep them available, not just for tomorrow, but then also the series in New York this weekend, where we're going to play 4 games in 3 days, and that's going to be a rough one. I know the Mets are not playing very well, but anytime you play anyone in Major League Baseball 4 times in 3 days, that is going to be a tough one. And we play Sunday Night Baseball, so even though we come back on Monday to face the Yankees, and thankfully it's a night game, they're going to get in super late into Atlanta on what will essentially be Monday morning. So when we get past next Wednesday, if we have had, I'll just say, a winning record on this road trip, I'll be thrilled. Because this could really be difficult for the Braves. You like their pitching matchups, but at some point they are human and tired does kick in. And so there you have that. The Braves lineup is out, and it appears that Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to be in the lineup tonight. Doesn't mean he stays in there, but he is going to be in there. I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. Ronald Acuna Jr. should not be playing tonight. They should give him the damn day off, give him some rest, and get him ready for the weekend. We play 4 games and 3 games on the weekend, but that's snitty ball for you. All right, we're going to take a quick break.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Fried. Here's the throw to the plate. Fried's win. Fried's win. Fried's win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare was bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr., playing right field, 26 home runs, 68 RBI, 53 stolen bases, and a .339 average. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies, 26 homers, 79 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .260. Austin Riley playing third, batting third, 26 homers, 68 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .271. Matt Olson, batting cleanup and playing first base, 39 home runs, 100 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .267. Batting fifth and behind home plate at Sean Murphy, 18 home runs, 60 RBI, batting .275. Your designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna, 23 home runs, 51 RBI, a .235 batting average. In left field, Eddie Rosario, 16 homers, 48 RBI, a stolen base, batting .243. Orlando Arcia, your shortstop, 12 home runs, 42 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .302 average. And patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, Michael Harris II, 11 home runs, 34 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .286. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's Max Fried night. He's 3-1 with a 1.69 ERA, .97 whip, 32 innings pitched, 33 strikeouts, 25 hits allowed, 6 walks, and 2 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with the rookie Quinn Priester, who's 2-1 with an 8.69 ERA, 1.78 whip, 19 2/3 innings pitched, 21 hits allowed, 16 strikeouts versus 14 walks, and 5 home runs given up. Backing up Priester, leading off and playing third, to Brian Hayes, 6 homers, 36 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .247. Brian Reynolds is in left field, batting .267 with 15 home runs, 54 RBI, 9 stolen bases. Andrew McCutchen is the designated hitter, 10 homers, 30 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting .258. Connor Joe is the first baseman, 9 homers, 28 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .244. In right field, it's Henry Davis, 5 homers, 16 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .220. Andy Rodriguez is behind home plate, 2 home runs, 7 RBI, batting .232. Jack Sawinski is in center field with 21 home runs, 53 RBI, 8 stolen bases, and a .213 average. Jared Triolo is the second baseman with 11 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .278 on the season. Batting ninth at shortstop, it's Alika Williams. 1 RBI, a .250 average. Behind home plate calling balls and strikes, it's Mike McClinsky. Alan Porter is at the first base bag. Second base will be manned by Jim Wolf, and down the third base line, it's Jeremy Riggs. Game time temperatures are expected in the high 70s. We are expecting good, clear weather here on this Wednesday evening in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at PNC Park. Atlanta Braves come in 71-40 on the year, 34-20 on the road, while the Pittsburgh Pirates are 51-62, 27-29 at home. Atlanta is minus 292 on the money line. 9.5 is the over-under. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Pirates, Game 3 of a 4-game set. Get your game face on, Braves country. Welcome in, Braves country baseball. Help join in, or welcome in, Tampa Tones to the broadcast tonight. Tones, how are you tonight?
I am great, brother. Very excited to be here. I love broadcasting these games, and we got a team I'm familiar with, very much so in the Central tonight with the Pirates, and we, of course, got the high-flying Atlanta Braves. I can't wait to get at it.
Atlanta Braves are coming in with their gray uniforms. Atlanta on the chest in red, tomahawk underneath, red numerals, Navy names on the back with the Navy ball caps and the white A. Same look for their batting helmets. Pittsburgh Pirates, they're stepping in tonight with their classic white home uniforms, Pirates across the chest, black ball cap, yellow P. Pirates in black, names in black, numerals in black, all outlined in gold. What's your key to the game today as we're about to get this thing started?
It's really simple. Just get outs and get them efficiently if you're the Braves pitching staff. I think their offense does more than enough in this one to keep them more than in the game. So I think if their pitchers don't put Pirates on base for free, if they don't give them cheesy bases, I think it could be a very good game for this Braves. Just make sure you limit the damage, limit base runners, no free passes, no hit by pitches, no errors on defense. Play clean ball. You should win a pretty easily one.
Quinn Priester's almost done with his final warm-up tosses as Ronald Acuna Jr., who is in the lineup, for those who might have missed the pregame, he is in the lineup and he's walking to home plate after the big scare on last night where he came out of the game getting hit by the pitch. And it is baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way from Priester is right there at the knees. For a strike, it's 0-1.
And Priester coming into the year is one of the top prospects in Pittsburgh's organization.
The 0-1 pitch. Sweeper misses wide, well wide of the zone. 1-1.
Been a problem of Priester's is throwing strikes consistently.
1-1 the count. Top of the first inning. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Slider down below the knees. 1-2.
Every game we call, I feel like a broken record, but Acuna is still my favorite for MVP at this point, easily.
The 1-2 pitch. Way off the plate wide. Ball 2-2. I think it's going to be a little closer than we would have thought. Heck, just the last time you were on, now is Matt Olson tearing up the league. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Looked like it might have been the sinker. 96 just below the knees. Good pitch by Priester, and there's one away.
Yeah, that was a really good pitch by Priester. Puts it in a spot where only he likes it. It's hard to hit, even if you're Ronald Acuna, a good pitch.
So, one down, top of the first inning. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies, righty-lefty matchup. It's in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0.
Albies having a nice campaign in terms of power numbers. 26 long balls for the big man.
Braves nothing, Pirates nothing. Looks like the home plate umpire taking time for a second. Back to work. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. It's 1-1.
Priester is 6'3", 210 pounds, bats and throws righty, although he won't be batting.
The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Kind of tardy on that curveball. It's 1-2.
Born in the year 2000, the young fella broke in the decade, or the last decade, I should say.
The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Check swing and drags it foul over towards home plate. 1-2.
That looked like an old Vladimir Guerrero swing right there. That ball was entrenched in the dirt, and Albie's still able to get a piece of that one and stay alive at the dish.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where he woke up this morning and said, I'm swinging at that pitch, because that ball was about a foot or two before home plate. The 1-2 to Ozzie. Pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back straight against the screen. We'll do it again. It's 1-2.
Yeah, you know he had his mind made up before that pitch was even thrown that he was going to try that. Love the ambition.
The 1-2 to Ozzie. Priester lets it fly. Swung on. That ball is going to get dropped into right field, down for a base hit. Cutting it off is Davis. He'll flip it back into the infield. And the Braves have 1 on and 1 out. And Austin Riley coming to the plate.
And that's what's so dangerous about this Atlanta Braves offense. Once you get done with one guy like Acuna, you're feeling good about yourself. Then Albies gets on base. The next thing you know, you got some big boppers coming up. Watch out.
So 1 on, 1 out. And the first pitch on the way to Riley is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1.
Priester has a lofty 8.69 earned run average on the season so far.
The 0-1 to Riley. Ozzie leading off. Pitch swung on. That ball is hammered down the left field line. Is it fair? Just foul.
Just inches away from a nice one there. Just misses it.
Riley really turned on that one, but couldn't keep it straight. So it's just a long strike. It's 0-2. Braves nothing, Pirates nothing, top of the first inning. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled straight back. 0-2.
Christopher Morel hits a leadoff home run for the Cubs. They're up 1-0 on the Mets.
Braves nothing, Pirates nothing. Top of the first inning. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is hit high and deep in the left field corner. Making the catch. No, he did not. It's off the wall. Misjudged it, and Austin Riley's going to make it around to second base for a double. Ozzie Albies had to hold up because, just like me, I thought the ball was going to be caught. It was just out of the reach of the left fielder, Reynolds. Missed it.
That was a ball of emotions, McGee. At first glance, I thought that was going to get out of the yard. Then I thought that was going to be for sure chased down by Reynolds. But then when you see the thing on replay, you see it clearly bangs off the wall. Valiant effort by Reynolds, but he can't get to that thing. That thing was just absolutely scorched by Riley.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still amazed that ball wasn't caught or at least touched.
Mm-hmm.
Pitch on the way to Olsen, swing and a miss, sinker at the bottom of the zone off the edge. It's 0-1.
Matt Olson, like you said, making his way into the MVP race.
39 home runs, just one shy of Shohei Ohtani. 100 RBI, leads Major League Baseball. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-1.
Before the year, I actually made a futures wager on Olsen for MVP.
He may cash that in for you. It's going to be close between him and Acuna and, of course, Freddie. The 1-1 pitch down and in. 2-1. If the vote was held today, I don't think Freddie could win it. I think he could finish in the top 3. I think it really would be between Olsen and Acuna, but still a long way to go. You never know who might get hot and who might get cold.
Mm-hmm.
The 2-1 to Olsen, lets it fly, swing, and fouls it straight back. Fastball up top. It's going to be 2-2. Foul ball right up against the screen behind home plate.
All MVP candidates, Braves or former Braves, seemingly at this point. That just speaks volumes on Atlanta baseball.
Sean, that really summed up the pregame show. The 2-2 pitch, down in the dirt, 3-2.
Always a good time here on Braves country. It's just always a treat watching these Braves mash the ball. Their lineup is like no other really out there right now.
There's an interesting article on MLB.com. I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing, but it's comparing them to the 27 Yankees, which is remarkable. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it straight back. We'll do it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty remarkable. You just go through the lineup, you go through the games, you're like, it never softens up. The lineup never softens up, and these guys never do on the score sheet as well. It's pretty amazing.
Full count to Olsen. Runners on second and third, 1 out. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is belted high. Deep down the line. Is it fair? It is just foul.
Man, that one was just foul. We're just missing some big hits. That thing was inches away from being fair. Would have banged off the wall apparently, but it was still mashed.
7 feet to the right of the foul pole.
Yeah, I'd say about 5 to 7 feet on the dot. So close.
If it's fair, it probably clears the fence, but even if it doesn't, it's going to score 2 runs.
Exactly.
So a 3-2 count. Priester goes, I don't know if I'm throwing that sinker again. The pitch on the way to Olsen lets it fly off the plate wide, ball 4. And the bases are loaded with 1 out. And Sean Murphy coming to the plate.
Murphy is going to have a big chance here, and I like his chances here. To me, the best acquisition of the offseason. We talked about it the day it happened live on the air, and it's paid off every day since. It's been an exciting ride for Sean Murphy.
So bases loaded, 1 out. The first pitch on the way is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Looked like the slider that dove out of the zone.
And you were right on that Olsen foul ball. Looks like it would have cleared the fences. It kind of hit an upper lip in foul territory.
Bases loaded, 1 out. 0-0 your score. The pitch, swing, and ground it over to short. And it's another 6-4-3 double play by Sean Murphy. Just an absolute anchor in the middle of this lineup, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash.
We're going inside them. We're going outside them. Inside them and outside them. And we're not going to pass. We're going to get them on a run. We're going to go, 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 go.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the 9th. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets, it's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding fielders on 1 football team and a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
There's something very American about being a poor loser, refusing to shake the other fellow's hand. He says he's a scoundrel. He always was a scoundrel, and he's even more than a scoundrel now that he's beat me. And there's something likable about that in people. It's bad sportsmanship.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried will toe the rubber, And the big southpaw lets it fly. First pitch at the top of the zone on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Fried limited action this season, but he's been impeccable when he pitches. 1.69 earned run average.
I saw someone actually put up his stats a couple of days ago, the 0-1 pitch off the plate wide 1-1, and was saying that he had the best ERA in Major League Baseball at some certain date of, whatever it was, August 5th or whatever, 30 innings pitched, the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play 1-2. I was like, man, you are really looking for statistics there. Come on, man. The starting pitcher is 30 innings pitched, and we're in the middle of August. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, curveball did not curve. It's 2-2.
That's like the NFL when they say this guy had 3 rushing yards, 8 passing yards, and 4 receiving yards for the first time ever. It's like stat stretching.
The 2-2 from Fried. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. Riley's got it, scoops it, flips it, and it's a 5-3 put out for out number 1.
Fried looked incredible his last time out. McGee, you were actually on the call on the beautiful Friday in Chicago when Fried just absolutely mowed down the Cubs. When he's healthy this year, he's been spot on in every start and just about one, and he seemed a little banged up in that one. I think Max Fried has what it takes to take this Braves team all the way to the big dance.
Lefty-righty matchup. Reynolds from the right-hand side, switch hitting left fielder, takes the first pitch for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1.
When he's healthy, there hasn't been a much better pitcher in baseball this year. That's for sure.
The 0-1 pitch. Curveball misses outside. It's 1-1.
And it's marvelous the high school teammates, him, Giolito, and Flaherty. That's pretty crazy.
The 1-1 from Max. Swing, and that's a comebacker right up the middle. And Ozzy's played perfectly, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out for out number 2.
I mean, McGee, not that people realized it at the time, but when you're looking at Harvard Westlake High School, imagine being a batter back in the day, and you're like, all right, I got to face Max Fried today. Oh, Lucas Giolito tomorrow, and then, we'll end it with Jack Flaherty at that. Oof, good luck.
So that'll bring Andrew McCutchen to the plate. McCutchen, lefty-righty matchup, the designated hitter, takes a hack at the first pitch and fouls it back. It's 0-1.
Kind of cool to see Andrew McCutchen do a victory lap with the Pirates. The former MVP takes one last stance here in Pittsburgh in 2023.
The 0-1 pitch, slider drifts inside, grabs the side of the zone, 0-2.
He had a great start to the year. He's still getting on base at a very good 380 clip, 10 home runs to add to all that, and 10 stolen bases as well. So he's still a threat at some point.
The 0-2 from Max lets it go. Down below the knees, good take by McCutchen. It's 1-2.
And he's actually a big part of why they were doing so good and now why they're doing so poorly. He seemed to cool off, but he's one of the few veterans who survived the deadline.
The 1-2 from Fried, down below the knees, takes it again, 2-2. So he takes the slider that time. It says slider on the screen if you're looking at that screen, but the first one he took was the curveball, the 2-2 pitch. Fastball, got him! He got caught looking. That'll end the inning. A backwards K, 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Let's rock.
The history of the organization all the way back to when I started. The one thing that we were not known for is a tremendous offense. Okay, so we are always known for our pitching and defense, and that kept us in every year. That's why we won. We also stayed healthy. I think there was a 10-year spurt where the big three didn't miss a start. I was the first one to miss a start. But this team is equipped to do anything they want. Offensively, they're gifted. Speed is through the roof. And their pitching staff is more than adequate. And I think the fact that if they have health in their rotation, they have decent depth, which is important today. I think it could be the best baseball team the Atlanta Braves have trotted out in a long time, if ever. And I know that goes all the way back to Hank Aaron, but I can't think of a better offensive squad than they've got really from the top to the bottom. And I know the game's played differently, and there's guys that do the lineup that can hit home runs. But when you can keep Max Fried healthy, and you can have Strider, like you said, healthy, and then you sprinkle in a veteran like Morton, if they can get Kyle Wright back to where he was last year and his shoulder is not an issue, they have the front three that can match with anybody.
At a meeting in New York City, Ward helped found the Brotherhood of Professional Baseball Players. It was the players' first attempt to organize, and they were determined to abolish the hated reserve clause. But Albert Goodwill Spaulding and the other owners would not give an inch. In 1889, they tried further to consolidate their power by setting an absolute salary cap of $2,500, then added insult to injury by charging the players rent for their uniforms. It was the last straw.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Tampa Tones, Mac Magee bringing you the action. The first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna. Drifts high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0.
Priester's got to watch it with a guy like Ozuna.
The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball is roasted over to the right side. Diving catch by Connor Joe, and there is one away.
And that's why I thought, why? But he gets robbed there by Connor Joe, another one of the veterans who survived the purge. But that thing was scorched by Ozuna. Joe had to dive towards the first base bag on that one. Gets dirty, makes a great play.
So one pitch into the mitt of Joe, and the first pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario is right there at the knees for a strike. Looked like the changeup on the outside. It's 0-1.
Eddie's had a power stick lately.
The 0-1 pitch down and off the plate. It's 1-1.
Priester only 19.1 innings across 4 games this year. Doesn't go too deep into games.
The 1-1 swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one, and it's 1-2.
He just wanted that one, just couldn't get a piece of it. Little outside. Nice pitch.
1-2 from Priester in the dirt. Good take by Eddie, although now I wish he would have swung because that ball went shucking all the way to the rooftops and down. He could have been at first by now.
That looked like one of those old games you play at a Chuck E. Cheese or arcade when you throw the little bowling ball down the thing and it shoots way in the air. That thing went high.
What is that thing called?
On the tip of my tongue, I can't think of it.
The 2-2 to Eddie. Ski ball.
Yep.
2-2. Swung on, grounded over to first. Joe will step on the bag, and 2 up, 2 down.
Steady Eddie grounds out there as he just rolls one over and really has no choice but to look at the first baseman, step on first right in front of him right there. And it's really just a matter of when and not if for this Braves offense tonight, as we alluded to, Priester and his struggles. Let's get things going, Braves.
Orlando Arcia digs in. The first pitch on the way to Orlando. Yesterday's hero takes the first pitch across the belt for a strike. It's 0-1.
Arcia batting .302 on the season.
0-1 pitch down and away. Good take by Orlando, and there's 1-1.
Was an all-star this year as well, and an impressive year with the Braves.
The 1-1 just off the plate wide, slider misses. 2-1.
He's really done tremendous filling in for Swanson for the most part here in Atlanta.
The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is lifted towards right field and off the right field wall. Slaps around, and here comes Arcia chugging, and he's barely safe at second base. A head first slide. Arcia going all the way, and the Braves have a runner in scoring position with 2 away.
And that's why you hustle out of the gate, McGee. If Arcia doesn't there, you think that there's no way he gets into second with the double. But since he does, he gets in and beats the tag easily. Great job there by Arcia to put himself into scoring position with 2 men out for the Braves offense.
So 1 on, 2 down. Michael Harris II digs in from the left side. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way, high and inside. It's 1-1. If you're just joining us, the Braves had the bases loaded, and a double play by Murphy ended the rally. Ronald Acuna Jr. is in the lineup tonight as he's in the field. The 1-0 pitch. Slider hangs high. Called for a strike. It's 1-1.
And Harris has really done a nice job since about the beginning of the summer and turning his season around, and is now performing pretty good on a nightly basis.
The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and tapped foul right into the instep of Harris. 1-2.
As I alluded to earlier, the Braves offense just so deep. If you're having Harris hold up the back end, ooh, that's doing something. That's doing something nice here in Atlanta. They put together a tremendous core of young ball players.
1-2 to Harris, righty-lefty matchup. Priester lets it fly. Swing and just taps that foul, drags it towards the first base side. We'll do it again at 1-2.
And him, amongst many others, are good outfielders or good fielders as well. Makes him that much more worthwhile. And again, just incredible job by this team as Harris is batting .286 with 11 homers, 13 steals.
The 1-2 to Harris. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball is going to get dropped down into center field, down where the green grass grows. Here comes the runner. He's going to come around, score. Arcia makes it 1-0 your Atlanta Braves. RBI single by Michael Harris II. 97 miles an hour off the bat. Atlanta takes the early lead.
And that's what we were looking for and hoping for, McGee. A matter of when, not if. The rips were coming. You've seen Connor Joe, Rob Marcel have won. You've seen a couple go fouled, barely bang off the wall. Now they're starting to find their gaps. Great job there by Harris to continue to raise the average.
First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1.
Acuna
Jr. struck out his first time up.
Looking for vengeance.
The 0-1 pitch, righty-righty matchup. Harris on first, 2 outs. Will he go? And time is called. Time called by Ronald Acuna Jr.
I wouldn't mind hit and run action right here.
Ronald Acuna Jr. The 0-1 pitch, down below the knees, 1-1.
Good layoff there. That's a hard one to lay off as a batter, as it was fading low. Really nice by Acuna.
Braves 1, Pirates nothing. The 1-1 pitch clips the top of the zone. 1-2.
Barely.
That one had to be very, very tempting to take a hack at. That thing just floated in there.
Yeah.
I think if it's a few inches lower, he pulls the trigger.
I agree with you there.
The 1-2 to Ronnie. Turns around and tries to pick off Harris at first. Michael in under the throw. Back at it at 1-2. Priester. 44 pitches here in the second inning. The 1-2. Lets it fly. Off the plate wide. Good stop by the hind catcher. Andy Rodriguez had to backhand it. His momentum took him towards the left-handed batter's box.
And this has been a whirlwind of an inning for the young one Priester.
So 2-2, top of 2 outs, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves take a 1-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Let's go.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? I'm trying to save the pub cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field, marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time.
At the turn of the century, Major League veterans often refused even to speak to new players. Once, early in his career, a shy young outfielder dared compliment a New York Giant for hitting a home run. "Nice hit," he said. The veteran answered, "Go to hell." The young player was Honus Wagner, on his way to becoming the greatest player in the National League.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried fires the first pitch in for a strike to Connor Joe. It's 0-1.
Joe, the former Rocky, found a home here in Pittsburgh. Had a nice start to the year, cooled off immensely as well.
The 0-1 pitch, curveball just clips the top. Outside, it's 0-2. Braves 1, Pirates nothing. Max Fried had a very economical first inning, throwing just 13 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
The 0-2, as Connor Joe calls for time, gets back in the box, and we're set for action. The 0-2 from Fried, from the stretch, the windup, swing, and that ball's popped up high, fairly deep into right field, but drifting back, making the catch just before the warning track is Ronald Acuna Jr., and there's one away.
And you can tell McGee Max is attacking the strike zone early here. Gets a couple of nice first pitch strikes, goes up 0-2 in the count, gets an easy fly ball to right field. You'll take that all night if you're Mr. Max on the bump out there.
Braves 1, Pirates nothing, bottom of 2. The first pitch on the way from Fried is down and inside for a ball. It's 1-0.
Davis steps in, one of their highly touted prospects coming into this year's season as catcher, top 100 in all of baseball.
The 1-0 pitch from Max. Swing and a miss. Uncle Charlie right there at the knees. It's 1-1.
5 long balls, 3 steals, just batting .220 on the season for him.
The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
I want to say he got called up around mid to late May when they were cooling off a little bit, but still doing anything they can to hang into the playoff picture.
The 1-2 from Max. Fastball just misses outside. 2-2.
And he just missed that one. Perfect pitch as a pitcher. If Davis swings, he's going to roll that thing over or miss it.
The 2-2 pitch. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line. Foul. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Man, that pitch had some nasty movement on it. 84 miles an hour. Broke inside towards his knees. Caught a little bit of the zone, and he turned on it, but way foul.
The 2-2 from Max. Swung on. That ball is hammered down the left field line. Up against the wall. Getting the carom is Rosario. He'll do a long, slow toss back into the infield, and it is a 1-out double for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Davis does have a pretty good speed out there for catchers, so he was bolting his way to second. Rosario figured, maybe I can't get it there. That one was the first hard hit ball we've seen today off of Max, as that thing fell about 5 feet short, one hop the left field wall. And really now, Max is frustrated with himself. You could tell he wishes he had that one back.
So 1 on, 1 out. The first pitch on the way is 97 right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Rodriguez steps into the plate for Pittsburgh. Andy Rodriguez.
Pretty good looking catcher. He's had a pretty good series so far. The 0-1 pitch just misses off the plate. 1-1. Found it interesting, Tones, that so when Henry Davis came up a handful of weeks ago, former number 1 overall pick, everyone made a big deal about this catcher coming up, and evidently, as the pitch on the way from Max Fried's right there for a strike on the outer edge, it's 1-2. Evidently, he has only, since he's been up, caught 2 innings. The rest has been in right field and DH.
Seems like I wonder what the issue is there.
Well, evidently his defense is just subpar as the 1-2 pitch swing and bangs foul off his foot. Should be okay. Gets up pretty quickly, but did he strike him out? He struck him out. I thought he got a piece of that. He did strike him out. Murphy dropped the ball. I thought it was a foul tip.
Say, this ball's playing tricks tonight.
Speaking of missed strike, that's my bad. I thought it was a foul tip off the glove.
Maybe he just winced at it. The batter must have winced at his swing, not getting hit with the ball.
So his second strikeout of the night, Max Fried stands in the 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, sinker away. It's 1-1.
That one squibbles away from the catcher, but not nearly enough where Davis can scamper to third because the ball was in front of him. Sawinski's up, been the big power stick for this team this season with 21 long flies for the Pirates, 53 ribbies.
Lefty-lefty matchup. If you're scoring at home, that was a swinging strike by Rodriguez. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and tap foul off the plate. It's 1-2.
Yeah, so that strike.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was interesting because it caromed off the catcher's glove into his leg. Looked like a foul shot because he went down.
Yeah, I just assumed it because the angles are very far away, especially here in Pittsburgh. You don't get a very close shot, but it looked like a foul tip. 1-2 pitch. Got him! Strike 3.
Beautiful.
He was looking for the local and got the express. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Let's go.
Huh? Let me ask you a question. Where do you guys get those hats with the bills over the ears like that? The only ones I could find are the ones with the bills in the front.
No, it's the same. Just turn it sideways on your head.
Thanks.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. With $800 borrowed from his mother, he opened a sporting goods business. Soon he was manufacturing all the baseballs used in the National League. He then began making bats and uniforms, managing to persuade club owners that each position should have its own distinctive garb. The result was chaos. The team looked like a Dutch bed of tulips, a Chicago sports writer said, and the experiment was quickly abandoned.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1.
Been a efficient night for Freed, not an efficient one for Priester to this point.
Braves 1, Pittsburgh nothing. The 0-1 pitch, high and out of the zone. Did he go around? They checked down to the third base umpire, Jeremy Riggs. He says he did not. 1-1.
As that was the 48th pitch of the night for Priester already.
The 1-1 swung on and fouled off out of play. It's 1-2.
And the Pirates bullpen is definitely outside of Bednar, not the strongest in the world. So the quicker you get there, the better the night for this offense. And it's hitting some hard hit balls. If they start finding the green, they're going to potentially get some big innings here.
1-2 to Ozzie. Swung on, and that ball is lifted over towards second. A diving catch by Triolo, and JT snags the first out of the inning, the second baseman for Pittsburgh.
A couple of robs as this Pirates team is flashing the leather tonight, especially on the right side. He looks at Connor Joe and says, "Take that," as he outstretches Joe's previous catch even. Great play heading towards the second base bag, gets that uniform dirty. Another hard hit ball by Atlanta.
First pitch on the way to Austin Riley. The rake takes a fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1.
Riley looking to do some damage.
The 0-1 pitch swung on and is a tapper just down the third base line and just foul. 0-2.
273, 26 long balls, 68 ribbies on the season for Riley.
Riley, his last time up, hammered one down the third base line, almost went out. Would have scored Ozzie, but he had to hold up on the play to make sure the ball wasn't caught. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Fastball just off the plate. It's 1-2.
Yeah, a couple of hard hit foul balls and then a couple of hard hit off the wall.
The 1-2 down and away, slider in the dirt. Good take by Riley. It's 2-2.
He was inches away from a double down the line, then said, "I'll one up that. I'll hit one off the wall."
Good news in Maryland. Houston leads Baltimore 3-0 in the second. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and just got a stitch or two of that to bang it foul off the plate. It's 2-2.
Just gets a piece of that one there. We've seen a couple in the dirt. This Braves team make contact with as Rodriguez, the catcher, has nothing to show for, or really nothing to do on that one. You can't do anything with that one.
The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit hard on the ground in between second and short and third, the 5-6 hole. And Austin Riley puts a runner on first with one out, and Matt Olson coming to the plate.
You can tell Riley was like, okay, where can I put this thing? Couple of my teammates got robbed already. I'll slap this one right there. Perfect placement in between third and short. 112 miles an hour dang near off the bat of A-Ryan. He just has no problem pounding that one right there off the
pitch on the way to Olson. Swung on, grounded over to first off the glove of Joe, but right into the glove ricocheting to the second baseman, Triolo. JT flips it over to Joe, and it's a 3-4-3 put out if you're scoring at home. Riley makes it down to second base with two away.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, it looked like it was going to squirt away for a minute. It went right through the 5-hole of Joe, but Triolo does a good job of backing up like they teach you in the little leagues, kids. That's why it's important at home. Always back up.
So 2 down, runner in scoring position. First pitch on the way to Murphy, who wants to right the ship from his last at bat where he grounded out into a double play, killing the inning. The bases loaded, takes the first pitch off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0.
58 pitches now.
The 1-0 pitch to Murph, down and away, 2-0.
Good eye there by Murph. That thing wasn't really close, but good athleticism by Pirates catcher Rodriguez to slide down and stop that thing, preventing the runner getting into third with 2 outs here.
Braves 1, Pittsburgh 0. Top of the third inning. 2 outs, runner on second. The 2-0 to Murph in the dirt, ball 3.
Now Murph's completely in the driver's seat. He could either sit on one to hit and look to drive that thing deep, or he could take it in the catcher's mindset and hope for a better pitch next time or a ball 4.
The 3-0 pitch to Murphy. Right there at the knees. Called for a low strike. It's 3-1.
I actually like that take there by Murphy. That's one, as you alluded to, low strike. If you
the way he runs, that would have been an easy grounder somewhere.
I don't mind that at all.
The 3-1 pitch. Swing and fists it up high in the sky. Is going to get down, and it is going to get down. Down for a base hit. O'Reilly comes around third. The runner will score, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. Kind of a fister. Wasn't sure how far that was getting out. Looked like it may just die into just past the infield, but instead it's an RBI single for your Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, and it looked like Murphy didn't even think that thing was a fair ball as he kind of turned around at the ump. He was like, hey, Blue, where's that thing going? Or did he make contact with Rodriguez, the catcher, perhaps? But either way, he does turn around at the ump and goes, what's going on there? Nonetheless, base hit for Murphy, it looks like. Drives in the run. Nice job.
So 2 down, runner on first. Braves up 2-0 now. In the big zoo, Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate, takes the first pitch high for a ball. It's 1-0.
This is Marcel's type of pitcher. Hit a rocket first time up, but got robbed by Connor Joe.
The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. 1-1.
You could tell he wanted that one. Really good pitch there by Priester, 85, right on the corner. Pretty unhittable pitch there from the young fella.
The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, sinker just over the top of it. It's 1-2.
93-mile-an-hour sinker. Now he's doing a little bit better of a job switching his pitches up as the game goes on, the young man. But you're never out of the woods with Ozuna at the plate. You leave one hanging, he'll make you pay. You can't do that here.
Braves lead it 2-0. The 1-2, 2 outs. Runner on first. The pitch on the way inside. Dances back. It's 2-2.
Yeah, nearly almost hit Ozuna there on the kneecap. Wouldn't have done much harm as it looked like an off speedster, but still dances out of the way.
The 2-2 to Marcell. The pitch, swing and a miss, slider off the edge. Strike 3. So that'll end the inning, but not before your Atlanta Braves make it 2-0. We head to the bottom of the third.
I'm not saying that it's rough where I live, but my Walmart is selling Father's Day cards in packs of 5.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Big Sexy Bartolo Colon is a very fondly remembered player. When he hit a home run against the Padres in 2016, he actually set a record. He became the oldest player to hit his first career home run at 42 years old. Milky Cabrera, in 2012, after getting suspended for high testosterone levels, he made a fake website to try and challenge his suspension. He argued that this phony website he created had given him banned substances without his knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the plan didn't work.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I will not tolerate profanity, obscene language, or personal insults from my bench. I will always insist, as long as I am manager of the club, that my boys be gentlemen. There is room for gentlemen in any profession. Connie Mack.
Baseball was Mac's livelihood, but it was also his life, and he was worried about the game's integrity. The real name of the man who built the Athletics was Cornelius Alexander McGillicuddy. Born in 1862 to Irish immigrants, he began as a catcher. He spent 11 years in the majors, managed to play every position except third base and pitcher, and vigorously supported John Montgomery Ward and his ill-fated Players' League. In 1901, he became part owner of the Philadelphia Athletics and immediately made himself manager, a post he held for 50 years. Connie Mack became baseball's most conspicuous gentleman, managing in coat and tie, demanding that his players be on their best behavior.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this 1-2-0. We head to the bottom of the third. Max Fried lets the first pitch fly, and it's down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0.
Fried pitching efficiently to this point through 2, looking to keep that up here in the third.
The 1-0 swing, and that ball's hammered down to the third base side. Riley makes a diving backhanded stab, leaps to his feet, fires it across the diamond, and it's a 5-3 putout for your Atlanta Braves.
And on his 32nd pitch of the night, Riley's the one who makes it look easy as he dives towards the line, does a little dance move, says, oh, look at this, throws it to first, easily gets the out. Finally, Braves get some defensive retribution for a couple of robs this point by Pittsburgh. To me, that was the best one of the night here by Riley.
First pitch on the way to Williams, the number 9 hitter, is a strike. Bender right there at the top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, bang foul towards the third base dugout, 0-2.
And you can tell this Pittsburgh offense already expand in the zone, not something you want to do against Max Fried. It usually doesn't end well at all.
Braves 2, Pirates nothing. Williams asks for time, steps out of the box for a second. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, tried to get him to chase that slider. 1-2.
Williams batting .250 on the year, barely any at bats, has only 1 run batted in, no home runs.
The 1-2 from Fried. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blew it right by him. 96 right down the pipe, and there's 2 away.
You can tell he didn't want any part of that one, McGee. He made it look easy there. He just absolutely fools him on a pitch that's right down the middle, but it did have some movement on it. Beautiful.
First pitch on the way to the leadoff hitter. Brian Hayes is inside for a ball. 1-0. He's 0-1.
Hayes is under contract for 7 more seasons after this one still.
The 1-0 to Hayes. Lefty-righty matchup. Fried lets it fly. Swung on, grounded over towards second. Just past the diving glove of Ozzie Albies. And it's a base hit for Hayes with 2 away.
Literally just out of the outstretched glove of Albies. Heck of an effort. That was a bouncy ball up the first, second base gap. Barely sneaks it past Ozzie. With Hayes' speed, regardless, would have been a close one if Ozzie would have been able to come up with that cleanly.
Yeah, he probably doesn't get him by the time he has to come to his feet, but
I don't think so.
Would have been close.
Mm-hmm.
So Reynolds comes to the plate. He's 0-1, lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0.
Reynolds hit a home run off night off former Ray and current Brave Yanni Chirinos.
The 1-0 pitch just below the knees. 2-0.
Reynolds having a little bit of a down season for his standards. 15 long ones, 54 runs batted in, 267 average.
Runner on first, 2 outs. The 2-0 from Max. Just clips the outer edge. It's 2-1.
Love to get that call right there against Reynolds. You don't really want to go down 3-0 against Reynolds with Hayes on first. That could create a hit and run opportunity.
2-1 count. The pitch on the way. He's going to stop and flip it over to first real quick. That's not his. He's got a couple of other moves over to first that are much quicker.
Mm-hmm. Hayes has 14 stolen base attempts on the year, successful in 9 of them.
The 2-1 pitch swung on and foul back.
is running.
The 2-2. Things going crazy. The 2-2 pitch, curveball in the dirt, 3-2. I think that's over.
I thought you were clapping for me there.
It's a long story. It's dealing with the production side of it. Sometimes I have help. I don't have help today, and I fat fingered it a couple of times, so it was paused and it kept going off. I kept trying to figure out a way to stop it, but I couldn't stop it. So the 3-2 pitch, runner on the move, swing, and that ball's grounded over, foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 3-2.
And now you're going to get a scenario where regardless, you're going to get the runner in motion with 2 strikes, 3 balls, and 2 outs. So you really want to buckle down here and get Reynolds, especially with speed on first and Ke'Bryan Hayes. You can't let him get a base knock. It could perhaps get him to third and maybe even score him, depending on where it lands.
The 3-2 count. So a full count, runner on first, 2 outs. The runner will be on the move. Fried still has one more move over there, may try to pick him off. The 3-2 pitch lets it go. Swing, and that ball is dumped into left field, going to get down for a base hit. Rosario scoops it up, flips it back into the infield. Would have been too close of a play to go to third, so Ke'Bryan Hayes will stay at second. Runners on first and second, and 2 down.
So now, at least, not that you wanted to let up a base hit, but that's probably the best case scenario, is it does keep the runner at second right there for McCutchen, who's been sputtering a little bit offensively.
Andrew McCutchen, 0 for 1. Struck out the first time up. The first pitch on the way is 97 up top and out of the zone. It's 0-1.
McCutchen struck out in his first at-bat.
The 1-0 pitch from Riley. Runners on first and second. 2 away. The pitch on the way. Right there at the knees. It's 1-1.
Great pitch there. Is really couldn't do much with it at all.
Good hard fastball. Right there above the caps. So a 1-1 count. Lefty-righty matchup on the way. Swing and a miss, 96 up top outer edge. It's 1-1. Wait, 1-2, excuse me.
Got some giddy up on that thing at 96, high in the zone. McCutchen can't really do anything there with that one.
1-2 count to McCutchen. Fried lifts the glove, the leg lets it go, swung on, banged over to third. Austin's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 putout to end the inning. So they threaten but fail to score. When we come back, Rosario, Arcia, and Harris coming to the dish.
Let's go.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me. In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, grand slam home run to win a baseball game.
And that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. It can bring you up here, and don't get too damn cocky, because tomorrow it can bring you down there. See? But one thing about it, though, you know it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead 2-0. Eddie Rosario will start the inning off with a single to center field, kind of a hanging curveball that Eddie was able to poke into center field off the end of the bat, and there's one on and nobody out.
Priester's nearing 70 pitches on the night. This is about where he does run out of gas. Look for the Braves to have an ample amount of opportunities in this inning to get something going.
Orlando Arcia steps in. He's 1 for 1, runner on first, nobody out. The pitch on the way, slider well off the plate wide. Good take by Orlando. It's 1-0.
Priester looks like he could be getting a little tired out there.
The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1.
Thought that was a little low, but the ump gave it to him. It looked like it was a little out of the zone, but nonetheless counted it as a strike against Orlando.
The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, slider away. It's 1-2.
Orlando with a double and a run in the second, 304, 12 homers, 42 runs batted in, 829 OPS on the season.
Orlando Arcia, last time up, doubled, scored a run. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, chased a slider well off the plate, and there's one away.
Yeah, he expanded the zone a couple of pitches at bat. That one was way out of the zone. Hate to see it there. You got to show a little more plate discipline if you're Orlando, knowing this pitcher's running near his limit here.
Money Mike comes to the plate. Harris takes a swing at the first pitch. Down below the knees for a strike. It's 0-1.
Harris up to 289. He's done incredible. RBI single in the second. Helped get the Braves in front.
Braves 2, Pirates nothing. Welcome into Braves Country Baseball. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt, off the catcher's glove, and by the time he scrambles, gets the ball, Eddie Rosario is standing on second base and in scoring position. Good hustle by Eddie. Good awareness to be able to go. The ball actually knocked the mask off of Andy Rodriguez. I might have got him a little disoriented trying to figure out where the ball was.
Looked a little lost.
Runner on second, one out. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and fisted over towards second. There's going to be a scoop and a flip. Harris was busting it down the line. Almost beat it as JT was kind of lackadaisically flipping it over there. On the play, Harris is out, but barely. Eddie makes it down to third. He's 90 feet away, but there are 2 away.
Yeah, if that thing was even an inch to the right towards the second base bag, he probably would have beat it out. Great hustle there by Harris. At the very least, he does get the runner over there to third.
I'd say Triola might get an earful when he gets to the dugout, because he was just kind of assuming he had it, and Harris almost made him pay. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is right there at the knees for a strike. He's 0 for 2.
Yeah, 2 strikeouts, looking to avoid a third and looking to help tack on to this early lead.
The 0-1 pitch clips the top of the zone. 0-2.
Got to stay fighting now here if you're Acuna. Never out of it, Ronald is.
0-2 count. He's 0 for 2. They got him out on a sinker his first time up, the 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Tried to get him to chase that curveball in the dirt. Good take by Ronnie, and it's 1-2.
Priester with some good down movement there, and a nice stop there by Rodriguez, the catcher, to ensure that thing doesn't squirt by him and prevents another run from scoring right here.
So a 1-2 count to Acuna. The pitch on the way, high and out of the zone, 2-2.
Keep making him work, name of the game here. He's done a nice job at that. This at-bat, Ronald, has not expanding the zone like the first couple at-bats.
The 2-2. Check swing, foul. Looked like it might have got his foot, but he appears to be okay. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Yeah, checked his swing, chipped the ball, went a little bit towards him, barely nicked him, it seems, at least for the moment, and he seems great. So let's hope Acuna could get some retribution here for that foul ball and take it out on the ball and get a nice little base knock here.
The 2-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball is hammered down the left field line. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Rosario. He'll score. Ronald Acuna Jr. parks it at second with an RBI double. Your Atlanta Braves 3, Pittsburgh nothing.
Definitely got good retribution there for the ball hitting him from the foul. That thing was smacked. That thing was smoked, however you want to say it. And we called it. The Braves would chip away this inning as Priester is nearing the 85 pitch mark. Acuna makes up for the first two at bats in a hurry.
So 3-0 your score. Ozzie Albies will now try to pick up his bestie at second with 2 away. Righty-lefty matchup, open stance for the Oz. And the pitch gets away, a high hopper to the backstop. Acuna will easily truck it on down to third. We got a runner at third, 2 outs, and a million ways to score now, just 90 feet out.
And the Pirates battery combo was asking for that all night as Rodriguez has saved a handful of pass balls to this point, but Priester continues to go back to his low-moving stuff towards the dirt.
Braves 3, Pittsburgh nothing. Top of 4, the 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is going to get dropped into right field, down for a base hit, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 4-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes home, touches home plate. Ozzie will stay at first. We've got a runner on first, 2 outs, and the rake is headed to the dish.
McGee, we called this one coming into this inning. They were about to break open offensively, and they've done that so far. They put up their first crooked number of the night, and they look to keep adding on here at this point, make it a little more out of reach for Pittsburgh. And you love the spot with Max Fried on the mound. You're up 4-0. It's a beautiful night in Pittsburgh. All things clicking here for Atlanta so far.
They're going to go out there and talk to Priester. And just a reminder, what are we, 17 likes away from getting rid of this annoying sign off the screen? So smash that like and we can get that thing out of the way, get it out of the way early. Braves lead at 4-0. It'll be Priester versus Riley. I thought they may be going out there to grab him, but remember, Pittsburgh has used quite a bit of their bullpen the first 2 games. So he may be out there one taken for the team. 83 pitches into the night. The pitch on the way to Riley is swung on and just grounded foul over the top of that one. It's 0-1.
As Riley's looking to pick up where the Congo train is left off here against Priester. It's been a hit parade. Riley's 2 for 2 so far in this one.
The 0-1 to Riley. Ozzie on first. Pitch on the way and called for a strike, a wide strike up top. The catcher, Andy Rodriguez, jumped up and was going to fire it down to first to try to get Ozzie Albies napping, but he held on to the ball. It's 0-2.
Albies there.
Showing
some awareness.
Swing, and that ball is grounded over to short. Should be playable. It is. It is a 6-4 put out to end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. put a deuce on the board. They lead it by Quattro. We'll be back in a flash.
Let's go.
I dreamed about your sister yesterday. My sister? Yeah. What do you mean dream? What kind of dream? A sex dream.
Oh, that's my sister we're talking about.
You're having sex with my sister in reality.
But that's my wife. I got a contract with the priest. You're having premarital sex dreams.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols pitched in a game for the first time in his career. His pitching debut came in his 2,988th career game, which breaks the old record by over 500 games. Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina, together they broke the record for most wins by a battery in MLB history with 203 wins together.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
The greatest competitions, I think, in sports is the pitcher and the hitter. Now, I'm going to hit this ball. See, right now, I'm going to be better than you. And this pitcher's saying the same thing. I'm going to be better than you at this particular moment. This is in a pressure situation. So, and you are competing. And it's nobody can help you. Nobody can block for you in this. You got to do it on your own.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Tampa Tone's with me here. He's here on Braves Country today with me Mondays and Fridays, along with the Armchair Quarterback tailgating show that'll begin September 9th, 9:30 a.m. till about 2 p.m., assuming Braves baseball is not going on at the same time. The first pitch on the way from Max is right there for a strike. It's 0-1, and he follows it up with a changeup in the dirt, 1-1 to Connor Joe.
I can't wait. We got some great weeks between Braves and football.
The 1-1 pitch calls for an inside strike. We'll take it 1-2. Not sure about that one.
We'll take it.
The 1-2 from Max. Fried lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, fairly deep into right field, going back on the track, making the catch with his heels on the dirt. There's one away, Ronald Acuna Jr.
And that was almost identical to Connor Joe's first out, McGee, as he flew out to right field. His first time a little closer than that, but nonetheless, Acuna 2 putouts against Connor Joe to this point tonight, and the Braves and Max Fried are cruising here, 53 pitches.
First pitch on the way to Henry Davis, who's 1-for-1 with a double. Takes inside for a ball. It's 1-0.
The new right fielder, we should say.
The 1-0 pitch swung on and fisted back foul. It's 1-1. Yeah, so the article I read, Tones, essentially what they're saying is that he is continuing to work with the defensive coaches for Pittsburgh to get him to be able to catch some games, but they just don't feel good about him behind home plate right now. 1-1 pitch, misses up top, 2-1. He got in a game last week where they were up, is that a 12-1 or 14-1, or maybe they were down by that much. But he got into the 9th inning there and has only caught one other inning since he's been up. 2-1 from Fried. Curveball just misses up top and outside, 3-1.
And that's what happened with Kyle Schwarber back in the day. Came up as a catcher, caught a handful of innings, converted to outfield, and never made his way back.
The 3-1 pitch from Max. Lets it go. Inside, ball 4. Tim is asking what time is the Cowboys game. I'm assuming that he's talking about tomorrow night. I'm assuming they're playing tomorrow night because I don't think there's any kind of football game on a Wednesday.
Yeah, it wouldn't be tonight, that's for sure. The Cowboys play the Jaguars August 12th, which will be at 4
That's
Eastern.
Saturday, right?
Yep, at 4 East or 4 Central time. I'm sorry.
So 5. Man, that is a weird time. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Very weird.
First pitch on the way to Andy Rodriguez. Swung on and grounded hard foul. It's 0-1.
That's the only good thing about preseason football. They even play at 9 o'clock on the 19th at 9 Central, 10 Eastern, that is, at night at Seattle. At least they go outside the baseball time zone or try to.
The 0-1 pitch. Curveball swung on, hit hard down the third base line. Foul again. 0-2.
Let's see what Fried does here. I would try and put him away with one outside the zone and see if he chases here. You got pitches to play with. Your pitch count's not too excruciating to this point. Try and make him dance a little bit.
So have you caught any of these two football shows that were trending this morning? As the 0-2 pitch misses outside 1-2. Either the Hard Knocks with the Jets or the Johnny Manziel, Johnny Football documentary on Netflix.
I've not, but I heard about both of them and how they're taking over, as you're alluding to.
If you only have time for one this week, Johnny Football is the one to watch. The 1-2 pitch inside 2-2.
I heard it's been
Hard Knocks is about what you expect. They're just tongue bathing Aaron Rodgers. It's a whole bunch of, aren't he great? It's all kind of that kind of stuff. The Johnny Manziel one's pretty interesting. Just watch how his life just fell apart. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and rifled into right field down for a base hit. And there's runners on first and second and one out.
That thing was a nice shot there by Pittsburgh's catcher Rodriguez, and now they got men on first and second. If you're afraid you're going to look for a ground ball here, try and get out of the inning and keep that pitch count nice and low where it was. Slowly working into trouble, but Pirates bottom of the order, known to hit into the double plays. So Sawinski 0 for 1 with the strikeout to this point.
The first pitch on the way to Sawinski hits him in the ribs. Fastball drifts inside, and now the bases are loaded with one out.
This thing, the bases got jammed here in a hurry, as you see Murphy going out and talking to Fried now, saying, hey, all is okay, as Sawinski took a sweet chin music shot to the ribs there, it seemed, and he's gingerly walking to first, but he seems okay.
So I was looking that up, by the way, the start of that football game. I'm trying to figure out why 5 o'clock. That is such an odd time. I thought maybe it had something to do with because the new Texas Rangers stadium is across the street from the Cowboys stadium. I thought maybe it had something to do with that, but the Rangers are in San Francisco, so I have no idea why they're playing it in the middle of the afternoon like that. It's odd.
That is odd.
Especially for a preseason game. You normally only see those majority night games unless they play on Sunday. They'll throw a day game in here and there. The first pitch on the way from Fried to Jared Triolo is curveball, misses well inside. It's 1-0. Little surprised Rick Krantz, the pitching coach, didn't come out there to talk to Fried, but he's going to let it ride again. Bases loaded, one out. Fried trying to bear down. The first pitch, the 1-0 pitch is swung on and miss. Curveball on the outer edge. It's 1-1.
That was a nice pitch, 79 miles an hour, breaks down right on the outside corner, puts it in a spot where it's going to be a miss or a double play. Beautiful pitch there. Needs a couple more of those.
The 1-0 from Fried, the 1-1 from Fried, lets it fly. Curveball right there at the top of the zone. It's 1-2.
This is a big pitch now. You got to go right at him. You got to attack. You got to either get a strike or a ground ball here. Anything else gets a run in. At least you're up 4. Limit the damage. If anything, strikeout's key. Or double play.
So a 1-2 count. Fried lets it go. Down and out of the zone. 2-2.
I don't hate that waste pitch right there because you're seeking that type of out right there. So not a bad job by Fried, but now you got to go at him 2-2.
2-2 count. Bases loaded, one out. Fried lifts the glove, the leg, and lets it rip. Swung on, grounded over to short. Only play is to first, and Arcia takes forever to wind over there and get it, and there's going to be an infield single RBI. I think he had a hard time getting a hold of the ball. Normally a very good fielder, but looked like he had to double clutch that, and the Pirates get a very rare infield single on a very shallow hit ball.
Yeah, it does look like Arcia had a double, if not triple clutch, I think, because he got to it. It kind of sat in his web a little bit and couldn't get Triolo at first. Just heartbreaking on a great pitch by Fried.
If he hits it a little harder, that's what makes baseball so great, I guess. But if he makes that a little harder, it's probably a double play. But instead, well, Kranitz finally makes it. I guess someone woke him up. Kranitz comes out to talk to Fried. He goes, "Oh, what happened? I thought we were at 4-0. Braves lead it 4-1, one down. At some point, this is not the time to do it, but we're going to squeeze in the college football realignment draft we've been doing on the show, and it's Tones' picks. Thought it'd be fun to do it tonight as he missed his picks on Monday. We'll explain that as we go along here. The first pitch on the way to Williams, number 9 hitters inside, almost hits him. It's 1-0.
Got to buckle down here if you're Fried. Can't let any more runs sneak across the plate here with the bases loaded.
Bases loaded, 1 out, lefty-righty matchup. The 1-0 from Fried. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1, down and in.
Williams struck out his first time up. 0 for 1 on the night. And barely has anything to him in the majors.
The 1-1 lets it go in the dirt. Taken all the way, 2-1. So Alika Williams now has a 2-1 in his favor. They just showed Rich Kranitz, the pitching coach. He's starting to make his way over to the bullpen phone. Fried with 72 pitches in 4 innings. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to short. Arcia's got it, fires it over to first, and it is a 6-3 putout, but the lead is now 2. As the run scores, it'll be a 6-3 RBI if you're scoring at home. Runners on second and third, and 2 away now.
It was literally like the first ground ball. The only difference is this time Arcia fielded it cleanly here and was able to get the guy at first. And Fried's been doing his thing, getting some ground balls. They've just been very soft ones to get runners in.
Yeah, that one was hit a little harder, so he didn't have to charge it. And with the ducks on the pond, the traffic, I think, might have affected him on the first one. The first pitch on the way from Fried to the leadoff hitter, Brian Hayes, is a curveball top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1.
Suddenly,
what our idea has been on this, and we'll explain this as we go along, is that with college football realignment is the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, it's 0-2. All the different teams taking off from the Pac-12 and rumors of Florida State and Clemson leaving the ACC, et cetera. We thought it would be fun to realign college football's conferences, and we're going to grab 4 conferences, each of us being commissioners, and we're going to do a college football draft, 64 total teams in these conferences. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-2. And at the end of the day, we're going to have a competition between me and the 3 guys doing this on the show, where there's going to be relegation like they do in English Premier League, where the teams that stink at the end of the year, we're kicking them out. We're doing something very similar with the NFL on the Thursday show with Doug and Steven. The 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded up the middle, and that's going to dribble through for a base hit, and the game will be tied. Unbelievable. 3 very weakly hit balls have equated into 4 runs, and it's a tie game here in Pittsburgh.
Not good. Pittsburgh was able to attack there late in the inning. Fried did a decent job of trying to limit the damage, but that ground ball had eyes through the infield. Hayes is able to just find a hole overly outstretched Fried there. Pittsburgh ties this one up in a hurry.
If they're playing that on an honest defense, Arcia would have been able to get to it, but because he had such the infield shift to the left on it, as the first pitch is swung on and popped up out of play. So 4-4, we got a brand new ball game here in the fourth. 4-4, bottom of 4. Brian Reynolds. They'd love to get Fried out of this and maybe get another inning. Colin McHugh is starting to warm up in the Atlanta bullpen.
And they'd love another inning, as you alluded to, but this is a big batter.
The 0-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's grounded hard, but right to Riley. Riley's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 putout, and the bleeding stops, but not before the Pirates tie it. We'll be back in a flash here in Braves country.
Let's go.
So I got jury duty. I'm not going. That sounds stupid. So you're telling me there's a guy who did a crime and you need me to show up so you can convince me whether or not he did it? I didn't go to law school. I'm just confused because, why isn't it a job? Why don't you just hire jury people full time? And why can't you just get an associate's degree in jury tutoring? Why do we have to grab randos off the street? Why do I have to convince a Lifetime Fitness front desk employee, an Arby's shift lead, and a librarian that I'm not guilty for murder?
Armchair. I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm going to read a book from beginning to end in that order.
I've always wanted to do that.
I proclaim this the Summer of George!
Women workers demanded to play too, and soon the Goodyear girls, the Westinghouse maids, and the Miller rubber maids took the field. At Progressive Sing Sing Prison on the Hudson River, convicts played and beat visiting teams made up of electrical workers, insurance salesmen, and stock exchange clerks. I want to go back to Sing Sing, one ex-con remembered. Down here, I'm just a bum, but up there, I was on the ball team.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, and we have hit the century mark, so thank you for that. We'll go ahead and get that sign down. And the Atlanta Braves, brand new ball game. If you stepped away for a second, Max Fried, some hard luck, some soft hit balls, and Pittsburgh Pirates put 4 on the board, and they all score the same. It's 4-4.
Yeah, really a double clutch by Arcia led to 2 more runs scoring than what really needed. If Arcia fields that one cleanly, we're probably looking at a 4-1 game at worst.
Matt Olson will lead us off, lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way from Perdomo, who's in. Quinn Priester is out. It's 1-0, lefty-lefty. Big left-hander. I mentioned when he came in the other night, he reminds me so much of the delivery of Aroldis Chapman, the 1-0 pitch up top for a strike. It's 1-1.
3.33 earned run average this far for Perdomo.
The 1-1 pitch swung on and popped up back foul. It's 1-2.
Priester lasted just around what he usually does, the 4 to 5 inning mark.
The 1-2 down below the knees, 2-2. Good take.
Perdomo's got some nasty down and away sort of movement. That one at 95 miles an hour there, as you said, really good take there.
The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled down the line. Hit pretty hard, but plenty foul just before you got to the corner there.
.1 innings amassed on the season so far for Perdomo in 25 appearances.
The 2-2 pitch. High and inside, it's 3-2.
Olsen looking to get on any way he can. He's 0 for 1 with a walk, looking for his second walk.
3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit hard right down the right field line, just foul. Took a right-hand turn at the first base bag. That would have been extra bases for sure. 3-2.
Hitting some hard ones tonight. They've just been a little foul, has Olsen. Almost hit a home run. That was almost a double down the line.
Braves 4, Pirates 4, top of 5, the 3-2 pitch on the way. Top of the zone called for a strike, and Olsen heads back to the dugout. It maybe whispered the top of the zone at best. You can tell Olsen didn't like it, but there is one away.
Yeah, that thing was high and a little outside as well. I'm not too keen on that call there by the home plate umpire.
Well, we have to cancel this broadcast. Stuffed crust pizza just came through the door. The first pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. I'm joking.
Oh, man. If there was a reason to.
Kicks and deals off the plate wide, 2-0.
If there was a reason to, though, I mean, that's
about as good a reason as any reason.
Exactly. Exactly.
The 2-0 pitch clips the top of the zone. 2-1.
Perdomo barely finding the top of the zone here. That one 84 miles an hour, just barely grazes it, I suppose.
2-1 pitch right there, taken all the way by Murphy. 2-2.
83 miles an hour that time on the radar gun.
The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, ball 3.
Looked like it slipped out of his hand or he just completely missed his target there, but Rodriguez was lined up, the Pittsburgh catcher, on the inside half of the plate. That thing spun him all the way to the opposite batter box.
Pitch on the way, caught looking, strike 3, drifted in, just clipped the inner edge. That one was a strike, and there's 2 away.
Yeah, that one was a strike, but really hard pitch to do anything. But you got to turn on it, though, if you're Murphy. Perdomo, 2 batters up, 2 strikeouts.
So 2 down. Not looking good so far, but if anyone you want at the plate facing this guy would be Marcell Ozuna. First pitch on the way, 95 up top. Misses, but called a high strike by home plate umpire Mike McClinsky. It's 0-1.
Man, he's calling very high strikes this inning. Haven't seen this all night.
The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is going to get dumped into right field, down for a base hit. Kind of sawed off his hands strong enough to get it into right field, and there's 1 on and 2 outs.
Yeah, haven't seen it in a while, but almost voted for one of those plays where it was hit hard enough where the right fielder had a chance at Ozuna at first, but that not ended up being the case. Ozuna gets in easily, not even a play over there. Good job there by Ozuna to dump it into the outfield and try and get something going here with 2 outs, because Perdomo's been a little wild, although he's had the help of the blue on his side.
So 1 on, 2 away, lefty-lefty matchup. Unbelievable. The first pitch on the way to Rosario was right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Perfect time to bring in Kevin Pillar. But I guess you would have had to wake someone up there in the dugout. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and lifted down the left field line and foul. It's 0-2.
Yeah, it would have been a decent time for Pillar. A lot of Braves fans seemingly looking for Pillar to play more.
Well, he's a much better defender, and if it's at this rate now with the lefty righty matchup, I'd prefer to give him a chance, give him some opportunities.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And he's really more of a platoon bat. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, 1-2.
Yeah, you're not wrong on any of that at all. I definitely agree there with all of that.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And the Braves threatened, but the lefty-lefty matchup got him out of the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Let's go.
You could be like, I'm so sad. And somebody's like, oh, but you're beautiful. I know, I'm depressed, not ugly. Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. was a hitting machine and is, of course, the father of superstar Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But did you know that Vlad Sr. was almost a Dodger twice? He spent 8 months at Dodger facilities as a rookie in 1993, but they decided not to sign him. Then, when Vlad was a free agent in 2004, the Dodgers went after him again. In fact, the Dodgers were so close to signing Vlad that their executives were congratulating each other for seemingly closing the deal. But he signed with the Angels instead, which is the team that is on his hat in the Hall of Fame.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
In 1905, John McGraw and his Giants won the National League pennant again, and this time, when Connie Mack's Philadelphia Athletics took the American League championship, he agreed to take them on in the World Series. His decision not to play the year before had cost his players $1,000 each, as much as one-half their yearly salaries. Mathewson, who had won 31 games that season, easily deceived the hitters on the Athletics in the series, pitching a record 3 shutouts in 6 days, 27 innings, and not a single run. The greatest pitching performance in World Series history. The Giants easily beat Philadelphia, 4-1. With Christy Mathewson, New York looked unbeatable.
Mathewson was the greatest pitcher who ever lived. It was wonderful to watch him pitch when he wasn't pitching against you, Connie Mack.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh comes into the game, and I can think of a couple of groans we're going to get from Braves Country. I know he's not very popular with a few of the folks. Colin McHugh, right-hander, will be asked to eat some innings here because Max Fried is done.
Yeah,
First
last inning got the best.
The right-hander to McCutcheon is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Sorry, Tones, go ahead.
No, that's my fault. It was really going good until the last inning for Fried and got bad luck.
The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. I think it really may have more to do with how many pitches he threw in that inning, and they don't want to risk him getting re-injured. So I think it really had more to do with that than anything else, that people are wondering why he's out of the game. The 1-1 pitch right there for a strike. It's 1-2.
Yeah, he didn't pitch.
What was he at? Like 80 pitches?
Yeah, he didn't really pitch bad at all. But as you said, second start back off injured list, they wanted to play it safe.
The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away.
McHugh comes into this one with a 3.74 ERA, a really high 1.58 whip, 32 Ks, and a 4-1 win-loss record.
So 1 down, and Connor Joe steps up to the plate. Righty-righty matchup, swung on and bang foul down the left field line. It's 0-1. So back to what we were talking about. We're finishing this on the daily 3 to 5 show, but because Tones missed his spot on Monday, we're going to give him his draft picks and the teams that have already been picked by these conferences. I'll let y'all know that in a second. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. So in the National Conference is what we're calling it, Joey has Notre Dame, Ohio State, and USC. Bobby has the University of Florida in the Southeastern Conference as the 0-2 pitch. Down and away, 1-2. Tones is in the Big Ten and has Penn State, and I have got what we call the Dixie Conference, and I started with Florida State and now have Georgia and Alabama. So the floor is yours, Tones, is the 1-2 pitch on the way. Down and away, 2-2. Who are the teams you're going to take?
It's tough, but I'm going to roll with Michigan here out of the Big Ten. Going to keep him nearby Penn State and align with Penn State. I think that's a good combo.
The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is hammered over to the left side. Leaping catch, a line drive by Connor Joe goes in and dies in the glove of Orlando Arcia, and there's 2 away.
And yeah, that thing was put on a rope, but Arcia able to put that thing out. 8 pitches now, 9 for McHugh to count his total.
Next pitch on the way to Davis. He hammers it towards left, and making a jogging catch is Eddie Rosario. Will be back in a flash. Pretty good catch by Eddie. We'll head to the top of the 6th.
Hi, I'm your biological dad.
Hi.
My name's Rob.
Well, that's ironic.
Why is that?
Because it's kind of like what you did in my childhood.
Armchair.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
In order to save us all some time, I will call all the males Daves and all the females Debbies.
Debbie's actually my name.
Then, out of fairness to the others, you will be Slagathor.
Kelly and other carousing Chicago players were widely blamed for losing the championship to St. Louis in 1886. That winter, an exasperated Spaulding sold Kelly to Boston for the unheard-of sum of $10,000. Chicago fans were devastated, but Boston fans were so delighted they presented their new star with a house and a carriage drawn by 2 white horses in which to ride to the ballpark.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Perdomo is going back to work, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled straight back for a strike up against the backstop by Orlando Arcia. It's 0-1.
That was a missile of a foul ball off the bat of Arcia here to lead off the 6th.
He just missed that. You can tell he was sitting dead red on that slider.
Mm-hmm.
The 0-1 pitch to Orlando off the plate wide. 1-1 ball gets away. So you went with Michigan. What's your number 2 team, Tones?
Been going back and forth between a couple. I alluded to a possibility earlier, but I'm actually going to go with Washington.
Nice.
With Michael Penix Jr.
The 1-1 pitch right there for a strike. 1-2.
I think Washington could maybe win the pack, and I think they have a chance to make their way into a bigger, important conference down the road.
The 1-2 to Orlando. Swing and lifts it up high. Will it stay in play? Giving chase is the first baseman, Connor Joe. He runs out of room. We'll do it again. It's 1-2.
Runs out of room there down the line, and really Pittsburgh's got some activity going now in the bullpen. They got 52 warming up. The big man, the righty.
The 1-2 pitch. On the way, swing and a miss, strike three. Mistimed that slider up top, and there's one away.
He's been striking. That's his fourth strikeout in a row, McGee, and they've all came at the top of the zone. 2 looking, 2 swinging at this point for Perdomo.
So 1 down, lefty-lefty matchup. They'll ask Perdomo to continue in here. Be curious to see if this may be his last batter. The first pitch on the way to Harris is up top for a strike. It's 0-1, lefty-lefty.
That's Colin Holderman, 35, warming up in the bullpen for the Pirates.
That is who hit Acuna last night. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. So if they bring Holderman in again, a little bit of a mind game, but he hits Acuna again, there could be some real repercussions.
I also see number 52, Colin Selby, getting loose, not warming though.
The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Michael Harris a second. He's rounding first, heading to second. And the Atlanta Braves have a 1-out double here in the top of the inning, top of the 6th, and Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate.
And that's why you love a 9-hitter like Michael Harris. Easily, barrels that one into the gap right in front of that beautiful Xfinity sign out there and gives this Braves team a real chance to do some damage here with 1 out, and the likes of Acuna and Albies batting right behind.
And it looks like we are going to get a pitching change, and that is exactly what we're going to get. Top of the 6th inning. Jones, I think we'll stay here for a second.
It looks like they're going with the big man Selby. That is, there were 2 warming up.
Prevent the fight, maybe.
Yeah, we don't have to.
No, it's like if they go to Holderman right now, if they go to Holderman and he comes in and hits Acuna, it is go time. Someone in that dugout needs to grow a pair and go charge the mound.
We don't have to do any breaking up of fights for the time being. Seemingly, we're good.
We'll hit the scoreboard here in a second. Do want to start with the birthdays. We'll do this in reverse order. Normally, we do it the other way, turn back time, but we'll knock out the birthdays first. Happy 34th birthday to Jason Hayward, the ex-Brave, ex-Cub, current Dodger, ex-Cardinal, 34 years old. Pat Mahomes, not Patrick Mahomes III, but Pat Mahomes' dad, 53 years old. Troy Percival, the ex-closer for the Angels and a handful of other teams, 358 lifetime saves. He turns 54. Non-baseball birthdays. Well, hold on. One more baseball birthday. Ted Simmons is 74. And technically, Deion Sanders, as he played baseball for a little bit, he turns 56 today. Your non-baseball birthdays. Bob Cousy, 95 years old. I had to double check this to make sure, I hadn't missed something. He is 95 years old today. I mean, that doesn't deserve a round of applause. Nothing does, right? One of the greatest point guards in the history of basketball. Rod Laver turns 85. Doug Williams, the ex-Tampa Bay Buccaneer, ex-Super Bowl MVP with the Washington Redskins, is 68. Brett Hull is 59. Jamarcus Russell, or as I like to call him, Purple Drank, is 38. Jillian Anderson is the non-sports birthdays of X-Files. She turns 55. And Eric Banya, 55. Curtis Blow is 64. And that's your birthdays. We are back to the action. And the first pitch is high and inside to Acuna. Acuna goes down. Doesn't get him, but man, he's got to get tired of that. I mean, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, and it wasn't Holderman, but Selby.
Let's throw the bat at the guy on the mound because I'm sick of it.
Yeah, and Selby does the same thing as Holderman did yesterday. Comes in high and tight. First pitch. Right towards the head, 82 miles an hour.
If you're going to throw a ball at somebody, he's got the ability to throw a bat at you. That's the way I look at it. The 1-0 pitch to Ronnie, swing and a miss, 97 right there at the knees. It's 1-1.
I can't believe they went high and tight on the first one.
I can't believe Ronnie's not even chirping at him.
Mm-hmm.
And someone Braves dugout needs to be the one that probably goes out there and does it. The 1-1 pitch. Top of the zone, well out of the zone. Terrible call by home plate umpire Mike McClinsky. It's 1-2.
That was the worst of them all night. That was a clear frame job. Blatant.
The 1-2 pitch. Swing and grounded over to third. Charging the play. Throwing it across the diamond. The catch is made by Joe, but he comes off the bag, and runners are on the corners as Michael Harris II goes from second to third, and there's one down.
And that should be a clean infield single for Acuna. Hayes had to charge it, and even if it is a good throw, I don't know if it would be enough to get him. The throw pulls Joe off the bag, but Acuna does nothing but hustle in this game that he loves. He did just that there, gets an infield hit, and keeps the Braves alive in this inning, really puts him in a good chance to score with LB's coming up.
Acuna's foot missed the front of the bag, but he did drag the toe across the bag. So he is safe. Runners on the corners, one out. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate.
A little bit of breaking baseball news we'll get into after the pitch.
First pitch on the way. High out of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1.
Michael Lorenzen of the Phillies threw a no-hitter tonight.
Again,
that one.
Washington?
Yep, against Washington.
So that one definitely gets an asterisk. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2.
And he needed 124 pitches to do so.
124?
I believe so.
He'll be dust the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm. Phillies home debut for the big guy, and he could have went down with flames.
Yeah, that I guarantee you that's going to have lasting. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and lifted towards center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Michael Harris will score. Runners had to hold up for a second because you weren't sure if the center fielder, Zawinski, was going to be able to get to the ball. So runners on first and second, and Braves lead at 5-4. The score showed first and third for a second. I think they've corrected it. It's first and second, one out. And Austin Riley coming to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. Selby lets the first pitch go. High and inside for a ball. It's 1-0.
Great piece of hitting there by Albies to get the run in. Really nice job.
Braves 5, Pirates 4. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled away. Rifled into the crowd. Upper deck, it's 1-1.
Riley has a chance to continue his good night at the plate, 2 for 3 to this point.
The 1-1 pitch. Ball is off the glove of the catcher, Andy Rodriguez. Both runners will move up a couple of bases. And the Atlanta Braves have runners on second and third and one out.
And you love this spot now. You still got the cream of the crop here. You got Riley, you got Olsen, you got Murphy, you got the big sticks. You just need one of them to get a little knock and extend this lead. This is where tacking on is also important in baseball.
The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground past the third base bag, but just foul. It's 2-2.
Riley here could really keep padding it. Double, single. Why not get a triple or home run? Tack on for the cycle.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's 2 away. So Riley chased one off the plate. Good bending slider. It was down and away. It'll be up to Matt Olson if they pitch to him. Yeah, that's what I thought. They're going to send him down to first. bases will be loaded. Sean Murphy coming to the plate. So the bad news is they take the stick out of Olson's hand. Good news is there's nowhere to put Murphy.
And, you know, he's looking for retribution. He had a bases loaded opportunity in the first and had a double play. Murphy 1 for 3 with a ribby.
So bases loaded, 2 outs, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is swung on. That ball is hit hard on the ground, but right at Connor Joe. He'll step on the bag, and that'll end the inning, but not before your Atlanta Braves put a run on the board. They grab the lead. We head to the bottom of the 6th.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward.
Armchair.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
He batted .321 or better over 9 consecutive seasons and stole 436 bases. Although he was short and weighed barely 120 pounds, he tripped opposing runners on the base paths, blocked them, spiked them, and rarely complained when they did the same to him. We'd spit tobacco juice on a spike wound, he remembered, rub dirt in it, and get out there and play. Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches emptied. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire Wooten ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We put the poll up in the chat, and the question is, if a fight breaks out, who would you want rushing the mound for Acuna? We put up Riley, Ozuna, and Murphy, and then the fourth option would be just other, and comment who you would want to go out there. First pitch on the way from McHugh to Andy Rodriguez is right there. First strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play, 0-2.
That's a tough one. The Braves got some big, tough guys on their squad.
I think I'd want Ozuna, mainly because if he gets hurt, you know, he doesn't play defense, so he can probably deal with an injury better. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left field, but plenty of room for Rosario, and there's one away. To me, the mannerisms and the size of the guys, I either want Murphy or Ozuna. To me, Olson and Riley seem a little too mild-mannered.
I'm going with outside the box pick here, but a decent frame, Yanni Chirinos. Let him go at him.
Well, you know what? That's not a bad pick because if we have to DFA him because of an injury, who cares?
Exactly.
Pitch is a swing and a miss strike to Sawinski. It's 0-1.
That's what I'm saying.
One pitch down below. I mean, if we're going that route, get Eddie Rosario involved so I can get him benched for a couple of weeks, get him work on his swing. The 1-1 pitch. Down and away, 2-1.
I like it because A, you could DFA him, but B, Chirinos a pretty big guy, and he's emotional on the mound, so I could see him being a fighter, maybe.
The 2-1.
Whoa!
Right, but that ball was not in the zone. It's 2-2.
Oh my Lord! We'll take that.
Man, home plate umpire Mike McClinsky has dinner plans. The 2-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 3-3-2. We will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves tomorrow. First pitch is 12:35. There was a question about the weather for tomorrow's game. Is the 3-2 pitch a swing and a miss, strike 3. They're still away. I'm going to double check it real quick and see what it's looking like.
Sawinski, kind of one of those all or nothing guys. McGee, home run, base hit, strikeout. Good job there getting the strikeout. Now you got Triolo, and he 1 for 2 on the day with the run and ribby, but real chance to skirt to the 7th with the lead here for the Braves.
First pitch on the way to the right-handed Triolo. JT takes the first pitch off the edge for a ball. It's 1-0.
I'm never going to assume anything's a ball anymore until I see the blue call it.
Exactly. The 1-0 pitch down below the knees.
Oh,
for a strike, it's 1-1. I mean, this guy.
This is the widest strike zone I've ever seen.
Bottle in between innings, man. The 1-1 pitch swung on it. That ball's lifted into left field right at Rosario. Didn't even have to move. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. The Big Zoo, Eddie, and Orlando coming to the plate.
Let's go.
We want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Dustin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Dustin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Baseball was mighty glamorous and exciting to me, but there's no use in blinking at the fact that at that time, the game was thought by solid, respectable people to be only 1 degree above grand larceny, arson, and mayhem. And those who engaged in it were beneath the notice of decent society. Connie Mack.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna from Selby. He's 96 miles an hour. Right there for a strike. It's on 1. Top of the 7th inning. 5-4 your score. Braves lead, and the 0-1 pitch is down below the knees. It's 1-1.
Quite a bit of an endorsement so far for Ozuna in our poll running on our YouTube.
So earlier today, they said the rain was going to last till about 5 tomorrow. Game starting at 12:35. Now, as the 2-0 pitch is swung on and fouled back, it's 2-1. They're calling for the rain to stop somewhere between 1 and 2. So it looks more and more like they will get the game in tomorrow. And if that storm continues to move faster, it may actually begin at 12:35. The 2-1 pitch right there, top of the zone. It's 2-2.
Selby is 6'2", 220 pounds, born in 97. Bats righty, throws righty.
Well, that's the whole reason why I want to send Ozuna out there. I don't want to send Acuna out there. He's 6 foot, 80 to 190, soaking wet.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, I'm not trying to get our MVP killed. The 2-2 pitch, caught looking, strike 3. That one just buckled the knees of Ozuna, and there's one away.
Nothing wrong with those strike calls, but back to the blue a little bit here, McGee. whether it's been high pitches on the Braves or low pitches on the Pirates, I think this is probably the most inconsistent and widest strike zone that I could remember at least us doing a game together, but maybe ever this year.
Yeah, I've seen some bad ones. I can think of a couple others, but I'll tell you what, this ranks top 5 easily. The first pitch on the way to Rosario swung on and fouled back out of play. So I was actually talking to a buddy of mine the other night, and I was telling him, I said, before I started doing these night in and night out last couple of years, I don't think I was ever as aware how bad some of these umpires are behind the plate, and how when you get, as the 0-1 is fouled back and so on too, and how much more you appreciate the good ones. When you get the good ones, and it's getting to the point now where I don't even have to check their previous ump score, which is what I normally do, because I know who is and who isn't good. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and strike 3. Selby strikes out the first 2 batters he faces here in the 7th.
Rosario is chasing that one, but he might have thought that would have been called a strike. But Rosario goes down here, and now it's time for Arcia to try and come up with
Arcia coming to the plate, 1 for 3. First pitch outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll try to squeeze these in as we go along here. The 1-0 to Arcia. Swing, and that ball is going to get hard hit to center field, but it's an atom ball to Selby, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. The Braves lead by 1. Bottom of the 7th inning on the way. It's time to get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball. We out to the find me something I don't care if I ever get back on the
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be all game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh, they're going to ask another inning out of him. First pitch on the way. It's right there for a ball off the edge. It's 1-0. Leaker Williams, number 9 hitter, 0 for 2. The 1-0 down and away, 2-0.
Williams, 6'1", 180 pounds, born in 99.
On this date in 1905 is the 2-0 pitch. Clips the zone inner edge, 2-1. On this date in 1905, come at once. Stop. Very sorry. Stop. Your father is dead. The 2-1 pitch down below the knees called for a strike. It's 2-2. Shooting accident. Stop. Hurry. Telegram sent to Ty Cobb by Joe Cunningham, a longtime hometown friend. The 2-2 pitch went around, strike 3. Ty Cobb receives the telegram sent by his longtime friend, Joe Cunningham, informing him that his father had been killed in a shooting accident the previous night. The incident will profoundly affect the life of the 18-year-old from Augusta, Georgia. The outfielder is the first pitch on the way, clips the top of the zone outside for a strike to Hayes. It's 0-1. Becoming a sordid affair after the police reveal his mother pulled the trigger in 1905. The 0-1 misses. It's 1-1. On this date, 1906, grab this one for you, Tones. Cubs right-hander Jack Taylor is the 1-1 pitch. Whoa, high and inside. Just misses Hayes up top. Ball 2-1. Don't think there's any intent there. And McHugh really is not the one that you send the message.
Mm-hmm. Looked like it got away from him.
I want someone who throws heat like Joe Jimenez. The 2-1 pitch. Clips the inside part of the zone. Did not get the call. Ball 3-1. On this date, 1906, Cubs right-hander Jack Taylor, who will amass a lifetime record of 152 and 139. 3-1 pitch swung on. That ball's belted high and deep, going back on the track over the wall. The game is tied 5-5. Kind of hung one in there, and Hayes got all of that one. A solo shot. And the game is tied. A brand new game once again.
Yeah, Hayes has done a number tonight. He's
405 feet, 101 miles an hour off the bat.
Yeah, he barely got that thing over, but it was the deepest part of the park, I will say.
So on this date, 1906, Cub right-hander Jack Taylor goes the distance, beating Brooklyn at Washington Park 5-3. First pitch on the way to Reynolds, a swing and a missed strike. It's 0-1.
Cubbies.
Victory will be the last of his 187 consecutive complete games, amassing a streak that began on June 20th, 1901.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
The 0-1 pitch. McHugh lets it go inside 1-1. On this date, 1975, so good flash forward about 70 years later, at Shea Stadium is the 1-1 pitch, clips the top of the zone 1-2. Davey Lopes steals his 32nd consecutive base without being caught, breaking Max Carey's 1922 record in the Dodgers' 2-0 victory over New York. The 1-2 misses outside 2-2. Vince Coleman will break the Dodger second baseman's mark in 1989. And one more as the 2-2 pitch from McHugh. Swing and just got a piece of that. Fouls it off home plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. On this date in 1999, a total of 5 grand slams occur on the same day with for the first time in Major League history. Cardinal Fernando Tatis Sr., yes, the father of Junior, Expo Jose Vidro, Marlin, Mike Lowell, Yankee Bernie Williams, and Mariner Jay Buhner connect to set the record. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's 2 away.
Sits him down there, able to get him to chase a little bit, but we'll take it as McHugh sets him down 81 miles an hour on a ball just above the dirt.
So 2 down and the game is tied. Braves are going to have to go out there and get some more runs. That ball, by the way, I wasn't sure at first, but I just saw the side view. I guess this is the Pittsburgh feed. The ball hit the top of the fence in left center field and just kind of skidded over for the home run. So maybe a foot shorter and it's going to bounce back. They are going to make a pitching change. We'll go ahead and step aside for a second. Braves 5, Pittsburgh 5, 2 outs. We'll be back in a flash.
Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
What's the accent of Brazil?
It's a country in South America. Why don't we say any Latin American accent will do?
Latin American, okay.
Okay, homie. Orale, Holmes.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, man. Nachos.
Yeah.
A real racist with it, huh?
Yeah, that is extremely racist. And by the way, that's more of a Los Angeles sort of Mexican cholo vibe.
Let's go. Let's go see the Dodgers play the Lakers.
What's your favorite jersey in all of sports?
The Atlanta Braves white. I don't know if they got like HD white, but for some reason, every time they were playing, they were like, don't they look brighter than everybody else's?
Old school Houston Astros jersey. Old school Houston Astros jersey. I'm going to be biased to the hometown team, so I'm going to go baby blue Atlanta Braves.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Lovely evening in New York. Lovely evening to get the heck out of here. We fly back to Chicago right after the game. Boy, those Indians knew what they were doing. Swings, and he misses it. When they sold this New York City for $14 and 3 bottles of hooch, that was probably the best deal anybody ever made.
3 big leagues, the National League, the Players League, and the Old Beer and Whiskey League, simply proved too many. Attendance dipped dangerously low for everyone. By the end of the 1890 season, the league had lost more than $340,000, more than its investors could endure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. It'll be Pierce Johnson coming in, right-hander, to face McCutcheon. The first pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Johnson, 44 2/3 innings in 49 appearances. By the way, Carmen Lodzinski is warming up the right-hander in the Pittsburgh bullpen. The 0-1 pitch just misses up top, 1-1, though he's called that a strike a few times.
He sure has. Now all of a sudden not.
The 1-1 lets it fly. Curveball. Did he go around? They're going to check down. Alan Porter, first base umpire, says he did not. 2-1. I've always called umpires like that Costanzas, where the famous episode where Jerry Seinfeld is talking about he doesn't know what to make of Costanza because of his bad eyesight. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball's going to get dumped into right field down for a single, and there's a runner on first with 2 away. The famous line is when he says, "You don't believe I saw what I said I saw?" Because I don't know what to believe. You're spotting times. You're eating onions. I don't know what's going on. That's exactly how I feel about this home plate umpire tonight. I don't know what's going on.
For real, though, I mean, he's been the epitome of inconsistent and mysterious, to say the least, about his strikes.
We had a pretty bad one on, is it Monday night? Jim Wolf. He's always terrible, and he was bad again. McClinsky. It's weird, McClinsky. I didn't notice it early in the game. It's like he's gotten progressively worse. So maybe he's finally starting to empty his flask. I don't know why, but he's getting progressively worse.
His flask is running out of steam.
Kind of like the great Harry Carey. If you caught Harry Carey behind the mic in the first or second inning, you usually got a good game. By the 8th, it was a crapshoot. The Bud Man. First pitch on the way to the left-handed bat of Rivas, who's coming in to pinch hit for Connor Joe's. A swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Alfonso Rivas, 265 average, 2 home runs, 5 RBI. If you're listening to us on radio, righty-lefty matchup, and Pierce Johnson has a really sharp curveball that he likes to dive into left-handers, much like Charlie Morton.
Former Cub on Cub combat here. Pierce, a Cub a while back, and then Alfonso Rivas, just a Cub the last couple of seasons.
The 0-1 pitch. PJ lifts the glove. Runner, pretty healthy lead at first. The pitch on the way, in the dirt, 1-1.
People actually had pretty high hopes for both of these cats here in Chicago. Both were youngsters making a name for themselves.
Pierce had a pretty good run out in San Diego. I looked at his numbers, and then he goes over. He had some injury issues, and he goes over to Colorado. His splits were much better on the road than they were at home. 1-1 swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2, which is to be expected. But you start seeing why Anthopoulos may have went after Pierce Johnson, because he's got that good hard fastball, pretty good curve. And he's not being looked upon as a guy in the back of the bullpen, just right about where he's at, 6th, 7th inning. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got the bender, and he couldn't catch up to it. That'll end the inning. So Pittsburgh ties it up, but we'll have Harris, Acuna, and Ozzie Albies coming to the plate.
How do you put on makeup? When you find the pumps to match your skirt. Get out in the gym and start warming up. Let's go.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat. Francisco Liriano, in 2012, he signed a deal with the Pirates, but the contract was quickly voided. This is because he broke his arm trying to scare his kids on Christmas, but the deal went through a few months later.
Armchair.
John McGraw's New York Giants had never really recovered from the Merkle boner, the base-running error that cost them the pennant in 1908. Though they remained a perennial National League power with superb pitchers like Christy Mathewson and Rube Marquard, and won the pennant in 1911, they couldn't seem to win a World Series. Then, in 1912, after dominating the league throughout the season, they faced one of the greatest of all Boston Red Sox teams in the World Series. The Red Sox had won 105 games, an American League record, and their intimidating lineup included Harry Hooper, Tris Speaker, and a dazzling fastball pitcher named Smokey Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood was a pitcher who, though not remembered nearly as well as Walter Johnson, was at his peak his equal, and such that in the 1912 season they both had these extraordinary streaks of winning 16 consecutive games. When he was at his prime, it was Walter Johnson who said of him, "There's no man alive throws as hard as Smokey Joe Wood."
Welcome back, Braves country. Time to get some runs. We're here with Tampa Tones. Atlanta Braves will go back to work. Harris and Acuna, Ozzie to lead this thing off. And Carmen Ladzinski coming to the mound, the big right-hander. So it'll be a righty-lefty matchup to start the inning. The first pitch on the way is right there for a strike at the top of the zone. 0-1 fastball.
Get into crunch time. 1.9 ERA, 1.99 ERA on the year for Carmen.
The 0-1 pitch swung on and fisted foul down the left field line. Just going to drop into the stands. 0-2.
At the back end of this ball game here, one of these teams looking to make a clutch move here, and we're hoping it's the Braves here with Harris as a double leadoff man.
The 0-2 pitch, way outside wide 94 pitch out territory, 1-2.
Harris up to 290 after a 2-for-3 night, single and double thus far with the run batted in and a run scored.
The 1-2 on the way. Swing, and that ball's going to get fisted over towards short, throwing off his front foot. Not going to get him. Money Mike busts it down the line. An infield single to get your Atlanta Braves going here in the top of the 8th.
And he looked like Roadrunner, Speedy Gonzalez, whatever acronym you have. The speedster, Michael Harris, easily beats it out. That's a clean single. He wouldn't have got him with a good throw. Good
hustle by Harris. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate now. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is up high for a strike. It's 0-1.
220 pounds, 6'2", Carmen Mazowski.
The 0-1 to Acuna lets it fly high and inside, 96 miles an hour, busted him off the plate. 1-1.
Acuna going to try and do anything he can to help get Michael Harris into scoring position.
Except get hit. Let's not do that. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at the slider. Chased it off the bottom of the zone. 1-2.
Absolutely don't get hit. That's a very fair point. Unless it's a curveball in the leg or the buttocks or something.
The 1-2. Swing and 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Bumped into the crowd, into the upper deck. We'll do it again at 1-2.
And although that was a strike, McGee, you're really seeing these players almost needing to swing at just about anything out there because the strike zone's been that expanded and big.
The 1-2 pitch. Tried to get him to chase that slider again. Pretty good pitch by Ledzinski. And it's 2-2. Not spelled the same, but sounds a lot like the old Greg Ledzinski that played for the Chicago White Sox back in the 80s, the Bull, as they called him. The 2-2 pitch. Inside. Good take by Ronnie, and they try to flip it down to first, trying to keep Michael Harris from stealing. Also might have thought they might catch him napping underneath the tag. Good throw by Rodriguez. That's the second or third time he's done that this series. I'm really impressed with this young kid, especially defensively. 3-2 pitch to Acuna. Time is called. Ronald Acuna Jr. needs a second to think this over. Carmen Ledzinski from Hilton Head, South Carolina. You'd think he probably has a pretty good golf game, right?
You would think so.
They're going to flip it back over to first to keep Harris close by. I believe that, correct me if I'm wrong, is that his second move over there?
Yes.
Okay. Doing three things at once, and I normally mark it down as I go, but I didn't do it that time. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is rifled up the middle. Bounces high off of the pitcher's mound into the glove. A worm burner to the center fielder, Sawinski. And the Braves have runners on first and second. Nobody out. Ozzie Albies coming to the plate.
That thing was a missile up the middle. McGee hit so hard. Harris had absolutely no chance to get to third, but with his speed, second's all you need. Braves set up really good here with the big boys coming up.
So Rodriguez has looked pretty good behind the plate so far, but I'm going to put something into your thinker. What about a double steal here? You got Acuna on the base paths.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world because God forbid, even if they got one of the runners, you still got a quickster in scoring position. And at best case, you get both of them in on a squibbler.
Braves and Pirates tied at 5, top of the 8th. The wave is going around PNC Park. The pitch on the way in the dirt. Good take by Ozzie. And taken off. They're going to put on the brakes. Thought Harris was going to take off and head towards third, but got about halfway there and thought different of it. I think he really would have had a chance if he just would have went because the ball ricocheted off of Ozzie Albies' shoulder. But once he hesitated, it kind of null and void.
Yeah, he was a good fourth or third way down that line, then thought better of it. I think he could have made it, as you said, if he took off right away. Maybe he didn't think so himself, but looked like he could have for sure.
Harris on second, Acuna on first. Nobody out. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the first base line. Foul. 1-1.
Rifled down the first base line. Well foul, but that thing was hit hard.
So you got a 1-1 count. The pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded over towards short, and it's going to be a 6-4. No, they're not going to be able to pull off the double play. Ozzie Albies was busting it down the line.
He said
any attempts, so you got runners on the corners and one away.
it was kind of like the Arcia one earlier where Triolo just couldn't get it out of his glove, and additionally with Albies busting it down the line made it a hard play. Again, Triolo bobbles a little bit, and Albies' good speed made it impossible.
Braves tied up at 5. Austin Riley comes to the plate. A fly ball would get the lead. The first pitch swung on and popped up high into right field, not very deep. Drifting back is the shortstop. Harris is going to go. He's flying safe. Your Atlanta Braves have taken a 6-5 lead. Harris didn't even think about it. It ended up being the second baseman, JT, with his momentum taking him towards right field, had to throw off his back foot, and easily Michael Harris scores.
Are they going to call him out here at third?
They are.
And Ron Washington is livid.
He's livid.
Washington is livid getting into the Blues' face, and here comes Snicker. I thought he tagged up.
We're going to take a look at this.
I think he tagged up.
I haven't seen the replay yet. Let's see. Yeah, his foot's on third. You can absolutely challenge that.
His foot's on the bag.
Porter was standing on who's the first base umpire. He says, what's going on here? So they have a powwow. I think Porter's telling him
he's easily safe at home.
Yeah, his foot is still on the bag. It is still on the bag. They are going to challenge. I think that's going to be a run, and you're going to have a runner on second, with 2 outs. I will say this. It was close, and I can understand why the Pirates thought that, but the umpire should have had a pretty good look at that.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Valiant effort by Pittsburgh, but clearly foot was still on the bag. It's a good half.
You can read Ron Washington's mouth. He's talking to Ozzie, and as they're looking at the replay on the scoreboard, he keeps saying he's safe. He's safe. So I'm in agreement with Ron Washington. If they don't get this right in New York, something's awry.
They'll have to, because it's pretty clear to me. I mean, his foot is still on the bag. He fell over a little bit after he caught it. That's not the base runner's fault that he stumbles. The catch is made initially, and his foot's on the bag at third. Should be simple for the Blues. This should not take long at all.
So we'll have to wait for that out.
Triolo, to me, should have let the right fielder have it anywho.
And it is back in, and Michael Harris, it looks like they're going to call him safe. Waiting for the official umpire scoring, but it's been shown on the, well, I'll wait for the call. Alan Porter has the call, and it has been overturned. Your Braves lead at 6-5.
Yeah, I don't think that they could have had this one any other way. I mean, it was close, but he was clearly on the bag. We got that one 100% right, McGee, and so did Ron Washington.
So this umpire crew's not having their best night. I think Alan Porter was saying, the first base umpire, I think he was saying that he was, although I'm looking at Alan Porter right now, he wasn't even looking at the play. He was looking at right field. So what does he know?
He said, I had eyes in the side of my head.
He had gone over the unplayed umpire and said something, and the umpire said something like, all right, we'll see what happens. In the way he was saying, you thought he was saying that, well, he's safe. But I just saw a replay off the Pittsburgh feed from Alan Porter, and he was definitely staring at right field.
Mm-hmm.
So they are going to walk Matt Olson again and put runners on first and second again. And Sean Murphy is going to be asked you to come through again. Braves up by 1, but they're getting in the habit of walking Murphy or walking Olsen to get to Murphy. Murphy's got to start making them pay.
Mm-hmm.
But the game right now is at the plate. The first pitch on the way is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. If Murph can reach the big zoo, Marcell Ozuna stands on deck. Braves 6, Pirates 5. The 1-0 pitch clips the bottom of the zone for a called first strike. It's 1-1.
I think Murphy's at 6 runners left on base so far in this game. Would be nice to make something.
Sean Murphy 1 for 4th, an RBI single. The 1-1 misses high, 2-1.
And it's nice to have some speed at second base for Atlanta as Albies is out there.
The 2-1 pitch lets it go right there at the bottom of the zone. Good pitch by Ledzinski, and it's 2-2.
And that
deuces are wild, Tones. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 count. Anything in the gap would probably score 2. And Sean Murphy asks for time and gets ready to dig back in.
Mm-hmm. This is the scenario here. Let's come through.
The 2-2 pitch inside, ball 3, 3-2.
And that sac fly was really such a momentum swing for either team. If you throw them out, if you get it in, huge of Atlanta to get Michael Harrison. That was just huge.
Runners will be on the move. The pitch on the way, high and inside, ball 4, and the bases are juiced for Marcell Ozuna. He could break this one wide open with one swing.
Real nice take there from Murphy. That ball looked like it was going to move back into the zone, but no, it never did. Murphy, veteranship enough to lay off that one. And as a catcher, he knows the zone. Well, although inconsistent tonight, he knew to lay off there and is rewarded for doing so.
While Marcell Ozuna lumbers to the plate, the pitching coach for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Marin, is going out there to give a powwow, not only with his pitcher, but he wants to talk to his infield as well. So they are back to the action. Bases loaded. Oscar Marin, the pitching coach for Pittsburgh. The first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is fisted foul over the first base dugout. It's 0-1.
Ozuna looking to just dink and dunk one here. That would score 2. Anything would help.
Yeah, absolutely. You got the bases loaded. The pitch on the way, high, out of the zone, 1-1. Murphy on first, Olsen on second, Ozzie Albies on third. A single probably scores 2 because they are playing deep. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to third. Just foul, and it's 1-2. So Marcell Ozuna gets a stay of execution as that ball dribbles foul, and he's got a 1-2 count. In his career, 364 batting average and 7 grand slams with the bases juiced. He's had a few grand slams here in Atlanta. The 1-2 pitch lets it go. High and out of the zone. Good pitch, though. 2-2, 95 up top, just missed. That's one of those, will he chase it? Now the play, obviously, it's whether it's a ball or strike here, but he might get him to chase that slider, the 2-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it back, 2-2.
Yeah, and that last pitch, the high one with the sump, that's no gimme of a ball either now.
He's got a pitch to play with it, essentially, but if you take it to 3-2, then all 3 runners will be on the move. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Tough 95-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge. That'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves grab the 1-run lead once again. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning, leading by 1.
What kind of mortgage did you get?
10-year.
Well,
10 over 30, so 30-year total.
What?
10-year fixed, over 30, 30-year total.
Oh, 30 years.
Okay.
Wow, you'll be paying this off in your mid-70s.
All right.
Hey, I have an idea. You know that extra bedroom? If the whole girlfriend thing never happens, that's where the nurse can live.
Okay.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
So my boss told me I could start working from home a couple of years ago. He just called me and asked if I can go to the office. I moved.
They have work to do, and they should be sleeping or eating, but they would rather do without sleep or without a square meal deliberately eaten than miss a minute of a ball game, even if they go on their night turn in the mill or factory, minus the rest that should be theirs.
Baseball has been a passion of immigrants because it is a way into the United States. It's a kind of citizenship perhaps more authentic than anything which can be on a piece of paper. Sometimes it was the youngster's rebellion against his father becoming less Polish, more American by taking up baseball. But it became an enormously important part of the American identity.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac Magee sitting alongside Tampa Jones. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Atlanta Braves lead the Pittsburgh Pirates 6-5. Pierce Johnson will go back out there for another inning of work, or at least to face Henry Davis. We'll see how far this goes.
And I don't mind him facing Davis.
Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way calls the inside ball for a strike. It's 0-1.
Now we're getting the inside calls. We'll take it.
The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Curveball on the outer edge. It's 0-2.
And honestly, if you're a batter at this point, anything within an inch of the zone, you might as well just open it up.
The 0-2 from Johnson. Pierce lets it fly. Swung on and bang foul down the third base line. 0-2. Real quick on the scoreboard. Houston leads Baltimore 3-2. That's good news for Braves Country. Mets 4-2 over the Cubs in the, I can't tell if that's 8th or 9th. You might be able to have a better chance of seeing that.
8th.
Chicago 5-1 over the Yankees in the 6th. The 0-2 grounded foul. It's the 8th?
Yep.
Okay. San Francisco and the Angels, they just got going 0-0, along with the Dodgers and Arizona. San Diego leads Seattle 1-0. Earlier today, Miami beat Cincinnati 5-4. The 0-2 pitch high and out of the zone. 1-2. Milwaukee in extra innings beat Colorado. The 1-2 from Johnson. Lets it go. Swung on. That ball's belted high and deep into left field. Just before the track. Making the catch is Eddie Rosario for a long, heart-stopping out number 1.
Yeah, that thing was hit pretty good, but Rosario was in perfect position right before the track, able to put right fielder Henry Davis away.
He is due up, by the way, Eddie Rosario, to lead off the 9th inning. I would say they'll probably put Pilar in for him for defense. They're trying to get one more at bat if they leave the right-hander in. So a lot of it's going to have to do with where Pittsburgh goes to the bullpen. First pitch on the way to Andy Rodriguez is up high for a strike. It's 0-1.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm confused. 2 of them have called it a strike. 2 of them have called it a ball.
I'm just as confused as you are, my friend.
I usually have two trackers in front of me just in case, and I believe it's a 1-1 count. The pitch
I
on
think
plate
so.
swung on and belted down the line. Regardless how you look at it now, it is 1-2.
Yeah, I think it was a 1-1 count for sure, though. I was just confused because it was a borderline call again by the Blue. That's what threw me through a loop. But we'll take it.
The 1-2 count lets it go in the dirt. Did he go around? He did not. 2-2.
And why is this ump? It's very little league. Like he's like chasing after pass balls and balls in the dirt. Very interesting.
100%. Well, he was changing out the ball. The 2-2 pitch. Johnson lets it go. Swung on, bang foul, hard hit ball, but plenty foul. Right at the Braves first base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2.
I did notice on one earlier, the bat boy went to get the ball and the ump chased after it before the bat boy could get to it.
The 2-2 pitch. Outside 3-2.
Honestly, not a terrible attempt there for Pierce with the ump calling the game that he has tonight. He's called that. We've seen that called a couple of times.
So a 3-2 count to Rodriguez, righty-lefty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Swung on, that ball is belted down the line. Foul. I'll say this. He's not fooling him with that curveball. And the more curveballs he throws and the more he sees, it's going to get a little hairy. He's hitting them hard. Thankfully, they've all been foul. The 3-2 pitch from Johnson. Fastball misses inside, ball 4.
21 pitches now, too, for Pierce. I would think it's nearing the end for Pierce Johnson.
It is. The lefty, they're going to go to the bullpen. I would think it's AJ Minter, but we haven't seen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
We want to know what your plans are.
I've got some questions I want answers. What are you doing about moving out? I don't know. How about Donna? I don't know. Your job? I don't know. Your future?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit you with I don't know.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
He never complained, never alibied. He was never known to criticize a teammate or call an opposing ball player lucky. He accepted his great success modestly and the many vicissitudes of his life in silence. He was easy to like and hard to know. New York World Telegraph.
If Walter Johnson and Christy Mathewson had a challenger for the title of best pitcher in baseball, it was a troubled young right-hander named Grover Cleveland Alexander. A Nebraska farm boy, the son and grandson of alcoholics, and one of 13 children. He had honed his startling accuracy by hurling rocks to kill birds to help feed his family. He was a minor league star at 22 when a shortstop's throw to first hit him squarely between the eyes. He was unconscious for 2 days, then stricken with double vision. He kept throwing anyway, and after months of relentless work, his vision suddenly and mysteriously cleared, though he remained subject to epileptic seizures for the rest of his life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are going to turn to AJ Minter. Jack Sawinski is the batter. So you got a lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way from Minter as he lifts the glove. Looks into Murph. Flips it over to first. Keep the runner close by. Braves lead it by 1. The first pitch on the way. Cutter, top of the zone, first strike. It's 0-1.
Minter has had his fair share of save opportunities the past couple of years, but now with Iglesias back, worked his way more into the 8th inning type.
The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. It's 0-2.
Started getting far and few in between chances last year when Kenley Jensen was battling his heart condition at times.
The 0-2 pitch from Minter. 1 out, 1 on. Double play would be in order. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball out of the zone up high. It's 1-2.
And I don't hate that there because at least it's a good waste pitch. If he swings, he's not going to come anywhere close to it, and now you still got 3 balls to play with.
The 1-2 from AJ. Lets it go. Swung on and fouls straight back. I think Sawinski was a little tricked by that pitch, kind of a late swing just behind it, and we'll do it again. It's 1-2.
You know, I don't think Minter meant for that one to catch that much of the zone at the same time.
The 1-2 pitch. Murphy sitting up outside. Lefty-lefty matchup on the way. Misses outside Cutter. Ball 2-2-2.
Yeah, just trying to nibble at the outside corner there, seeing if he would flail at that one. But Sawinski showing a little bit of patience here for a change tonight.
The 2-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing and fouls it out of play. 97 up top. So Sawinski and Minter having one heck of a battle here.
Mm-hmm.
Braves lead it by 1. Tying run at first.
Heavyweight affair.
Standing on deck would be Triolo if they don't pinch hit. The 2-2 from AJ lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blew the high cheese up top. Couldn't catch up. Chased one out of the zone, and there's 2 away.
And it was just a matter of time before Sawinski did indeed expand his zone. He's been prone to doing so this season more often than not, and that's what's led to around the Mendoza line-type batting average despite all those home runs. Great job there by Minter to capitalize.
First pitch on the way to Triolo is high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI single and a run scored in the back of the 4th inning when the Pirates put 4 on the board to tie the game.
Mm-hmm.
Minter flips it back over to first. Kind of a soft toss over there. He does have a little quicker, harder move that he may be saving.
And although Rodriguez is a skinnier catcher, he doesn't have the swiftest of feet in the world. So Pirates are rolling their dice with the catcher.
The 1-0 pitch. Minter lets it go. Swing and a miss. Cutter outside. It's 1-1.
You could tell the Braves are prepping on something going on as Murphy continues to stare down Rodriguez and Minter is tossed over there. So they're keeping it safer rather than sorry. I like that approach.
The 1-1 from AJ. Lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. 97 blew his doors off up top. And the Braves are 1 strike away from getting out of this jam.
Mm-hmm. He cranked that thing, heated that thing right by him at 97. He wasn't even close, Triolo.
The 1-2 pitch. Way outside high. Sean Murphy has to leap out of his shoes to make sure that ball doesn't go to the backstop. It's 2-2.
Yeah, Murphy reached so high. His mask had a come off thing near. It flips around a little bit. Great job there by Murphy, not letting that distract him and keeping the runner at first.
Two count, 2 outs, runner on first, lefty-righty matchup. AJ Minter looks back the runner, lets it fly. Swing right down the third base line. It's off the glove of Riley, and it's going to be he's going to reach first base. We'll see if they call that an error or an infield single, I'd say it's probably going to be a boot, as Riley normally makes that play.
Yeah,
It
I'd
was
say
a
it's
hard
an
hopper.
error.
If he comes up with it, I'm sorry, it actually goes off the bag. So that probably should not be an error. Just bad luck for Riley. Just before he gets to his glove, it hits the bag and takes a funny turn. It just goes off of his glove. No, it may have missed the bag. We'll have to see how they score that.
Tough one.
Looks like they gave him a hit. I'm not sure about that one. First pitch on the way to Williams, the number 9 hitter, is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's on 1. Alika Williams 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, a ground out, an RBI, 229 average. Does have 2 RBIs on the year. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Murphy. Runners are going to stay put. 1-1.
The home cooking was short. I think they just changed it from a hit to an error.
Okay. Yeah, I think it just took him a
bit.
while to give him an error, but yeah, it did come through as an error. So E5, if you're scoring at home, the 1-1 to AJ, from AJ. Pitch on the way, swung on. That ball's lifted high, but not very deep into center field. Underneath it is Michael Harris II, and Money Mike puts it away. We'll head to the top of the 9th, try to get some insurance runs. The 7, 8, 9 hitters due up.
Tack on.
Gas prices are so high that I just saw Dolly Parton carpooling with Jolene.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
I've made more money than I ever expected to, but I'm putting all of it, and more too, into the new plant for the Brooklyn fans. Of course, it's one thing to have a fine ball club and win a pennant, but to my mind, there's something more important than that about a ball club. I believe the fans should be taken care of. The club should provide a suitable home for its patrons. This home should be in a location that's healthy, it should be safe, and it should be convenient. Charles Hercules Ebbets.
My father used to talk about the building of Ebbets Field. He was 11 years old when they started building Ebbets Field, and he somehow remembered what the hopes were for that whole area of Brooklyn, because he lived right near there, that they would have their own stadium nearby. And he said he used to go by every day and watch another piece of it being put together. So when he first took me there, it was like showing me something that was part of his own history, not just a stadium somewhere else.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves leading by 1, and Kevin Pillar will come up to the plate, replacing Eddie Rosario. Should stay in left field. He'll face Jose Hernandez. We've seen him once this week. The left-hander. There's the first pitch. Curveball right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1.
4.32 earned run average and 33.1 innings.
The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. 1-1.
Hernandez, one of those guys who has been getting more work of late, not too much in the early going for the Pirates.
1-1 pitch to Pillar. On the way, swing, and that ball's hit hard right at the third baseman. Hard one hopper. Hayes has it, flips it over to first, and there's one away. Good hard hit ball by Pillar, but it was an atom ball.
Yeah, they call those an atom ball, and that was right at Ke'Bryan Hayes. That thing was smoked by Pillar. Braves have had a couple that they smoked tonight, just right into the defender's mitts like that one.
1 down, nobody on. The first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia. is high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0.
Double in the second, which led to him coming across the score for RC on the night.
The 1-0 to Orlando. Top of the zone for a strike. 1-1. I'm not sure about that one. That one looked a little high.
Yeah, this guy all night. He's really.
The 1-1. Swing and pops it up back foul. It'll bend out of play.
See, and that's where it really affects it, because that was a 94-mile-an-hour heater just above the zone, but he's called the past 9 or 10 of those strikes. So when you're Arcia, you got to swing, and, well, that's what's going to happen most oftentimes.
The 1-2 pitch.
Oh, my
Lord. Called strike 3. Nowhere near the top of the zone. And there's 2 away.
This is absurd. This has to be looked into by the major leagues, because whether it's Atlanta or Pittsburgh, it's been atrocious.
Gary says these umps are so bad they make a preacher cuss. These umps are so bad, I think it's going to make Tim cuss. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is a ball down below the knees for just misses. It's 1-0. I mean, this is very Jim Wolf like the other night. These guys must study together. The 1-0 pitch right there, first strike. It's 1-1. And so when everybody gets real rowdy about this next off season and complains when they finally bring in robo umps, whether it's next year, the year after, whatever, I don't want to hear it. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-2.
And the ump on the pitch before didn't even know where the ball was, thought it went under his legs. It was in the catcher's mitt. He's just having all sorts of difficulties behind the catcher tonight.
Braves lead by 1. It's a 2-1 count. You got the left-hander on the mound. If Harris is able to reach, it'll be interesting to see if they would stick with Hernandez or if they would go to maybe a right-hander out of the pen. The 2-1 pitch down below the knees, called low, I guess, for a ball. 3-1.
Strike zone is a figment of the imagination, one might say at this point.
So George Costanza has it at 3-1 back there. Lefty matchup. The pitch on the way down below. Oh, come on. He calls that a strike, which the other pitch was much closer to the strike zone. So a full count now. Raciel Iglesias is warming up in the Braves bullpen. The 3-2 pitch off the plate, wide, ball 4. But to your point a second ago, if you get the first strike on you, definitely, but by the time you get that second strike on you, you feel like you can't take a pitch that's anywhere near the plate because you don't know if he's going to ring you up.
Exactly. It's one of those things where it's a catch-22, really. You find yourself taking pitches that are normally balls that are getting called strikes, and you find yourself expanding a little bit, and no fault to yourself because you're afraid of that. You're afraid of it getting called a strike then at that point.
They're going to go out there and talk to Marin, the pitching coach, went out there to talk to Hernandez, relief pitcher, kind of get a game plan there. I thought they may go to the right-hander because, A, you got Acuna.
Mm-hmm.
B, you don't really want Ozzie Albies turned around to the right side. And then after that, it's Austin Riley. You don't really gain a whole lot leaving the lefty in here.
Mm-hmm.
But first toss over to first base to keep Harris close by. Hernandez thinking he might be on the move to try to get himself in scoring position. We'll reset here. Runner on first, 2 outs. Ronald Acuna Jr. standing at the plate. The pitch on the way, right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr., 3 for 5. A double, 2 singles, a run scored, an RBI.
Really has had
out of the game last night with a hit by pitch on the elbow. The 0-1 pitch inside, and Michael Harris is off and running, and he's down at second base with a stolen base for your Atlanta Braves.
And not to mention, McGee, Acuna's performance is all that much more impressive because he started the game 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, 3 for 3 ever since, and he's just really got another ample opportunity here after that Michael Harris stolen base.
So Harris at second, 2 outs. The pitch on the way to Acuna just clips the outside part of the zone for a strike. It's 1-2.
Just gets a part of the outside zone. It's
base knock would equal a run, would double the Braves' lead. The 1-2 to Acuna. Looks back the runner. Hernandez lifts and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 96 miles an hour on the outer edge, just dotting the eyes, and that'll end the inning. Braves fail to score. Raisel Iglesias is coming out of the pen when we come back to try to slam the door.
Let's go.
On the subject of this service, what is your opinion of war protesters, and would you today refuse to be drafted?
Honey, I just want to keep my own personal views about that to myself because I'm just an entertainer and I do not say.
Do you think other entertainers should keep their views to themselves too?
No, I can't even say that.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Clayton Kershaw is without a doubt a Hall of Famer. In Kershaw's family, he had a great uncle named Clyde Tombaugh. He was an astronomer who, over 100 years ago, discovered the planet Pluto. For those who don't know, eye black is a black adhesive that is used by players to limit glare from the sun. But did you know that none other than Babe Ruth allegedly invented it? Around the 1930s, Ruth was getting distracted by the sun, so he put some black grease under his eyes, and the rest is history.
John Joseph McGraw, player-manager of the contentious Baltimore Orioles, had been one of the first National Leaguers to jump to the American League in 1901, but he had not liked it there. He could not bear to have anyone tell him how to play the game. When McGraw refused to stop the constant abuse of umpires, for which he was infamous, Johnson suspended him. McGraw never forgave Johnson. He returned to the National League as manager of the New York Giants, a job he would hold for 31 years, leading his team to 10 pennants and ending in the first division 28 times. No one made a move on the field without his consent. McGraw was said once to have fined a player for hitting a home run that drove in 2 runs because he had ordered him to bunt. The main idea, John McGraw said, is to win. When McGraw won the National League pennant in 1904, he took an especially sweet revenge on Van Johnson. Rather than have anything to do with the league that had suspended him, he simply refused to play the Boston Pilgrims for the championship. There was no World Series in 1904.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead by just 1. And Raisel Iglesias will come to the plate. Will come to the mound, excuse me. To the plate will be Brian Hayes, who's already hit a home run. Iglesias, with already 1 save in this series, will try to do it again. The first pitch on the way from Raisel is a fastball, top of the zone for a strike. It's on 1.
Hayes has a homer and 2 singles so far tonight. He's been a tough out.
The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. 0-2.
Iglesias working efficiently here with his first couple of pitches.
Hayes 3 for 4 on the night with a home run. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Braves Country Baseball. We'll be back at it tomorrow. 12:35 p.m. first pitch, God willing. The Braves will try to win tonight and then have a chance for the series win tomorrow. The 0-2 pitch swung on and tap foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. Tomorrow it's Bryce Elder going for the Atlanta Braves, which lines up Charlie Morton on Friday, Strider on Saturday, but they will have to make a move to bring someone up for the It is a double header on Saturday. We'll have both games 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. are your start times, and then 7 o'clock Sunday night. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blew it right by him. The doors come flying off, and there's one away.
98 mile-an-hour heater really just blows it right by him. No other explanation there because it was in the zone. Hayes just couldn't do anything with it. Iglesias gassed him up and got the best of him.
Here in the top of 9, the locomotive blowing right down the line, and we've got one out. Brian Reynolds, dangerous bat, the number 2 hitter, stepping to the plate. This time from the left side, and he'll take the first pitch for a strike. Sinker on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
6th pitch of the inning. Very good so far if you're Iglesias. Keep that pitch count as low as possible.
The 0-1 from Rizal. Lets it fly. Off the plate wide. 1-1. 98 miles an hour.
His ball just moves. That thing moved a lot. Started right on the outside corner. Ended up a good foot out off the plate.
The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep. Is it going to stay in the park? Going back on the track, making the jumping catch at the wall is Ronald Acuna Jr. for a long, loud out number 2.
Man, that thing looked like it was going to be off the wall or over the wall, but Acuna does a great job, and that thing ice cream cone in and out of his mitt. Great job, Acuna.
That ball was going deep into the night. You started seeing it drop down. I thought it would stay in, just wasn't 100% sure if it would be low enough for him to catch it. You could tell Reynolds was starting to Cadillac around the bases. He thought it might be gone. First pitch on the way to Andrew McCutchen is a swing and a foul back 97 up top. It's 0-1.
McCutchen hoping to keep Pittsburgh alive here.
Braves 6, Pirates 5. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees. It's 0-2.
And now McCutchen is going to be at a big disadvantage with how big the strike zone's big, especially. He's got to loosen up and not be afraid to swing if it's close.
So you got 0-2 count. George Costanza's behind home plate, so we've got a chance to get a cheap strike. The pitch on the way. Swung on, tap foul. Do it again at 0-2.
Just gets a piece of it there to stay alive. McCutchen does to try and extend this game a little further in the 9th.
Eyeglasses raises the cup and lets it fly. Swing and fouls it back 97 miles an hour up top. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Cubs are in a thriller. They're down 1, bases loaded, 2 outs. Top of 9.
The 0-2 count, 2 outs. The pitch on the way, lets it fly. Swung on, pops it up, back out of play, behind home plate, into the crowd. Another souvenir. It's 0-2.
McCutchen just getting a piece of that one yet again. That's a second foul ball in a row that he's barely gotten a piece of.
The 6th pitch of the at-bat, the 0-2 count. Lifts the glove, eyeglasses, lets it go, swing, and files it down the left field line. Do it again. 0-2 once again.
He smoked that one, but it was way foul, not even close to being fair, so all for none.
After getting 2 quick strikes, 4 consecutive foul balls, the 0-2 pitch in the dirt, 1-2.
Not a bad waste pitch. You have pitches to play with.
1-2 your count. Andrew McCutchen. Rivas on deck. The pitch on the way. Swung on, and that ball is going to get lifted down into center field, down for a base hit. And the inning stays alive. The game stays alive for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Good piece of hitting by McCutchen.
Yeah, barely just able to get that one into base hit territory, but nonetheless, the crafty veteran does so on a broken bat.
Just over the head of Ozzie, just in front of the feet of Michael. You got a runner on first. 2 away. Thought they may pinch run for McCutcheon, but I think they're going to leave him in. Not that he's slow, but he is. Father Time is undefeated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alfonso Rivas 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the 7th. The first pitch on the way, right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Now the issue you got is the winning run is standing at the plate, so one swing could change the fortunes of your Atlanta Braves. The 0-1 pitch lets it go. Just misses outside, 1-1.
Not too far off.
He's called a lot of pitches out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's starting to pinch the zone. The 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1.
Yeah, that one could have went either way, that one before that. So you just got to buckle down if you're Iglesias, come back here and attack the zone, see what you can do. Rivas already with the strikeout here tonight.
A 2-1 count. McCutcheon on first, Davis on deck. The pitch on the way. Away off the plate wide. Changeup misses. Ball 3-1. Really feel like that they're pitching around him to get to Davis. I don't know if that's the best strategy because you're going to put the tying run in scoring position.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. And not really a fair hitter in Alfonso Rivas as well.
The 3-1 count. Lets it go. Swing and a miss. Chase the changeup down around the ankles, and it's 3-2.
Now
so
to me,
you got the runner at first who's going to be on the move. So anything that gets down into the gap would tie the game. Full count. Righty-lefty matchup. Iglesias looks into Murphy. Rivas stands at the dish. The pitch swung on and grounded into the hole. It's going to get down for a base hit. Acuna is going to cut it off, get it back into the infield, but the runners are on the corners and 2 outs, and Henry Davis coming to the plate.
Do or die time here for Iglesias. Got to get Davis. Not only is this game at jeopardy of being tied now, but you now put the go-ahead run on base. So you got to buckle down here if you can and do anything you can, any way you can to get this final out. The last out's the hardest, but got to step up here.
Second hit tonight that just goes under the glove of Ozzie Albies' glove. For those of y'all listening on radio. Murphy's going out there to talk to Iglesias, come up with some kind of probably the best thing you could say is, well, you shouldn't have never let 2 guys get on base and we'd be all right now.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You got to figure they're talking about Davis. Now, Davis on deck is Rodriguez. I think you'd much rather face the righty, so I can't imagine they'd pitch around him, plus you'd put the winning run in scoring position. Davis, very talented right-handed rookie batter. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss off the plate. It's 0-1.
Way to start in the count. 0-1's huge at this point. Now you got to keep attacking.
No one warming in the bullpen, so the game is Iglesias. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
Now you got pitches to play with, right? I'd go out of the zone here and see if he chases.
He's got an 0-2 count. He can either get him to chase or go right after him, try to handcuff him. The 0-2 pitch. Got him! He got caught watching the paint dry, and your Atlanta Braves on a backwards K get the dub. Braves 6, Pirates 5. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 6-5. And the outfield, Pilar, Acuna, Harris, all do high fives. Tones, what are your thoughts?
That was incredible and way too close of a pitch there to take at the end, especially given the strike zone all night. Magee, regardless of what you think of that, that's right on par with the inconsistent ump tonight. And I think Iglesias did a nice job of battling, holding the ground. And the Braves offense, to me, they could have had a little more than 6, not to fault of their own. They were mashing the ball tonight. More runs will fall if they continue to hit as such.
Braves win 6-5 in a big, big win as the Atlanta Braves will take this game and head to tomorrow with a chance to win the series after losing the very first game. And tomorrow it's going to be Elder. Be interesting to see where the Braves go from there going towards the weekend.
Mm-hmm. And I like where this weekend series could be heading for the Braves. I think they played a gritty game tonight. A lot of fight, a lot of tough ball on behalf of the Braves.
Braves win it 6-5. Got to give a game ball here as the Atlanta Braves will go to now 72 wins. And we're looking at the game ball tonight. First of all, let's go ahead and get the poll ended with Ozuna as the one that everybody wanted to charge the mound. First of all, let's get that one out of the way. That's the most important one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Marcell Ozuna. The page is freezing up on me. Give me 1 second. The game itself, it's going to be Pierce Johnson with the win, Iglesias with the save, his 22nd. Ledzinski will be the loser 2-3. He's 2-3 on the year. The game, 3 hours and 15 minutes, kind of a long game, but we got it in. 46% crowd capacity, 17,600, and the Braves win it 6-5. I'd say if you're going to have a game ball, I mean, 3 for 6, a run, an RBI. He came back after hurting his hand. I think we got to give it to Ron Acuna Jr. What say you?
Yeah, I think we'll give it to Acuna as well. And he had a huge catch in right field in the last inning as well. That was looking perhaps like a double bagger off the wall. So incredible job both offensively and defensively from Acuna.
So Braves win 6-5. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:35. Tone's great job, and y'all have a great night, Braves country.
Good night, McGee. Good night, Braves country.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.